Live. Hello, it is I, LCX, and together once again with LDP for Elle Talks, the show. Hello. No one here.
Hello again, I'm Logan.
Unfortunately, there is no one here at the moment. Zero. No audience. Whatever. Anyways. What do you want to start with? You want to start with a few topics to talk about, or,
Yeah, let's do that.
shall we do some gaming? You want to talk about
Yeah,
stuff?
let's go.
Oh, Karumi is here. Hello, Karumi. Welcome.
It's a grooming.
So, what do you want to do? We talk first. Alright.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So, let's go. I got some topics lined up. Here's a good one, which we talked about. Yes, we talked about this. Topic. Hello,
I don't know what the
Mid-tier
topics
guard.
are, so... okay. The value of lowly, or hard
The
work.
value of hard work. Yes. Here is our first topic for the day. The value of hard work. So, let me start this out by asking you the question. Do you believe that hard work has value? Hey, Great White North, welcome.
I believe that it does. I believe it has objective value. In that, I believe that everybody from, the lowest of low, the garbage men, the septic tank repairmen, whatever, up to, the politicians and the kings and whatever. I believe that everybody benefits off of each other and everybody is vital to one another's well-being.
First we greet some people who came on board. Hello, Great White North. Hello, Lamont.
Hey everyone, how are you?
So, I actually believe in... I actually believe in the opposite. I don't believe hard work has any value whatsoever. Except maybe some intrinsic value towards the individual who feels some sense of accomplishment at having worked hard at something in order to achieve it. Other than
Well,
that...
okay, I mean... okay, so...
Yes?
Okay, so, let's explore that. So, like, pick a job, any job.
Pick a job, any job. Yeah, let's say, teacher.
Oh, okay, perfect, actually. So, we need teachers.
Uh-huh,
Somebody needs to do that, right?
yes.
So, like... I guess in the case of teachers, honestly, I would say teachers are more vital than anyone, honestly, because teachers, we need them in order to educate other people so that, we have, less garbage men and septic tank repairmen, and we have more people who are who have the education to have better paying jobs.
I agree. Hey, Orc Warchief Reviews.
Like, I guess my overarching point is, like, yes, there is the individual, sense of accomplishments that one may have in a job, but also, again, like, I had, say, for example, I had a high school math teacher.
Yes.
If my high school math teacher was not doing it, somebody else would have to do it. And if they weren't doing it, someone else would have to do it. And if they weren't doing it, someone else would have to do it. Ultimately, somebody would have to do it, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, like, if we are to take your philosophy to its, utmost conclusion of hard work is... I don't know if you would say hard work is meaningless.
It's
but
meaningless.
Ultimately,
Yes. It's
okay.
meaningless.
If we were to say that hard work was meaningless, somebody has to do the hard work. Somebody has to do that because that hard work is vital to society.
Ah, yes. I think
so. If you weren't doing, I don't know if you fully. I know you do writing and you have like writing gigs and things like that. I don't know if that's your primary source of income. I'm not going to pry into that. But, whatever you do is vital to society because somebody needs to do it.
Yes, but anyone else can replace you. Especially if, you're doing some simple job, some simple tasks.
Yeah, anyone could replace me, but they aren't.
They're not, because you're still working there.
Yeah.
So there is
exactly.
no value.
I'm doing my job. I know I'm doing a good job. If somebody replaces me, they might not do as good of a job. They might do a better job. Who knows? But all I know is that I'm doing my thing, I'm doing a good job, and I think that ultimately, there's no guarantee that somebody's going to do as good of a job as I am. There's no guarantee that somebody's going to do my job. I mean, okay, let's look back at the supply chain issues. Of a couple of years ago. A lot of those supply chain issues... I'm sorry, not supply chain issues. Let's talk about some of the labor shortages of a couple of years ago. A lot of those labor issues have been ironed out, at least in the U.S.
Yes.
And there's a lot of reasons for that.
What up, Katsu?
Part of those reasons are hedonistic. Well, actually, I'd say a lot of those reasons are just hedonistic on one person or the other. They're either hedonistic on the people or they're hedonistic on the corporations. And it's hedonistic on the people because around, like, the tail end of a pandemic, a lot of people, there started being, like, these anti-work movements, kind of popping up on TikTok and things like that. Kind of basically saying, like, exactly what you're saying. Hard work does not pay off, and it's ultimately unnecessary and non-vital. And that kind of caused a lot of issues with supply chain, and for what it's worth, the end result of that was a net positive, I would argue, in that it kind of forced companies to drive wages up. So, ultimately, in that sense, in a long-term sense, it did kind of work out. And wages went up, and the anti-work movements ultimately sort of slowly kind of started to go away. I mean, they still exist, obviously. A movement isn't going to ever completely kill off, a movement isn't going to ever completely die off, usually. I mean, there's still, There's probably still people who believe that the Salem witch trials were justified, but
So, we got some responses from Orc Warchief Reviews. He says...
let me finish the thing. But it was also hedonistic on the corporation's part in that they realized that during the pandemic, they kind of had to short staff a lot of people because they didn't. Their thought process was, we don't want a lot of people. Well, for one thing, a lot of people were immunocompromised, and they either A, just didn't feel comfortable, like if it's like a customer service job, they didn't feel comfortable, being around a lot of people, some of which may have, COVID or whatever. Or they might, or just in general, they didn't feel comfortable wearing a mask for an extended period of time. I can tell you my one friend's mom had severe asthma, and as a result, she didn't feel comfortable wearing a mask for an extended period of time. Which, I disagree with that, mainly because I kind of disagree with how she framed that, mainly because, my grandmother has asthma. She was wearing essentially a COVID mask before the pandemic. A lot of asthmatic people need to wear face masks in general because they are so compromised immunely. But I digress. Ultimately, as a result, a lot of businesses immediately following the pandemic in February, March 2020, they cut their labor staff dramatically. And ultimately that worked out in the beginning because, a lot of people weren't really going to stores and restaurants and things like that anyway. They were, staying at home. They were quarantined. They were, if they were doing anything, they were sending groceries through Instacart, or they were, eating out, with DoorDash or, Grubhub, Uber Eats, things like that. I believe there was an equivalent you've mentioned in Philippines, but ultimately kind of worked out when everybody was in quarantine. Nobody was really driving anywhere, and gas was $2 a gallon as a result. But later on, as the effects of the pandemic kind of started to wane a bit, we started seeing these these labor shortages really kind of start to show their ill effect. And what we had is kind of just shitty service all around, and a lot of corporations ultimately kind of just wanted to keep that low employment base, because if you have less employees and you can get away technically with having less employees, obviously that means less people you have to pay, greater profit. And ultimately we're still seeing that. You see what was that one I think it was Division. I just saw in the media they were laying off something 5 million people, something like that, wide. It has nothing to do with a bad economy or bad sales or anything like that. The economy is actually improving worldwide ever since the pandemic. What it has to do with is a lot of these greedy CEOs coming to a realization of, we don't need a bigger workforce. We just need to force the other people into working longer hours. And that's causing a lot of problems. And ultimately, I think a lot of those 5 million jobs are going to come back at some point once these companies realize that working people working the, 30, 40, 50% staff that you have to death is ultimately going to yield, one, a lesser product, and two, a less reliable product that will ultimately reflect in sales. So I made like 50 million points. I don't even know where I was going with this initially, but anyway, I'll be... 1 second. I'm going to get my iPad so I can look at chat.
Can it be my turn now? I know. I'll wait for him to get back. Da, 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 da.
Okay, I'm back.
So,
you said some people responded?
don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
So,
Do you have a statement of response to anything I've said?
oh, yeah. I think, you misunderstand what I mean. Okay, let's go back to your example about
Yeah,
teach.
Yeah.
Let's go back to your example about teachers, okay? Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, you say, we need teachers, right? You are assuming
Yeah.
that, teachers need to work hard. Need to deliver hard work.
I would say, yeah, I'd say most teachers do.
You're assuming that teachers need to deliver hard work in order to be effective at their jobs. There, I disagree.
Okay.
Can
Let's hear your disagreement.
Yeah. Can I continue, please?
Explain.
Thank you. Alright, let's say one teacher works super hard as a total busybody at what he or she does. Alright. Does that mean that teacher is being effective? No, that just means that teacher is being a busybody, expending unnecessary energy upon the job. Now, let's say there's this other teacher who, as Katsu says, works smart, works competently, does the job, gets the job done, uses shortcuts, and all the tricks of the trade to get it done. Ultimately, that teacher will get it done with far less effort, far less energy, and far more efficiently than the other person who just believes in hard work.
So my argument to that,
okay,
I
wait.
would say.
Wait.
No, I'm sorry. Were you not finished? I'll let you finish.
Wait, Katsu says they don't need to if they know what they're doing. But if they don't, then they should work hard until they figure out how to work smart. Yes, I agree. That's not the same as working hard.
Okay.
That's not the same as working hard, Katsu.
So my counter to that would be, teachers especially, I'm not going to necessarily say there is a right and a wrong way to teach, but there is a good and a bad way to teach.
Yes, there is.
So I would say, yeah. So
Yanni.
especially if we're just focusing on the topic of teaching, I would say that
I'd say what I said actually applies to just about any field of endeavor.
yeah, but okay, we'll stick with teachers because that's the example you gave.
Alright, no, you gave it.
Well, actually, no, you gave it. I told you to pick a job and you said teacher.
Okay.
Anyway. So teaching, I would say, like, I definitely... So, like, I think the equivalent of somebody who quote works smart, or somebody who kind of does bare minimum and gets by on that, is somebody who, and I think we've all had this teacher, somebody who just kind of comes in, gives some lecture off some
That's not working smart. That's just being flippin' lazy.
That to me kind of seems like what your definition of working smart ultimately ends.
No, it is not. I said competent. Gets the job done.
I mean, that is getting the job done, isn't it?
No. Your example is someone who does not get the job done efficiently.
I mean, they're getting the job done, isn't it? Like,
it's not efficient. It's not effective.
The people are.
So you agree that laziness gets the job done? That they're being that they are being an effective teacher because in order to be competent, you need to be effective at what you do.
I would say that my definition of competency is essentially just skating by on the bare minimum.
No.
If anything beyond that is above average, above competent.
No. Anything above competence is no.
I have a different level of.
Here's the thing. Competence is anything that just about gets the job done to getting the job done very well. That is still competence. What are you talking about?
I guess I have a higher standard for what we should strive to be. So I guess I sort of understand like how we have a different sort of personal definition of that.
I don't know. We should look up the definition of competence.
But I think that so and this all kind of like feeds into sort of the general work philosophy of Americans, I think. Typically
because you love being pawns?
Sorry?
Because you love being pawns for companies that you work for. Or you like to believe that your work has some value because it makes you feel better when you sleep at night. Is that it?
I mean, it does. I mean, it does help me sleep at night, but ultimately, yeah,
But from a pragmatic...
I don't necessarily agree with the framing, but I agree with the overarching point.
Yes, but from a pragmatic perspective, your work has no real value upon the company if you're just dispensable, replaceable. Doesn't matter how good you are as an employee.
But what I'm saying is we don't have an infinite supply of pawns, and my reasoning for that is just look at what happened a couple of years ago. We didn't have an infinite supply of pawns. Ultimately, there are if you're a company and you treat people like shit enough, eventually you're just going to run out of people who want to.
When did we get to that?
Run out of people who want to work for you.
When did we get to companies mistreating people, though?
You're talking about like the mentality of like.
That's a corporate mentality
of like companies seeing you as disposable pawns, and that's sort of the ultimate.
That's not.
If you're a disposable pawn, why bother treating you with respect, right?
And why bother treating you?
Somebody else could just replace you.
And why bother treating you with disrespect? Why would you assume that the company
tell that to a lot of companies.
No.
Well, I mean, why bother treating you with disrespect?
Why
bother treating you with disrespect? Because. Sorry?
Never mind. Keep going.
I didn't hear what you said, but. Why bother treating you with disrespect? Because many corporations feel that, treating you with disrespect, not paying you what you're worth, ultimately is gonna increase their profit margins, and it might in the short term, but in the long term, it just means nobody wants to work for you.
Who's that again?
Is someone... Wait, I wanted to...
It's Orc Warchief Reviews.
The video chat we got.
What were you saying again?
Area, come in.
Yeah. We need to be friends first. Anyways. So what were you saying?
Yeah,
Let's
just friend, actually, where is Orc? I might need to be friends with him as well.
No, you don't. Just me.
Are you sure? Okay. Oh, yeah, true. You are hosting the call, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, so friend LCX, and we can, I would ultimately... Ideally, I think I would like to have, like, a kind of like a revolving door of guests if we can, get enough people who want to volunteer to be on the show. Because I definitely liked having Katsu on the last time. That was pretty fun, kind of, like debating some of these topics like this, and kind of just like, exchanging like, different video game knowledge and things like that. Just an aside, like that's why I said I wanted Cerulean on the show, because he was, one, smart, and two, kind of funny and has a good personality. Has a very infectious personality.
Let's see, Katsu says the Puritans valued hard work too much, and they were just about the wealthiest people in the world during their time. We don't live during those times. Moot point. Anyways.
I don't really know enough about the Puritans to really disprove that, so... Or to really... not disprove that, but to really argue that point. I would say, Oh my god. I like, completely, like, forgot what the train of thought was, because Orc kind of sidetracked me.
It's all your fault. Anyways.
I know.
No,
it's all Orc's fault. Goddamn Orc. Worst enemy in Skyrim. I have no idea if orcs are in Skyrim, but that sounds like a very Skyrim-esque enemy.
Who knows?
I don't know. I've never played Skyrim. Although I might want to try it at some point. I don't know if I have...
Like that? Let's do this one more time. You, LDP, you there?
Oh, did we lose?
Hey, you back? Hello?
I'm back.
Hello.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Orc, yeah, okay, I hear you. So,
Okay.
what are your thoughts, Orc? Do you have anything to add?
Okay, I got a couple questions I got to ask both you guys. Now, you're saying, okay, I agree with what Ellie's saying in some ways, that you have to work better, not harder. That is actually a common thought process. But here's a question to that.
Yes.
Overtime. Does overtime have a value then?
Oh, of course. Of course it has a value, because it has
that means you're
monetary value
harder.
for you.
Yeah, that's no guarantee. Again, like you guys were jumping all over the place with the corrupt companies and stuff, and like that's my tinfoil hat wrapping in there.
That's mostly my fault.
I wasn't. I didn't say a thing.
You weren't. No, you were right. You are right. But it went all over the place. When it went all over the place, that's when I was like, I could hear the Jabberwocky screaming in my ear. Because it's just like, that is its own thing. Like, teachers are a good example.
Huh?
I think...
Look, I just took my Adderall, alright? Like...
hardworking teachers can be a good thing. It all depends on what we're talking about as hardworking teachers. For example...
hard work means different things in different...
scenarios.
In different scenarios and different career paths, yeah.
Yeah. Now, like I said, like in America, I actually would say we don't, like up here, especially up here in Canada, I won't get into the reason I'm angry at Canadian teaching. It's pathetic at this point. But America, it's not that they hardworking teachers. We don't need hardworking teachers because the majority of them are corrupt. Of course, that's my tinfoil hat.
Uh-huh.
My problem with it is they need to have more effective teachers, which they do not have right now as a system. If we talk about the teacher thing.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still pissed at that teacher. 1 second, Warren, I'll let you get to it. I'm still pissed at the teachers that walk up and push these narratives and these ideas when you're supposed to be teaching goddamn fucking math. Teach math, teach history, allow the parents to do their job. And because parents are supposed to do the work. That's their job, not no one else's. So that's hard work, and they're not doing it for value, they're doing it to get a paycheck, more money. And that's what drives me nuts. But anyway, that's my problem with the teachers of America. We need better teachers, not more hardworking teachers, because they're not doing the work.
I can argue about like how I view teaching and teachers and things like that, but ultimately that's sort of an aside by your own admission. Ultimately, I would say that again, hard work means different things in different scenarios. In the case of a teacher, I would say a quote-unquote hardworking teacher is a teacher. Well, okay. I guess hard work can mean different things depending on. So I guess you could say hard work could mean. I guess working smart and working hard can kind of work in tandem in some cases. You kind of have to work hard to work smart sometimes. And I think that working hard in the case of a teacher would be the ultimate goal of a teacher, I think, is to make what you are teaching actually land.
Japanese had a great way of putting, the great way they looked at it. They looked at it from the perspective of a protector. That's what a lot of teachers, you're supposed to be protecting the youth. Now, we're not talking about the early years when they had the weird perverted monks, but
well, yeah, they didn't do a
well,
very
we won't
good
get
job
into that because that level, I'm not going to get into that.
They protected them against them, didn't they?
History had an interesting beast, but you had teachers that were, their goal is to show you how to improve. Like, my greatest example is when it comes to teaching is the apprenticeships that used to exist. There was at one time in America, you didn't go to university for that job. You went to some guy and he gave you a smaller amount of money, very similar to an internship. And then you got, here you go, here's your teaching. Here, I'm going to show you the ropes so that someday you can either fulfill my goal and take on my job, or you can extend to another thing. But now I have to go take that extra course. Now I have to go take the CPA or whatever course you need to do your job. Like, you have to, in other words, you have to dedicate a large portion of your own money, which you didn't have to back in the day. It just took the one guy putting the effort in. This is how mom and pop. Go ahead.
Oh no, finish your thought.
Yeah, this is how mom and pop shops worked back in the day. This is how programming worked back in the day. A majority of the people, like the guys who worked on Ultima, the guys who worked on the ZX Spectrum stuff, and we're going to jump into video game stuff. A lot of that was just guys getting the code books you could go and fucking buy, and someone teaching you a little bit of work. Like, you remember back in the day, ZX Spectrum, like, that's the one thing.
Coders.
Yeah. Like, there's 5-year-olds making video games. Now, sure, they weren't getting lots of money, but you could have a great...
but like you could, I assume, like, if you know something about, like, ZX Spectrum, you've probably seen, like, documentaries by Kim Justice or people like that, right?
Oh, I love
Kim Justice.
I always say that video games are the canary in the coal mine.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Kim Possible. That's a television show. You don't need to worry about that, Elle. Well, yeah, like it really. That's what I love about just. If we can go on an aside for a bit, that's what I love about that era of gaming, like the ZX Spectrum, Commodore 64, Amstrad CPC.
Earlier, but it was almost like a medieval. It was
just the Wild West. It was just the Wild West of.
Yeah, and there was a lot of people that there was mentorships. Like they used to sell program code in ZX Spectrum. Fucking pardon my language. I gotta try not to
know
swear.
Basic programming in order to. Actually load a fucking game, honestly.
Yeah. I don't want to swear.
You need to know,
Yeah, they taught code. You can't do that now. You see that on a major way, like they used to back in the day. You don't.
Well, a lot of schools are though. A lot of schools are teaching basic C++ and stuff to kids. There's even
they're not. No, I
disagree
there. I disagree. They're teaching this hippy dippy shit more than they're teaching anything else. So I apologize, my thing on that. This is where I get annoyed by this. This isn't hard. This isn't positive. This isn't a proper thing to teach a child. They used to teach when back in the day. I gotta say, grade school, they taught you exercise, a lot of extra stuff, and the teachers would give this extra effort in. And those few teachers that put the effort in, you respect those teachers more.
Yeah.
But now, it's a lot less of that, and it's slowly disappearing, and it's getting worse in a lot of ways. This is why I say I really hate, not to sound like an old man, I know I'm the oldest man on YouTube. That isn't really an old man. But I feel like we're not seeing the same programs we used to see back in the day. We used to see amazing operations. You used to see people, they really did put the effort in to try to throw more knowledge to the children back in the day.
There's a couple of things. So, first of all, I'd say the whole kind of just teachers teaching woke shit. That's kind of a gross generalization, I would say.
Well, it's a true generalization. Remember, back in the day, you could buy a science kit. They had to ban those because too many kids were melting their eyes off. But let's say you had someone that bought you that science kit and knew how to win.
We still have science labs and shit. When I was in high school, we were working with Bunsen burners and dangerous chemicals and stuff.
Yeah, but you could get that stuff in grade school. Remember the Easy Bake? I was in between that era before they started banning all this weird crap.
You can still buy Easy Bake ovens, isn't it? Wasn't it always just sort of a UV light that cooked stuff?
Oh yeah, you could buy Easy Bake ovens, but you could get a science kit. I remember back in the day, you guys gonna hear me make my beautiful coffee.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. But no, I used to be able to get Easy Bake ovens. You actually used to get science kits like creepy crawlers, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I mean, in the 1950s, they had literal woodworking kits that they sold to children.
Actually, do you know those still existed up to 1987? Those actually still existed.
No, I did not, but I could believe that. That sounds about the time of the time that sort of thing and I think it sort of stopped being in vogue, one, because it was dangerous, to your point, but also just because I don't think kids in 1987 were as interested in making kids, I think they were interested in, they were more interested in playing outside or, playing video games. It was kind of starting to be a thing at that time.
The first electronic babysitter came about. So little Jimmy never, my friend's dad was a scientist and he bought his son all these stuff. And we were shown how to properly care, properly understand what we were doing. We were given the proper tools and the knowledge so we didn't melt our eyes off. Now, what happened around that period, parents stopped doing that. They stopped putting in the effort.
Exactly. And to your point earlier about parents should be doing the job. Well, parents aren't doing the job, so the teachers kind of
No, they're
have to
not.
because parents are doing a shit job at parenting now. Again, gross
Well,
generalization, I know.
teachers shouldn't be doing it at all, actually. I disagree with that. There's a difference between the teaching of showing a child how to properly operate. Because we're coming into a quagmire where we have like 2 generations of children that are coming up through the pipeline that can't read. Like,
true.
Can't
So,
back to
my
6th grade level.
is okay. We've established yes, ideally parents should be doing a greater job at teaching their kids. But what if they aren't doing that? Well, whether due to willful ignorance or having to work 2 or 3 jobs in order to make ends meet in some cases, which in those cases I would say don't have kids, but that's my personal philosophy.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
25.
Yeah, at your age, you would have your first, back in the 80s, which I hate.
Yeah.
Don't mind me using the 80s as a weapon.
I get
a lot of our generation would be already with their first kid. Like me, I'd be on kid number 2. I'm way older than you by a significant number.
It all kind of definitely in certain pockets of America, that's still very much the case. Like you have
I disagree. I don't believe it. I believe we're really reached a point, and I believe it's the hard work that is.
It all depends on because it is harder to kind of get ahead in this world due to just a variety of different things. I'm not going to really get into it now. But, depending on for example, if you go into the Midwest or even the South of America, like Utah, Iowa, Idaho, Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, certain parts of Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, that is definitely common. You have kind of people who will get a high school degree, maybe get a college degree, although less and less people are doing that now because it's prohibitively expensive. And was that a redeem or yeah, that was a redeem, I guess. Sorry.
It was just me.
Less and less people are getting college, admittedly, because that's getting prohibitively expensive. But, a lot of people are just kind of graduating from high school at age 18, getting kind of the bare minimum to get by, and, getting married, having kids, at a pretty young age, sometimes 18, sometimes even less so, which I always find
which is also a no-no. You don't want to have kids at a super young age.
I always found that kind of interesting how a lot of older people, they kind of had kids at a young age. It was 16 and pregnant was not an uncommon thing back even 20 years ago. And yet you have a lot of these, 40 plus people complaining about all these teen pregnancies, man, they're ruining, ultimately, a lot of older people I know, people who are, 40, 50 plus years old, they had kids when they were 16. They barely had enough to make ends meet. And,
yeah, but there
were issues with that, definitely.
Yeah, but that's
definitely during the Gen X. Sorry, let me just finish one thing.
Go ahead.
You can.
Shoot.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Shoot. Go ahead. Go for it.
Oh, sorry. Definitely, there were issues with that. Obviously, definitely, the 80s was definitely when, Gen X was growing up, and any statistics will show you the family unit was not as strong at that point. Divorce was at an all-time high. It's actually gone down since the 1980s, 1990s. And the reason for that is, partially because people are having kids later when they are, A, more prepared, and 2, kind of smarter, kind of a little bit less impulsive when it comes to finding, getting into relationships, having a spouse, getting married, having kids. They aren't doing that as late because, one, it's harder to raise kids in this world because everything is so expensive, and college was always expensive, but now it's kind of prohibitively so.
Yeah, there was a time. Okay, the rough estimate for we're gonna get back to hard work because hard work should be.
That was the original topic. We took
the value of hard work. So okay, Ellie, give us a push on that, and where you want us to go with this. What do you want to say for hard work?
Well,
it's Elle, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Just letting you know.
Hey, look, I got to speak after around 20 minutes or so. All right.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get back to you, but
yeah, I was kind of starting to feel bad for you too. Anyway, go on.
All right, so let's get back on track here. Now, when I talk about the value of hard work, I am talking about the value of hard work to the individual doing the hard work itself. What is the value of said hard work to the individual who is working hard? That is the general thrust of this topic.
Yeah, and so going back to that example of teachers, I think hard work, especially with teaching, since it is, it's not like a manual labor job. It's not like there's necessarily one way to do it right.
Uh-huh.
As opposed to, something like what I do, where there is kind of one way to do it right, and you can kind of perfect that skill, but ultimately you kind of hit hit a ceiling at some point.
Yeah.
So when
yes?
To me, working hard and working smart kind of go in tandem when you get into teaching. I can say this from my personal experience. I have subjects that I am passionate about, and I have subjects that I'm less passionate about, and definitely in high school, and that kind of stems from my high school experience. I was always into history, especially American history. Not that world history isn't interesting, but definitely American history. I focus on that more because
are you an American?
The sort of thing that affects me the most.
Are you American or are you Canadian?
I'm American. I'm American.
Yeah,
I'm from Pennsylvania. Yeah,
exactly. That totally makes sense. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I'm from Pennsylvania, but
my condolences.
Don't worry, I'm not from Philly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm from central Pennsylvania. I'm from suburbia. If you know of where Hershey, Pennsylvania is, or of Hershey, Pennsylvania, I'm about 20 minutes from that. Anyway.
Yeah. Don't dox yourself, man. I gotcha.
I'm not doxing myself. I know, 20 minutes from Hershey doesn't necessarily. That could mean anything within a 20-mile radius. Or within a 20-minute radius.
I say I'm from Canada. I'm from the land of the wind and snow. Or
Canada is a big country. Yeah, that could mean anything. That could mean that could be Quebec, or that could mean the Yukon territories where literally nobody.
Oh God,
anyway.
I'm not from Quebec, and that's a holy war if you ever say I'm from Toronto.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. I know that. I should not have opened that can of worms. I know how. I know how the rest of Canada.
I got
Quebec, and I know how they do Newfoundland as well.
I got a simple way of looking.
A lot of shit. Canadians and Newfies.
Yeah.
But,
Newfie. I got nothing against the Newfie. But
let me finish my point.
Okay.
My point is in my opinion, a hardworking and smart teacher is going to bend over backwards and try hard to make, because ultimately your job as a teacher is to make the material land. You're not doing your job if nobody's interested in. One, if nobody's interested, obviously that's going to lead to lower test scores, isn't it? And that's sort of that's sort of the unfortunate point of modern education is it's very kind of quota based, like a lot of jobs, unfortunately. It's almost like a business in that sense. But ultimately, a hardworking teacher is going to not just rattle off statistics of, the War of 1812 was fought in 1811, well, whatever. They're going to make it interesting, and it all depends on who you are, how your personality is, or how you decide to do it. Everybody has a teaching style that works for them, and as long as you aren't just, teaching literal nonsense, I'd say however you choose to teach, go ahead and do it. But ultimately, the goal is to make the material land. I was always interested in history. I was always interested in kind of English as well. I know that, I think that teaching writing skills to children is vital, especially in the workplace. I believe that teaching history is vital because if, as the saying goes, if we don't teach history, we're doomed to repeat it, right? In my case, though,
a lot of tinfoil hat people would say we're already thinking, but
well, yeah, we already are, and there's, and we're a lot of people, especially in the United States, want to kind of, they're doing things like book bannings and things like that, which are kind of apropos to that whole thing.
Yeah, okay, I got an easy way to do this. Is it worth hard work? Is there a value in hard work? It's a simple one, and it's basically okay.
Yes.
Is value in that hard? Is there value in the hard work? As for working better, smarter, not harder, that also is simple. That's also technically hard work in theory, because if you're working smarter, you're putting more productive, which means you can do technically more work. It all depends.
Yeah, exactly.
It all depends on the value of the. That's really it.
Exactly. Even in a manual labor job, working hard. It all kind of depends on what is your definition of working hard and what is your definition of working smart. It depends. It varies. There's gray in that in those concepts, I believe. Working hard could be doing your due diligence to make sure that everything is handcrafted and every single piece of iron that comes off of the machine is perfect and whatever. Working smart could be, okay, let's find some shortcuts that may lead to some flaws ultimately, but it's going to be easier to mass produce, and ultimately you get more done that way if you work smart sometime. Which in tandem means, you're working harder. You're working harder than somebody who is working less smart, I suppose.
So, Ellie, what point do you want to make there?
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I'm watching. I'm paying attention.
So,
I'm paying attention. It's just I don't. It's kind of hard with two, no offense, Orc, but two kind of just giant egos kind of monopolizing the stream. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think you have giant egos. I think you just like to talk. Anyways, it's okay.
You're a goddamn liar. You're a goddamn liar, Elle. Anyway.
No, I just think you guys like to talk. I don't think you guys have any giant egos. I'm not lying. That is very honest.
Anyway, do you have any thoughts on what we said so far?
Yeah. I don't think you guys get what I mean. Anyways, so... the value of hard work. Here's a personal anecdote. Let's get to it. Okay, so I have this friend from 10 to 15 years ago from the visual novel community. Alright? So we started learning how to draw around the same time. So the way he chose to learn how to draw is to draw something different every single day for the next decade or so. Now, the way I learned how to draw is to draw whatever I wanted to, whenever I wanted to. But I looked up tutorials online. How do I do anatomy right? How do I do coloring right? What's the best shortcut for drawing hands? What's the best shortcut for drawing hair? How do I improve the way I do my proportions? How do I improve that without putting in 7,000 hours of hard work into ingraining these skills into my system? So basically, I didn't draw as much as he did. Nowadays I look at my avatar here. I'm so cute. I can do stuff like this whenever I want. My friend, who has been drawing the same time as me, who took that very, very grindy path towards improvement, still draws what I would call scribbles nowadays. So yes.
But that's the thing. You put the effort in. Technically, okay.
I did, but
what
that
you're
wasn't
saying,
hard work. That was just me having fun.
But that was hard. Again,
It
you might
wasn't
not see
hard.
it that way.
It wasn't hard for me.
Okay.
But
His way was
hard
much
work
harder.
I'd say hard work in the case of like you were passionate about something and you fine-tuned your craft.
yeah, you fine-tuned your. There's
Yes.
a difference. That's honing one's skill. That's still you're putting the effort in. You're putting the work. You're just not putting.
Sometimes you have to work hard in order to work
not
smart
funny
later.
to
You
do,
have to
I
know
guess.
how to work smart in order to do so.
Alright, so
Yeah. You were working. You see, I don't know. See, here's where I come from this scenario.
alright.
From what you just said.
Go on.
Well,
You
Orc. Sorry, but I don't know if are you done with your point, Elle?
Nah, I have another anecdote for you guys.
Yeah. Why don't you
Go ahead.
Okay, let's let Orc go first, and
Alright.
then Elle can teach the other anecdote.
Okay. So it's just like to me, what I'm saying is that the effort you put in, you might not see it as hard work, but the difference is training is part of the hard labor. Taking the time to learn all those
I agree.
skills, to put your effort in the skill, understand that skill, improve your craft. That is like for example, when me playing Metroid, for example, or Chronos Trigger, good example.
Yes.
I'm the god of Chronos Trigger. I
Uh-huh.
put the effort. I looked up strategy. I got the thing. I learned the system to the point that now, I can do this in my sleep.
Awesome.
And yeah, and that's kind of where, but that was literally, I had to put the effort in and work to get to that point where I can, play Metroid Prime quietly and, not, in the middle of a live stream and be able to have still be able to talk. So it's that mentality that became from that. The same thing with what you did. You were working hard. And I know you don't see it that way, but that was hard working, but you're also working smart. It's like the guys who created the famous swordsmiths, Masamune and Muramasa, or those guys. I might have screwed up the names. I apologize.
That's correct.
Yeah, that tempering, that skill, that smithing that came from their art.
Uh-huh.
It took both training and effort. It took both. You did both technically.
Well, yes, of course.
That's what I'm.
Well, yes, of course. You have to put in the hours in order to hone the skill. I agree with
And
that.
ultimately, like I can kind of summarize in a simple idea. You get what you put in.
Mm-hmm.
You get what you put in. If you
So,
like,
The point
for example,
is... Yeah, go ahead.
let me say, like, I'll give my anecdote just because it's kind of relevant to the immediate. Like, for example, when I stream,
Uh-huh.
I put in the effort that I realistically seek to get out. I don't put in the effort that I do and wonder why I don't suddenly have 1 million subscribers. I know why I don't have 1 million subscribers is because I suck as compared to a lot of other people.
Or the algorithm didn't favor you.
Or the algorithm didn't favor me because I don't do, like, you know, certain tricks. I don't have, like, you know, studio quality microphones. I don't have, you know,
I got something.
I don't have, like, this, that,
I got something.
have, like, a very transcendent personality and things like that.
I got something else.
Or-
LDP, wait.
But I put in, I get what I put in.
Wait.
Essentially.
Wait,
like, I have 500 subscribers, I have a loyal community, and that's all I really care about.
Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry, Elle. Go on.
See, it's because you don't put in the hard work to make several live sports streams of video games playing themselves all at once, so you get to 8K.
Good point.
So you get to
Good point.
8K without much effort.
I mean, it worked for GMC. Look how many subscribers he had at one point and then lost.
Okay, continue.
And that's really all I have to say, really, is just kind of like, you get what you put in. You get what you put in. If I wanted to, I probably could, like, you know, I could stream every night. I could, you know, I could get better at game. Okay, no, I can't. But
Blind Warriors Ben is
perfectly timed redeem.
Blind Warriors Ben is more blind than you.
Well, I don't know then. He probably has. Maybe he needs to be like my new sensei. Whoever this Unwarrior Ben is, he can be my new sensei.
Well, it also helps if you're an attractive woman. That almost guarantees.
Yeah,
that also guarantees.
Yeah, that's true. I don't have the ability to flash my tits on stream, unfortunately.
Yeah. You gotta be that pretty lady. The pretty lady.
Yeah, that's true. I gotta have men simp for me.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Elle is a 13-year-old anime girl. Look how many more subscribers she has.
Ta-da.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you win. That's how you win. That's how you
play the game. That's how you play the game.
Yeah, I joke, but there is some truth to that the algorithm
there is, yeah.
that plays to that nepotism. But we're getting off topic. I'd love to talk about that because that in its own right.
Yeah, I could VTube as a hot girl. I already have the model.
No, it's not even that.
Why don't you change that model, Elle? That way we can have a massive boost in growth.
But no, it's
anyway.
kind of funny.
Well, growth in multiple ways. I'm sorry. Go on.
It's just kind of funny, like that always kind of floors me that the algorithm literally plays off male aspect, and a VTuber will get more views because of the fact
I got the views
that it's yeah, not even if it's Japanese, like some of the most. Like, I laugh at some of the VTubers. There are some very woke and aggressive VTubers out there, and they say some pretty wild and crazy stuff.
I 100% believe that. Like, VTubing is kind of like a younger person thing. It's kind of like a relatively new thing, so I imagine there's like a lot of like radical.
But a lot of the women cosplayers. But that's the thing. The YouTube's legit actually plays to that algorithm. They actually throw that value in, and it's kind of funny that they do that. And then they're like, "Well, no, we're not catering to anything sexual, guys. We swear." It's like, yeah, you're full of shit. Yeah. So I've now unfortunately now shadow banned everyone who listened to me here. Sorry.
Yeah, well. Perfectly timed for game. Anyway. No, like the crux is like you get what you put in. I could do all of that, but I choose not to because it's just not. I don't feel like putting it. I don't feel like, you know, taking that kind of a risk because it's always kind of a gamble whether it pays off or not.
Well, here's the question I got to ask both of you guys: Is money does money equivalent hard work? Now, what I mean by that...
No, I'm sorry, repeat that.
No, okay, like I'll explain it. Money, okay, for example, some people say you got to put in.
Actually,
You know,
Orc. Let's let him talk because we Elle had like a point and we kind of let's go.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead.
All right.
He had a point.
So here's the other anecdote. See this VTuber model I'm using?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the first version of it that I made in 1 week. And that was not hard work for me. No. See,
you were just inexperienced.
No, it
or
was
less
not.
experienced.
Actually, making one VTuber model in a week is an achievement. Anyways, that's because I had no idea what to do when I first made this. So, why I made a VTuber model is because I have this friend. Yeah, I have this friend who wanted to become a VTuber. So, this friend of mine spent like $500 on, what's that? Fiverr, yeah, on Fiverr. Finding the best VTuber riggers, and the best the best artists who could make the model. All right, spent $500 to get this done. So to get the VTuber model done. So I was like, watch me spend absolutely nothing and have my own VTuber model in like a week. And so I did.
That's determination. That's drive.
Yes, and that's also me being lazy in order to get it done. Like, if you look at my VTuber model.
No, I disagree with that. I would say that's the opposite of being lazy.
I think that's I kind of agree with what he just said. I believe that's complete opposite. You put the effort in. You just weren't.
Yeah, you could have just paid someone else to do. Like for me, like I don't know, my ass from my elbows when it comes to like anything creative or artsy or whatever. I just have Elle do it, and it turns out pretty well. If I give Elle like some basic instructions, and then I just sort of be like, okay, here are your basic instructions. Ultimately, you're the artist. If you have any creative thoughts in mind, put those in. I kind of let you, sort of breathe a little bit. And ultimately, I think it turns out pretty well. Pretty much all of the time. I can't really think of a time where... Yeah. But I think that ultimately, like I could just do it myself. That's, harder work. But I got someone who's going to do it for me and do it for me for free, which I really, really appreciate. Like, I've often, like, Elle, like, are you sure you don't want me to pay you? Because you're putting in the work for my benefit, and he always refuses it, because he's, just a gentleman that way, I guess.
No, it's just not very hard for me. And we're friends. He's all good.
Fair enough. You're putting in more work than I am, so, I mean...
You might think so, but, well, what my point was, if you take apart my initial VTuber model, you'd see that, if you were a rigger, you'd see that, it was very, very lazily done. So I did just enough to get by, just to make sure that...
Yeah, but you still had to learn the skill.
Yes.
Mm-hmm, yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say lazy is the right word, just inexperienced.
No, I did it on purpose. I didn't do it the way... Okay. See, I didn't do it the way they said you should do it in the tutorials that I looked up. There were several tutorials, and in these tutorials, there were like more complicated ways of rigging the eyes, rigging the hair, rigging the body, for example. But no, I didn't do that. I just took what I saw there, okay? I just took, oh, you deform this, you do that. I just learned how they do it, and then I did it my own way. Work smart. And it worked.
Yeah,
but that's working hard too, because technically you could have just easily bought someone to give you the rigging.
No, I couldn't. I don't have the money. I don't have $500.
You could have still, saved up.
Only
put the money
exist. You could have
if I saved
the money somehow.
But if I saved up, it would take longer. I wanted my model right away. That's all.
Yes, which means you had to put the effort in and work hard.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Well, if you guys want to...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, let me, like, to Elle's point, Elle could work harder. I don't mean this as offense because this is a stylistic choice, I understand. You have a very minimalistic, kind of simplistic art style to you. Like, you don't do, like, you don't have, like...
Oh, I can. Whatever art style you're thinking of, I can do that.
Yeah, but
I'm sure you can. But, like, I'm sure you can, you just choose not to.
Yep.
Like, you have, you don't use, you don't use, shadowing, you don't have, dimension in your work. It's a pretty...
Oh, it's just for this...
Again, no offense.
It's just for this model.
No offense, pretty basic 2D model.
It's just for this model.
Fine. That's your style.
Yep.
And ultimately, again, it comes back to you get what you put in. If you had, done, a more complex model with, shadowing and...
No, it wouldn't be that...
and things like that, maybe it would have looked better, but
no,
you get what you put in.
Nope, it wouldn't. See, this is a stylistic choice, and...
It is a stylistic choice, and you think that looks good, and
yes.
And I think that it looks good.
Yeah. So if I did more shadows and stuff, it wouldn't actually take any more effort than just adding in 1 or 2 more new layers to it. But I didn't want to do it. I wanted her to look this way.
But that's again part of the style. But that's what made it. You're put the effort in the first place. That's what I'm saying. Just because you decided not to put more in, you're not putting you're still putting that effort there because the effort's there. You're still using you could have dropped it and done something else completely different and not bother.
Yeah, you could, and ultimately in your case, you're not making any money from this channel. You're not making. Well, I guess you might be making money off of art to some degree. I don't know. I don't know if you monetize your art in any way.
I take some commissions whenever someone asks me to.
Okay. But ultimately, it's. Are you having fun? Are you having fun streaming? Are you having fun? Doing art? Are you having fun writing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. Good example of this is for example, me. Okay, what I would here's the thing: is hard work fun?
Is hard work
going to be my
fun?
next question.
Well,
yes,
it depends.
Well, you see, by its let's see, by its very wording, by the very diction you use, hard work. Then it's not fun. It's hard.
Well, okay, here's where I would disagree. I remember when I was doing manual labor for a construction company, I had a blast. I every day was exciting to me whenever they got that phone call. When I got that phone call, hey, we need you to kick down a wall. Get the dozer to kick down the wall. And the dozer kicked down the wall, they used to call me fucking dozer as a joke because, I'd walk up and just fucking boot the wall down. I had a blast. I was like, it was fun.
Exactly. And for me, yeah, exactly. And for me, I don't know if I would necessarily find that as fun as you did. It all depends on...
Demoing is a blast. Just watch out for glass.
Yeah, well, that's true. Admittedly, your job does sound pretty exciting. Well, it sounds like it could be exciting. It also seems like it could be kind of tedious at points, but
yeah.
But
it was when I did it back in the day. But that was the thing that excited me.
You gotta get cut through a lot of red tape is what I would imagine sometimes.
Well, for all the other guys. It was, but for someone like that, and this is why I think Ellie, I think you were having fun doing it, so you don't consider it hard work when you started your...
Exactly.
And that's why I think, even though what everything you're saying sounds like the definitions of hard work. You put the effort in.
No, it's not.
And what? Well, okay. Like, to Orc's point, like, it all depends. Like, some people, a lot of people hate their jobs. True. And they just do it to make ends meet, to, pay the rent on time, to put food on the table, to do whatever. There are people who genuinely love their job, and I honestly don't really, I honestly can't really comprehend those people, because to me, like, whenever I start getting money for something, and it starts becoming work, I immediately get sick of it, but that's just my personality. I'm very spontaneous in that sense. Not everybody is. But ultimately, I would say, like, hard work doesn't have to be hard work if that's your, I'm going back to streaming, I put in the effort that I put in. Is it the most amount of effort I could put in to doing streaming? No. But it's more effort than if I didn't do it at all.
Alright.
So, ultimately, like, could what I do be considered hard work to someone? Yeah, somebody who's not doing it at all. But it's what I'm doing could be pretty lazy for somebody like, Jenna Marbles or whatever. I don't even know who Jenna Marbles is. I just know she's like a big streamer. Somebody like that who, has professional quality equipment, flashes her tits, does a whole bunch of different things to warrant the higher view count and subscription base.
Sexuality hard work, but that all depends on, logic on.
I mean, I would disagree. I mean, I not to incriminate myself too much, but I've met a couple of models, and yeah, what they do is hard work. It definitely, like, you're running a business. You're running your own business, essentially.
I don't know. That's why there was a majority of OnlyFans. Like, that's why the number quadrupled during certain key moments, and that was because of the ease of OnlyFans. And
yeah, but you still have to put effort into doing it, and even OnlyFans is a vital job because, I mean, look, we're all human beings, and we all have certain urges, right? Like we can't deny that. Like, I mean, yeah, there are asexual people, but even asexual people.
Let's get back to hard work. Let's get back to hard work. I don't think this is a good. I don't want to get
okay. Well, I am getting to hard work, and I am getting to why jobs are vital. Why all jobs are vital is because, like, people have those urges, and it is a vital job because if they didn't do it, someone else would have to, and ultimately that job of sex worker is vital in that sense. Somebody has to do it.
Well, that's existed forever. They're called strip jobs.
Well, true, and it's modernized. You're honestly paying more money in a sense, but
you are actually, it is actually
because of, like, how much some of these men simp for these women. But I digress. My point is like, whether you're a sex worker, whether you're a stripper, whether you're an artist or an actor or a politician or a garbage man, every job is vital. Every job is vital. Every job benefits somebody else.
Oh yes.
You can be like, you can be hedonistic. You can be hedonistic and be like, oh, I don't care about pleasing anybody else. I don't care about, things like that. But I care about myself, which is kind of the mentality that Elle has.
Yeah, unless you work at Sweet Baby, then your job isn't vital at all. Get the fuck out of gaming.
You work at.
Sorry. Who? Oh, I was making a Sweet Baby reference.
I don't know who that is, but I'll.
Oh, don't worry about it. That was a bad joke. I don't want to get into that.
Okay, I'm not old enough to know who Sweet Baby is.
No.
You'll
It's
tell me
nothing
when
you're
I'm
not
older
old
and more
enough.
mature.
It's just, you'd understand it's Gamergate stuff, and I don't want to go too far into it because again, I can get
Okay,
people.
Daddy.
Gamergate. That was a mess. That was a goddamn mess. Anyway,
I loved Gamergate. That was hysterical.
that was like I honestly like it accomplished nothing because I don't even know if people were entirely on board on what it was supposed to accomplish. Anyway.
I don't even know what the hell it was trying to accomplish. That's kind of my thing on
like
that one.
10 years later, we can look back and be like, what the hell even was this?
Yeah.
But anyway, my point is like, every job, I believe, is vital. Every job benefits someone. And yeah, you can be hedonistic and be like, oh, I don't care about doing things for other people. I care about myself. Right. But, if those people who are if nobody collected, I don't know if they do this in the Philippines, if they have government people come and collect your garbage for you every week or whatever, like here.
It's daily.
Or daily, wow, that's a lot. But we just have it like every Tuesday morning, whatever. But that person is vital because otherwise, what would happen? It would just your entire house, the entire property would just be trash. It would be litter, essentially. So somebody has to do the job.
Can I say something? Maybe this is a simple matter of, what's that called now? I'm trying to remember how it's referred to. A regional environment.
Difference.
Cultural difference. Yeah, I think this is a cultural difference to a lot of stuff. Where I think some people would say what Ellie does is hard work. I am of the camp that what she did was hard work. But at the same time, I look at that and I see that where she comes from, it's like, well, I just did it because I did it. I don't see it that way.
Yeah, and ultimately, that's sort of what I've been saying too, is hard work is what you say it is. Mm-hmm. Hard work, my philosophy is this, and this is kind of the philosophy of a lot of how sort of the workforce operates in the United States and in most of North America.
Unfortunately.
So Canada as well, I believe. There's I've seen employee training videos, and they have a difference between a good employee and a great employee. A good employee in the United States does exactly what their job description entails. Your job description entails, coming to my house, collecting my garbage, loading it into the truck, driving it to the landfill, and then dumping it in the landfill. That's your job description. A great employee would go beyond that. They would... I guess I don't really know how you would solve in that particular task, but you get my point.
I can't remember that Garbage Man song that just popped into my head from Simpsons. It just I can't remember the lyrics. The Garbage Man can.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, where Homer ran from here. That was a good episode.
Great episode, yeah.
Yeah, Simpsons is great. Anyway, my point is there's a good employee and a great employee, and ultimately it comes down to, are you willing to go above and beyond what you're assigned to? And definitely in the creative world, that's almost kind of hard. That's kind of hard to avoid. What's the question?
So, great employee and good employee, is that it? Was that what you were talking about? Right?
Yes.
What's the difference? What's the value in being a great employee? What is the value to the great employee?
Money.
Ultimately the value. Well, the value is twofold. One, if you're hedonistic, obviously everyone
Yes.
Unless you want to just live off of the system, which is actually harder to do than a lot of people will, try to claim in the media. You can't exactly just live off the system in America.
Yeah. Don't believe Gondor's lies when it comes to that. I've been on and off the system here and there, and
Why Gondor though? He's Ondor.
Who's that?
It's a joke from an old meme back in the day.
Alright.
Okay.
He's Ondor.
But my point is like, unless you just choose to live off the system, you have to have a job in order to make ends meet.
Uh-huh.
Even if you do live off the system isn't always going to.
Well, here's the thing.
And if it does, it's basically nothing.
Well,
but if you have a job, hold on. Let me. You asked the question and I'm answering.
All right.
So the inherent value, the point, as you say, is it's twofold. One, you're doing a job. If you work harder, it's more fulfilling hedonistically. At least I believe so. But it also benefits people more because you're going above and beyond what you're supposed to do. And as a result, it benefits society more. So it's twofold. It's hedonistic in the sense that, am I using that word right? Hedonistic?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I've been using that word so many times.
He's all right.
It's self-serving.
Yeah, just go, man. We're okay.
Yeah, it's self-serving in the sense that you feel more fulfilled. Like nobody likes to be. The way that you feel like less of a quote-unquote pawn doing the job is you try to step beyond that, do more, that go above and beyond what you're doing. It helps you feel more fulfilled and less like a pawn. The other side of that is that it benefits society more. And ultimately, sometimes, people will notice your hard work and you'll have a higher paying job. That's not guaranteed, as we can all agree. But it is a possibility, and that is a potential benefit of that. But the guaranteed benefit is that you feel more accomplished doing something that you otherwise might not enjoy doing, and probably still don't enjoy doing. I don't enjoy doing my job, but I enjoy the fact that I am contributing to something, and I'm doing what I do pretty damn well. So that's the answer to your question.
What if you don't,
Do we need...
Okay, so what if you don't actually feel any fulfillment from, going above and beyond, what your work entails?
Then Indeed is free.
That's what hobbies are for?
Yeah. That's what hobbies are for, and also, Indeed is a thing. Like, Indeed, or, I'm sure you have, like, websites where you can, apply for jobs, or you can, apply for jobs, call a number in the classified section in a newspaper if you're, that kind of dinosaur.
No.
You can, like, literally, like, sign a thing on a bulletin board to apply for a job.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Like, if you don't like your job, it's free to apply to other jobs.
No! That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, what if you don't want to go above and beyond the call of duty, so to speak? Alright? What if you don't want to put in more effort? What if you just want to put in the bare minimum amount of effort? You still get to keep your job.
I don't think anybody actually wants to do that.
Yes.
And I don't think anybody actually wants to do that, and here's why. And ultimately, well, okay. I guess ultimately, I have to take that back slightly, because there are people who do put in a bare minimum amount of effort, but it's because they're treated like shit. It does kind of, like, have the, some people aren't as, don't feel as rewarded by hard work as maybe I do. And some people need, like, a physical reward, like, like a bonus or something like that at the end of the day.
That's just being
or
pragmatic.
some sort of recognition of your hard work. I get that, but I
You
would
gotta
say that
incentivize it.
you gotta
Go on.
incentivize it to some degree, yeah. But I guess in that sense, like, I can kind of concede, like, hard work is only the only value that comes to you is the value that you see.
Uh-huh.
So if you have an overall negative value, you know, like, again, it's sort of like you get what you put in. If you have an overall negative view of your job or what you do, then yeah, you're not going to feel fulfilled by work. However, you know, if you do value hard work, then you do get that sort of instant gratification when you've done a good job at the end of the day. I come home, I'm exhausted. You've heard it in my streams.
Yes.
You know, I bust my ass doing my job. And, you know, I feel tired. Sometimes I feel sore because I have a manual labor job. But at the end of the day, I feel fulfilled because if I didn't do it, someone else would have to. And they might not do as good of a job as me. So...
I mean, if I worked in...
There's, yeah.
Okay, if I worked
Like,
in...
I've seen, I in my job, I haven't worked very long, but I've definitely seen my fair share of shitty employees, mostly temps.
So if I did work in manual labor, I would have the complete opposite mindset as you. To be
Yeah,
honest.
and ultimately that kind of comes down to, like, what,
Okay.
that kind of comes down to you personally.
Yeah, and you can't not do manual labor and not do hard work. It's not how that works. Unfortunately,
Yeah, well,
like
you can take shortcuts
like,
and you can do you can take shortcuts and you can do a shitty job.
No, well, a shitty job doesn't necessarily guarantee a good job, which means you don't get that work the next week or the next week after that. You have to do the real labor, or you're not getting fucking hired next time you do that job. That's how it's always kind of for hard labor. Like a plumber.
In theory, in practice, I've definitely seen a lot of people skate by on the bare minimum.
Oh, you can, but it eventually, like I said, that plumber's not going to get called in every freaking time, you know, every single time, especially if you're a mom and pop plumber. If you aren't putting it in. Like, a good example of this is, I got a buddy of mine who's a flagger. I don't know if you know what a flagger is. That's
like on a road?
Yeah, on the road.
Direct traffic.
He says on multiple occasions, I would love it if I could just sit there and not think and drift off into daydreams, but that's how you get run over by a fucking car. Pardon my language. That's how you die. Like, he's even said to me on multiple occasions, like, you will die if you don't have his head in your swivel, because all it takes is someone getting really mad and blowing past blowing past one of the guard lines, and you're dead.
Okay.
And
well, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily like getting by on the bare minimum. I think that's just kind of being fucking stupid. But
well, no, but that's the thing. If he was getting by on the bare minimum, you know, he ain't around next week because, you know, car go boom boom and run right into him.
Yeah. So, Elle, what do you have to say?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. What were you guys talking about? I got lost there.
We were talking
about manual labor being considered like hard work, and that you can do the bare minimum. And when it comes to certain manual labor, but real hard manual labor, you can't. It doesn't work that way. You'll have to.
I agree.
Yeah.
But in the first place, why would you be in manual labor?
Money.
Because I'm blind and nobody else will hire me.
But
no, you make a lot of money doing some manual labor. Like manual labor, like you wonder why a lot of immigrants. Yeah, even like, you know, I got a buddy of mine who works as a tree planter, and he makes the joke that, yeah, sure, it's only like 75 cents a tree as you're planting a tree, but like 75 cents every tree for an hour. If you do the job right and you put the effort in, you're making a lot of money.
I see, I see.
while you're doing that.
Well,
But-
definitely
but-
a commission based. Yeah, definitely if it's commission based, then quite literally hard work pays
buddy of
off.
mine did that. Yeah, a buddy of mine did that until he was in his 50s and he retired. And he said to himself, he used to see a lot of people from all like Canada, but now he sees the majority of immigrants come in. And he laughs and he says, you know, like, you don't know how many people like could be making some real money, but they do not want to do the job. And it's like good money.
Mm-hmm. True. Like, you know, I don't know if you have this kind of like mentality, because I can't imagine there are many like Mexican immigrants coming in from Mexico to the United States up through Canada.
A little kept secret. I'm gonna get in trouble. Hopefully, don't kill me, farmers of Canada. They actually do on many occasions during heavy harvest seasons when they got a big harvest. What they'll do is they'll ship them. Yeah, they'll ship them in.
That's true. Like,
they'll ship them in. And they don't give them visas, by the way. And a lot of these are government run. This is real. Yeah. You can find out about this. They'll ship these people in from other countries, mainly immigration. They'll come here, work for 25 cents, like some silly low wage. But what they do is they pay for food, housing, shelter, all anemones. And then when that's done, they kick them back to the United States, and then they have no work until next summer. This is
definitely like the whole like visa thing. Ultimately, I think that kind of is a net positive in the long run, because the thing that happens with a lot of U.S. workers is they will give these undocumented illegal immigrants, they will give them work visas, and then they will use that as leverage against them. Like, if you do a shitty job, we can just deport you back to Mexico. We have that power over you.
Well, this has been going on forever. Like it
has, and it, you know, I don't agree with that.
That's American secret, you know, that a lot of countries have been doing for a very long time. Yes. And in some ways, it allows people that don't normally do the labor. We don't want to go out there and do that, so you know we're going to get them to do it. And like, it's not. But like, even I've said to a couple friends of mine,
I think there are technically laws. I think there are technically laws against it, but you know, people skirt around those laws all the time.
Oh, it's pretty bad. I don't want to get too deep into it, because then we're getting into some really, like, there's some real disgusting stuff happening in a lot. They're all over the world. This isn't new.
Yeah,
like,
this isn't a U.S. and Canada thing. Yeah, but it's definitely definitely if it's happening in my backyard, I'm going to report on it.
Yeah. Like, look at the good example of lithium. You know, I make the joke about the lithium. Yeah, in Africa and stuff, the lithium batteries and all the stuff for your cell phones and stuff. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't want to know that that's being done by children. It's children getting black. Yeah, I know. It's children getting black lung and damn near almost dying. And it's like, oh, well, you know, and then they kind of ignore it and get their iPhone. This is why I get pissed off with Apple, like the Apple company, because they're truly hiding everything.
Everyone does that though. Like Apple and Apple and Google and Samsung, they all get their supplies from the same company, Foxconn. In fact, actually, I think Apple might. Well, to be fair, Apple I don't even think uses Foxconn anymore. I think they now make their own in-house processors, which probably have their own.
No. They still get the hard resources from places in Africa. Again, and these things
exactly.
You can do this safely. And in a situation like that, I don't believe in.
But it's more expensive that way, and companies don't want to fit the bill.
Yeah, they don't want to flip the bill, and you got environmental programs that exist. That there are several environmental programs, like, because there are lithium places out there. Like, there's plutonium all over Canada. Canada has a large portion of plutonium. Sorry, I keep wanting to say petroleum.
Plutonium.
Well, they have too, but we have a large portion of radioactive materials in our country, and a lot of people don't understand that that should be looked into, and we could properly do resources of it, but unfortunately, we don't. And
Well, I mean,
it's
like nuclear energy has like its own fair share of issues as well.
it's not
I mean,
even like the thing is, it could be used for other sources. Like there are other things that just but the products have always existed, and America
that gets into a whole other can of worms. But like, it definitely, yeah, like, well, they a lot of these big companies, obviously, they source from places like China, like, African countries that have more lax labor laws that don't require companies to pay, anything, and if they do, it's like the equivalent of 25 cents an hour. And children and things like that.
I don't think it was the Philippines. There was I can't remember who was doing the garbage stuff. It floored me. I remember being floored by it. Was it Cambodia? I can't remember. It was. It just made me laugh that a lot of American garbage and a lot of this extra stuff was being basically flown to an Asian country to.
Oh yeah, there's a garbage island somewhere out in the in one of the oceans.
No, it wasn't Garbage Island. Garbage Island is a slowly growing peninsula that's slowly growing because of a vortex that's up near somewhere near the sea of Japan or something. It's a basically slowly growing and getting bigger. But
we dump our garbage in the middle of the ocean because we got literally nowhere else to put that shit.
Yeah, America was shipping large portions of product like garbage to this country, and they were quote unquote recycling it, and Canada was doing it too, and then Canada got in trouble because it's like, well, Canada, aren't you not supposed to do this? You're supposed to have this green stuff. And it's like, I was like, well, we don't do that. And so I see
yeah, they kind of like the world's kind of held like Canada to a higher standard because like, they're kind of seen as like Canada. We have like a very love-hate relationship with Canada. We kind of hate them because we're massively envious of them.
Yeah. So, Ellie, what's your thoughts on manual labor as a whole? Like,
I think. Well, okay.
Could you do it? I see the picture of the butt. That's why I'm like, oh.
Manual labor, huh? Well, here's the thing with, here's my thoughts on manual labor. Here in the Philippines, manual labor is valued the lowest. So why would you do something like that when you could just be developing the skills required in order to not do manual labor? And another thing.
Well,
so I guess your main
point.
Can I speak? Thank you. Anyways. Halo, Happy Dinosaur 8000. So anyways, so what you're saying basically is the value of manual labor is monetary. Okay, I agree. There you go.
The value of manual labor is
monetary.
Manual labor is what you make it, but ultimately it's vital because somebody needs to do the job.
I thought it was vital because for the individual, from a pragmatic perspective, it's vital because it results in more money. Because manual labor is valued highly, apparently where you guys are from. Is that not your
really?
Point? Oh, I thought that was your point.
Well, okay. At least from my perspective, it's manual labor has always been. It's not that it's valued. It's not valued at all, actually. It's just that we're getting to a point now where manual labor up here is not given the same it's needed, but you got too many people studying to be computer programs and all these other inflated
it's a job
that's happening. The same thing that you guys are kind of going into. We did that, and now we're like, well, we don't have the labor force now, and the labor force is off, and it's getting really old. At least up here in Canada, you don't have the same. You don't have the same plumbers doing the same plumbing job anymore. You have just one plumbing group, which creates the same problem most people have, where it's like, well, we're not going to do the job. Go fuck yourself. You know, like we'll do the job how we feel like it, and then you don't get the proper services you need.
Yeah, mid-tier actually says it perfectly. The view kind of in the United States of manual labor is that it's kind of work done by the uneducated who really don't have any other options. And to that point, I can definitely say there's tiers of manual labor. Like Orc and I kind of, I don't know if you still do construction or what, but
No. My back gave out years ago when I've had back issues for a bad car accident.
Well,
Oh no.
we did the same thing, but Orc definitely did a more demanding and stressful job than I did, and was paid accordingly, I believe.
No, I was paid very little, but the difference was I was a 16-year-old nothing with no skills, education, and value, and they hired me on. This is back in the day where you could get a job at 16 and make $3,000 and be like, wow, I'm 16, made $3,000.
Oh no, that's true of today. I got my first job at 12, and I don't even know if I made $3,000, but I mean, I didn't have, I didn't have bills to pay. I was just spending all that money on video games and like stupid shit.
Yeah, well, I did the same thing. Well, mine was more of a carnal nature. Gotta get to that.
Anyway.
Yeah,
but,
leave that alone.
Yeah, like
girlfriends are expensive.
Like your point, like so few people. Yeah, like to your point, like so few people want to do these manual labor jobs that companies are kind of forced to increase their wages and actually make those jobs somewhat appealing to the layman. Because even like people don't have a college education. You got like jobs on the internet now that probably they aren't as I would argue they aren't as viable long term, especially like when you're doing something commission based, you never know when you're going to get your next paycheck or how much it's going to be. Well, I guess you know how much it's going to be, but you never know exactly. You can never 100% guarantee that you're going to be able to live a certain lifestyle or even put food on the table if you just go entirely off of commission based work.
Well, that's
but
why
a lot of people are just like, okay, I'm willing to take that risk because I don't want to be working at Burger King, or I don't want to be, working construction.
On that note, that is true of many professions as well. Doctor, lawyer, yeah, that's
true.
kind of commission-based professional work.
Yeah, I do commission-based stuff now, and yeah, there are days where you're looking at stuff going, I'm an odd job worker now, and there are days I'm like, yeah.
Exactly. Like, you don't know if you're going to be able to make ends meet sometime. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, it also kind of depends on like how much of a nest egg you have, going in, and if you have like a little bit of money, like if you don't make enough in a particular month, can you dip into savings? Do you have that ability? Blah blah blah.
Yeah, and it doesn't. No guarantees. Like I said, odd job working is I do a lot of setting people up with simple computers and simple devices, and getting them set up with key things and programming stuff and hooking up their TVs to key devices like Rucos and other fun little toys that people will buy on occasion. Okay. And that's kind of my odd job work now. I'm basically a very cheap version of Geek Squad. And then some odd end stuff, like I used to do some stuff for elderly people, and that's my that was my bread and butter for quite a long time. And the thing is I've lived that commission work. This is why I really do feel for programmers, because I know a lot of programmers, their job is legitimately pure commissional. And it's such a fuck you if you think about it in a lot of ways. Like,
yeah, there's a lot of issues with how
Yeah.
developers are treated, and like if a game
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah, yeah.
meet some unrealistic sales number, then you just aren't going to get paid.
Yeah, you won't get paid, and then you got to go look for another job because they lay you off. And like this is all like this is why I say video games are the canary in the coal mine for a lot of people. So a lot of people are like, what do you mean by that? I'm like, well, look at what video game companies are doing right now. Look at what a lot of groups are doing. And I apologize for going back to the video game stuff. Okay, unless you guys want to talk about the awfulness that is the video game market as is now.
Yeah, just become Jim Sterling.
It's bad. It really is. It really is the canary in the coal mine for a lot of people, and a lot of people really got to wake up about that because the way video game companies are acting now, and the more aggressive it gets, really bad as a whole. Like it's nightmare for a lot of people, and a lot of people really just don't seem to either know and or care. And like for those who don't understand like what's going on in the piracy law and stuff, like have you heard of the game called The Crew?
The Crew? No.
No, they're going to be shutting this down very shortly, and it's going to be a complete shutdown. You're not going to be able to play this game at all. You're not going to be able to run this game, even though this game has a hard copy that you can technically you can own. You are not going to be able to play it because it relies on a
I heard about this controversy. I just didn't know the catalyst behind it. Yeah.
And, well, it's one of many controversies. Like, online games are a good example of this for...
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like MMOs especially, like,
Yeah. And what's happening is, what a lot of people didn't understand, since 1997, a lot of people in North America have no video game rights. We have no rights to our product. And that they can say at any time, this isn't yours anymore.
Yep.
Go fuck yourself. They can close down servers and you'll never be able to get them. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can make like certain fan servers sometimes. Like there's still ongoing fan servers for Phantasy Star Online on Dreamcast. There's what is it? Reconnect 24 for Mario Kart Wii.
That's because they're allowed to reverse engineer that stuff. You weren't, you're not given that right. And technically, do you know that's illegal? Like American law, any mod that you put on a video game is now is under their laws and under the rules. You've now broken the law.
I don't know if modding games is illegal, but definitely certain companies frown upon it.
Yeah. You're adding a third party thing, and it's actually it's pretty bad. Yeah, I do keep mentioning Mid-Tier Guard. I got to keep sounding the clarion call because a lot of people don't understand how programmers are treated in the video game market and how a lot of this stuff is acting and a lot of these gaming stuff. That's the next step up. Like, I know I'm a tinfoil hat guy. I don't deny it. But, like, this stuff is really, really sus.
Well, no, I don't think you're tinfoil. I mean, you're telling the truth. It's just, like, blatant what the facts are.
Yeah, but it's blatant. It shouldn't be blatant. That's the thing. Like, a lot of people should be like freaking out, going, "Oh my God, this is happening. Yeah. This is actually like, like what's stopping stuff like Netflix basically saying, okay, you don't own pay us an extra $10 so you can have more rental, and this is why like
and I mean like obviously like I don't I definitely like I factor that in like when if it's like a cloud edition of a game, something like that, like Kingdom Hearts Cloud Edition, I'm not gonna buy that, even though like it's on Switch and it might be more convenient. I'm not gonna buy that because I might not have it at some point, and
but they're trying to and this is the reason I think a lot of stuff is going into this modding community. But where Ellie is, she's got lucky there. She gets her game. She gets to play the pirate because she's in a part of the world that is kind of like, oh, you want us to do stuff? Haha, immolations, asshole. Go fuck yourself. And they really don't have their. Wild West to that, and that's kind of the.
I mean,
freedom
like
of
I emulate too, and you know, is it
No, but
is
technically,
it legal? Gray area, but
well, yeah, but where she's at, they don't care. Like that's the benefit.
yeah, they don't
of,
care here either.
No, they do. They really, really technically do, and they want to make it so that you can't at all.
Good luck enforcing that.
Where me and you are, they're trying their damnedest to play that game.
Good luck enforcing that. Good luck enforcing that.
Well, that's they've been trying to enforce that for years, and I think that the idea is to isolate it all down and destroy it all, like to basically burn it. And like where she's at, that's the benefit of that. I would rather right now, when it comes to like marketplace, like Allie can technically go out and buy a 601 games emulator hard copy disc. We can't
I can
do that here.
too. I can. Well, yeah, I can do that too. I can get it from AliExpress.
Yeah. Okay. Ellie. Okay. Well, what do you got? What do you got to say to this? I saw that as a proof.
Huh? Oh.
Well, I'm just saying that your market's freer than ours.
Oh, definitely.
That's the point.
Oh yeah. I can agree to that. But like, yeah, I can agree to that. Like, definitely.
Because no one's gonna
really, in a sense, I think that makes it more capitalistic. I think that
I really do too.
A lot of these like things that people blame, you know, capitalism for, like strict copyright laws and strict patenting laws and things like that. That's actually more socialist. That's government.
Ellie, what were you gonna say?
Huh? Nothing.
Oh, I thought you were saying so. Oh, okay. No, it's that's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to put the point across. Is that where you're at? Like no one's gonna be angry at you because you have a game from you went and bought a little micro SD card with 1,000 video games on it, and you're playing it on a micro console.
Yep.
No one's gonna get upset about that. Up here, they're trying to make it so that isn't a thing.
All right.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to.
Right. I don't have any opinion on that. Anyways. So, to get back on point, guys. Right. Look at these two images I put up here. Left and right ones. Okay, which one do you think took more effort to make?
Probably the one on the right.
The one on the right.
One on the left.
Yeah, if
One
an
on the
artist...
left.
The one on the left?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's probably the actual answer, but like most people would say the one on the right.
Most people would say the one on the right. Correct. Right. So here's the thing. The one on the right is AI art. The one on the left, the one on the left is...
That opens up a whole other can of worms.
The one on the left is my art.
Fair enough. Well,
anyways, so the one on the left side, obviously I didn't put in a lot of effort into that one as well because
sure.
For example,
I did into some script somewhere.
Listen? No.
Well, you did yeah. You
No.
The,
No.
one into some
No. I drew that. That is a drawing. Right.
The one on the right?
Yes, the one on the right is a drawing. This one too, this new one here. Oh, the one on the right is not a drawing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh.
I was saying, like, yeah, okay.
Okay. So here's the thing.
See, I can tell the visual touch that you put in your work because I've been watching your work on and off. As much as I'm not into I'm not into your style of drawing.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a style of drawing. I can draw anything.
No. I mean
more like
the lolly.
Yes,
stuff.
I got it.
Yeah.
Lolly.
Yeah. Okay. me like big boobies, big booty anime girls. So yeah. But anywho,
Yeah.
it's that I can see your artwork because I watch your art, and it's I'm not perfect at catching it, but you do have your own little style. You have your own flourish when you do your work. All artists.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, all artists have a style, whether they realize it or not.
Okay, so here's the thing, guys. This ties into hard work here. What I'm trying to say. Right. So this one here, this one to the left side, this took a lot less effort than this one on the right side. Both of these were drawn by me, by the way. Okay. Alright.
I'm confused. You said it's AI, but you...
I just changed it.
Oh, the first image was it.
Yeah, the first image was an AI on the right. Now I just changed it.
Oh, I see.
Alright, so look at the visual style of this one here. This one looks a lot like...
definitely more detailed.
No, it looks a lot like the AI art from before, right?
Yeah.
That's because I...
No.
That's because I copied the colors. I copied the colors from that AI art.
No, I don't see it because I can see how your style kicks in.
Yeah, right.
The bot doesn't give us. The bot gives you a more generic style when you do your work. But that one does. I can see more. It looks more like your art.
Anyways,
yeah.
So the point is, the level of complexity of the artwork is what I'm talking about. So the level of complexity is about the same as that AI art, which I just showed, compared to this one here. Let's put this up. Actually, let's just make this smaller. So this one is obviously copying Cool World. Still it looks like. So this one is obviously copying Cool World. Now it took a lot less effort to make this one, because of the 2D art style. Basically, to do the shadows, I just added in one layer of color. For example, for the skin, I add in one layer of shadow. So it doesn't take a lot of effort, and it's a very hard shadow. And I also stole the pose from Cool World. Yes, according to Mid-Tier Guy there. And
So
yes.
on a side tangent, I apologize, but
yes.
I want to ask you what your thoughts are of the creator of Cool World later. I am fascinated by that, or did you just take the image? Well, we'll talk about that after, because I do want to know what your thoughts are on that insane fucking mother. That insane.
I don't know
I don't know anything about him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, all right. Never mind then.
I mean, I imagine the person behind Cool World probably has a couple of screws loose. That doesn't surprise me.
The guy's done some more interesting work as his life has gone on. He's quite a crazy individual. He's very similar to Ralph Bashki, but anyway.
I don't know who that is either.
So so we have established this one on the left. Like, it just took one layer of shadow for each individual component. The clothes, the hair, the skin, and even the eyes. Now over here it's a lot more complicated. Because, obviously you can see on the clothes there's like a softer shading, and there's multiple layers of shadows. And, see on the butt crack here, there's a little bit of a white bit of light around here. Yeah, you can see that. Right? And look at the skin. There are streaks of white on the skin. Small streaks of white to show that it's glowing a little bit. And a little bit of shadows here and there. Right. So this one took a lot more effort. And yet when you put them side by side together, like this one here, this one took like maybe an hour at most of on and off just working on it. The Cool World thing took just maybe an hour. This This one I did complete in less than one stream, as Mid-Tier Guard says, but it took several hours to actually complete it, and it took a day or so more in order to add new layers and basically perfect the image. Okay, so point is here.
But you were trying to copy someone else's style, and that's why it took longer.
Anyway, what was Elle's point?
Yeah, what was your point?
So the point here is that the effort that I put in is not really commensurate to the image looking nicer than the one on the right and the left, I mean, which took a lot less effort from me.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah. So I mean,
the point.
I don't know a whole lot about like art techniques and things that you could do.
So
but,
yes.
You know.
Yes. Here is the main point. The main point is that when I'm engaged in a new endeavor, I'm not thinking about how to work hard at all. Right? I'm not thinking about how I'm going to grind this in order to do a particular thing exactly as my employer, as the commissioner, the person who commissioned the art, wants me to do
And
it.
I don't either. I try to, if I think that like an official way of doing this doesn't work as well, you know, I try to put like my own art to it, and obviously that's a lot harder for me than it is for you, given your job and my job. But you know, like I don't necessarily think that makes you less hard of a worker. I think that just means that you put your own personal spin on it.
I think it does, though. Like, for example, look at the skin on this one here. So, if you were a regular type of artist who would actually put in the actual effort to make your artwork look nice, like on her.
So basically you're Bruce Leeing us, that's what you're saying.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, look at this, look at the neck area here.
Okay.
Look at the neck area, look at the subtle shadow there. One way of doing it would be to paint it manually, right? You manually paint it with a tablet, for example. My way is to block out the color, and then use an eraser to very, very subtly soften the shading. And it takes like 2 seconds to do this. Literally. It takes like 2 seconds. As opposed to manually painting the thing, which might take like a minute or so.
Yeah, well, like I would imagine like people who have an eye for detail are probably going to notice the difference though.
No, they won't.
So I mean, like,
Because it's digital, there is no difference.
She's used. Yeah, you're using a digital program art. It doesn't guarantee. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, but what you're basically trying to say to us and how you're kind of portraying it is, you know, look at the beautiful sky. Don't look at the finger. If you're looking at the finger, how are you going to see the beautiful heavens above? That's basically what you're saying, right?
Yes, be like water, my friend.
Yes, but that's the thing about Bruce Lee. Again, I agree with the logic, but that hard work doesn't necessarily. This is. If you're taking the literal English term, then yes, what you're saying, it doesn't have any value. No, work smarter. But
Exactly.
it's the effort that you have to. It's the effort you have to put into it. That's what I think we've been trying to say this entire time.
not everybody knows how to work smarter from the get.
No.
Yeah,
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you spend a little bit of time to find out these little tricks, then you'll never have to work hard to do these things. That's what I'm.
But you gotta
That's what
grind
I'm
a bit
saying.
to get to those tricks.
Yes, but it's not. It's not
Learn how
that.
to do those. How to
It's-
optimize
you have
those
to.
tricks.
You
Yes,
have to
but it's
put
not
the
that-
effort in. You have to-
Yes, you do, but it's not that hard afterwards. See, there's a difference
True.
between doing that and then
And
just
that's the payoff.
grinding.
That's the reward.
It's like
I suppose.
Yes, it's like my friend and I. Like I said, he drew something different as advised by some art site. He drew something different every single day, put in the effort, grinded the hours. all LCX was being lazy, would draw something new every 3 to 4 months or so, whenever I wanted to draw one single piece. But whenever I'm drawing that one single piece, I'm always thinking about how to improve myself. While my friend was just manually going through channels, basically, going through the rigors of just drawing something new every day based on this art website, I think. This art tutorial website that said, this is the best way to improve.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you didn't like how your friend, or I don't know if I want to say like you didn't agree with how your friend was doing art. You thought it was like unnecessarily boring and tedious.
No.
You found a way to do it better.
No, that's not it. I'm saying my friend didn't improve a tiny bit. Like, okay, my friend improved like a tiny bit during those 15 years that I knew him. On the other hand, when you look at my art from like 2004, 2006, compared to today, it's like totally like night and day, like light years away. And here's Mid-Tier Guard here with something. The more radical example he could use are all those accounts that sprung up on Pixiv, posting only AI art. Those AI art, like those AI artists, like do the work of manual traditional artists. Like they do like 20 images, which would take a traditional artist an entire day to make. They do that in like seconds by just using a few prompts and a LoRa for the particular character.
Yeah, but like it's not gonna have like your personal style to
They've
it.
opened,
So, like,
but they get the same results.
Depending on like the work application, that doesn't really matter.
That's the reason a lot of comic book guys are losing their fucking shit. Not to be kind of thing, but they really are getting to that point where they can basically give you the.
They can actually
if you're like a really like well-renowned artist and you have like a pretty famous style, I guess it can kind of copy that.
No, whatever style you want, just train it.
Dragon Ball.
Whatever style you want. Actually,
nobody paints the exact same way as somebody else, or at least like you know, like.
And whatever style you want, just take the art from the artist, feed it to the AI, train it for a little while. And then it's going to do the exact same style as that artist. It won't be noticeable.
So my point, I guess my argument would be that like that effort to try and do things quote unquote smart, that is the payoff.
Yeah, but it doesn't take effort.
In your case.
Well, yes, it does. Well, it does. That's where we're arguing. No, it does. To learn, you have to learn how to do it right, and that takes effort. The difference is
you have to learn how to do it smart. You didn't know how to do it smart from the get-go. You had to learn at it, and that is the payoff to that hard work.
Yeah, but it's not hard work because I drew it at my own pace instead of my friend who was forcing himself to do stuff daily, grinding it. I was just doing it at my own pace.
Hard work is subjective, is what we're saying. Hard work is subjective.
Yes, it is. But, subjectively, compared to my friend, I didn't work hard.
Well,
can you argue that?
I would disagree with that. I think you did work really hard. It just, you put the effort in where other...
way.
Yes, but it took a lot less time
You took a different path to do the work. He wanted to hand draw and actually do the craft. You wanted to learn, he wanted to fine tune his craft in one way. You wanted to fine tune your craft in another way.
But I didn't.
You went through the teams of in terms of okay, how do I use photo editing software and
but it takes a lot less effort.
Things like that.
But it takes a lot less effort to do that.
Yeah, because you know how to do it now.
No, it takes a lot less effort to watch a 16-minute YouTube video and just try it yourself. See how it works for you.
Yeah, but what we're trying to say is you still had to have the effort, and that doesn't take in consideration.
Yes, but that's not hard work.
Yeah, yes, it is in a way because it's the talent to do and that's not saying
I
talent doesn't.
don't have talent. It's a skill. Anyone can do what I do.
I respect agree with that, but
I disagree with that because I can't draw worth crap, and I've tried multiple times.
Damn, that is talent. I mean, ultimately, I think we're kind of going in circles here. I don't think
we are literally going in circles because
I think that ultimately it just kind of comes down to like how Elle views hard work versus just do it. Ultimately, just kind of like gets into semantics. I think at this point.
Yes. How do you define hard work?
You like Persona 4, so you should know that it takes less effort for some people.
Thanks to a little ticket.
Thanks to a little ticket called talent. Well, yeah, some people have talent in different things. Like it's certain people. Like I'm talented. Honestly, I don't really know how I'm talented. Mainly because, talent is really kind of determined by outside forces. If you believe what I have is talent.
Okay, so here's the thing. So somebody who is really good at Persona 4 grinded the game, knows exactly how to play the game in a way that he or she can get all social links in one playthrough.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd think that this person is very adept, very good at this game, right? Right?
They definitely grinded to a point. Well, yeah, like
speed.
The difference between like what I do and what somebody like a speedrunner would do.
I mean, like Orc Warchief Reviews and Chrono Trigger, right? Chrono Trigger, was it? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'll use a walkthrough. I'll do the same thing.
No, you won't. No, you won't. Actually, no, you won't because a walkthrough will only give you the direct approach, where I will show you the way to the promised land. There's a difference.
Like there's a difference between.
There's a difference,
that's not saying someone can't emulate me
after
seeing.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a difference between me.
That's environmental extension. Just because somebody else, you still have to do the effort. You still have to spend the 65 hours.
I put like 60 hours into Persona 4. Actually, probably more so. Probably like 100 hours or so into Persona 4. I beat the game. I don't need to play it again. Meanwhile, somebody who's speedrunning the game can continuously play over and over and over again, kind of like work out how to sort of do RNG manipulation, and get it down to 30 hours or whatever, however long, possibly shorter, like 19 hours.
And a copycat can just use that, knowledge and exploit it.
And just use that knowledge, and they had to work really hard to gain that knowledge.
You had to work to get to that. That's what we're trying to say. Like for example, in my Chrono Trigger example, for me. It will take, if I was to show you how to do what I do.
Playing a game isn't really hard work. I disagree, Mid.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Playing a game isn't hard work. It's fun.
No, it's fun.
Simple.
That's the difference. It's fun.
Work can be fun.
It's fun. It's enjoyable.
If you're passionate about something, you don't see it as work.
Yeah, you don't.
If I'm
for example, there's definitely video games I've considered to be work, like Minecraft. Like Minecraft, you can get really good at Minecraft. You can build really complex sculptures and buildings and things like that. I don't want to do that because I see that as work, and therefore I don't view it as fun.
Yeah, but if it's fun, it's hard work. That's contradictory.
Some people do find Minecraft fun.
But wait, if you view that as work, you don't find it fun. But if it's hard work, you find it fun. No, that's contradictory. You better change that.
No, it's not. It's not. So what I'm saying is, it's work regardless, but it's how you view it. So yeah. So what I'm saying is there's definitely video games I view as work. or like Pokemon, for example. My go-to hot take is that I think Pokemon is just an RPG, but without a reason to play. But people disagree. I view Pokemon as a chore, a boring, tedious, dull chore. Other people really enjoy Pokemon, and they will, some people really enjoy Pokemon. Some people enjoy Pokemon enough to beat the game and be like, okay, I beat Pokemon Red. I maxed out all my Pokemon. I beat all the trainers. I, collected them all. I did that. I don't need to do it again. Some people will do that and then do it again and again and again and again and again, and do it more and more efficiently because they know the ins and outs of the game, to a point where you have people who speedrun Pokemon Red and Blue and Yellow. That is hard work. They don't view it as hard work, or maybe they do, but they don't view it as hard work. They view it as fun. It's their hobby. It's their passion, but it is work.
Well, okay, good example.
Everything is work, though.
Exactly. That's what we've been saying.
Yeah, okay.
That's not what you've been saying at all.
That is exactly what I've been saying.
No.
No,
it's not.
What I've been trying to say is that when the more effort you put into something that incorporates the value, what is considered hard work is, hard. It's. I guess what you're trying to say is it's that labor aspect to it. It's an extreme value.
Yes.
Like,
exactly.
for example, my D&D, my Dungeons and Dragons, I have to sit there and write down all this extra effort I got to put into my stuff so that people can come play my game.
Yep.
And that's a lot of work. That is a lot of work. But the difference is I don't consider that work at all. Like,
exactly.
And I fine-tuned that
because you find the payoff rewarding.
Yes, I find it rewarding. Yeah, exactly. But it is hard work. Like, if I was to tell you, okay, Ellie, I want you to write up 250 zombies. They're all 2 hit dice. And put all the extension to that. So I want you to roll 250 times 2d8.
And that's what we've been saying, is that it's subjective. Like, to me, that sounds like an absolutely tedious nightmare.
That's what I've been saying. It's subjective. It all depends on what you mean by hard.
Like to me, that sounds like an absolutely tedious nightmare that I would never want to do in my entire life, because I've played D&D, it's kind of fun, but I don't want to put that much effort into it.
Yeah, but you can work
as for somebody like Orc who enjoys the game a lot more, that's not even work. That doesn't even register as work to him.
Uh-huh.
It can, but
even though it is.
But it depends. It all depends on the day, like it all depends how much effort you have to put into it. Like, for example, my drawings compared to yours are chicken scratch. But I do maps. Like, I should actually put I'd send you, I could just send you an image.
Yes.
Do that real quick.
Let's put this on stream, I guess. Let's go.
Yeah, I'll send it to you there. And but it's a lot of it is like, I have to sit there and draw this, and that takes a lot. Like, it's all hand drawn, which in your mind that's a lot of wasted energy. But I don't do it because I want to. I'm not doing it to be like I'm doing it for the fun of building these maps and creating these.
Because the ultimate payoff of that labor is you then get to, play with other people, you get to have your own campaign, and you get to, reap in the fruits of your labor. And that's a reward to you. That's a payoff to you. To me, the ends just don't justify the means. So, to me, like, if I wrote that giant-ass campaign, I would not... I would not feel rewarded by that.
Yeah, and there's a difference. Like, for example, I got maps here that took me, like my Iron Root map here. Like, I'll send you the maps. There, and these are all hand drawn.
If you love it, exactly, Ned.
No, this is hard work. Like, I've had days where I'm just like, guys, it's gonna take an extra week. Go after yourself. And I'm not trying to be an ass, but it's just, how my brain
life happens.
Yeah, life happens, and it takes a little longer, but that's a lot of drawing. And if you want to put them on live stream, you're welcome to. But
right.
that's all hand drawn,
I guess.
and that there's
I can't
no
see
reason for me to hand draw. I don't have to do that. I could easily go.
Where is it?
I sent it to the the main thing. They're popping.
Discord?
They're popping in now. Hold on, give them a sec. My internet's like.
Elle's Discord channel, maybe.
Yeah, it's coming in now. It's just. Yeah, no, it's in your productions, LEC.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I see.
I'll take one of these.
Yeah, the big one, the one that looks like a giant shield. That one took the longest. That took me about a month.
But
so
that was definitely not.
Yeah, but that's
not
all
as good
hand
as obviously.
No, it's not supposed to be good as L's. Again, this is just me having fun and having excitement.
Exactly.
And that one,
it's you putting in it's you putting in it's you getting out of it what you put in. Like I said, my streams aren't as good as somebody who has millions of Twitch followers, but I don't care. That's not what I'm focused on.
All right.
I'm focused on having a fun time.
All right. So, let me get to the point here. So what you guys are saying is the value of hard work is self-gratification. Okay, I agree.
Yeah. The value of hard work is what you make it. The value of hard work is what you make of it. If you go into work hating your job, you're obviously not going to see much value in it, even if there is an objective value to it. But
yeah, that's a town. That's a city.
Yeah, like Elle does his art, and could it be better? Of course. Could it be worse?
I take the most. Look, when I do my art, I take as many shortcuts as I can.
Yeah,
and
but
try to still make it look good.
Ultimately, you enjoy doing art, right?
Yeah, but I try to take as many shortcuts as I can in order to make it look good. I call that optimization.
Okay, but do you enjoy doing art?
So here's what I got to ask you then on that perspective, because I don't take.
Let me.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Elle, do you enjoy doing art?
Yeah.
You don't see it as hard work, even though it is. It's more hard work than what I do, and it's more hard work than what Orc is doing. Orc isn't even trying to get to your level.
No, it's not actually. No, this took town here, this city, took a lot more effort than I usually make for my drawings.
Because you learned how to do it over 10 or 15 years.
No, I actually learned to do it in like a year.
Well,
when I said
still more effort than
look, when I said I wanted to
like some chicken scratch drawings and just kind of called it.
So I'm just trying to get
like really his passion.
I'm just trying to tell you guys about my mindset here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So my mindset is when I want to do something, when I want to get something done, I will take as many shortcuts as I can in order to get that thing done. So I will work very, very smart. I'll cut corners, I'll copy and paste stuff, I'll trace stuff, just to get that thing that I want to do done. For example, here's an example for you. If I want to see a character from a manga or comic book doing something, right? I will take some fan art or some doujin or fan-made work from somebody else, and then I'll cut out those pictures of that character doing something and put it inside.
Mid-tier guards kind of says exactly what I'm thinking. Drawing looks hard to non-artists, but anyone could realistically learn how to do it if they have the drive for it. I don't have the drive for it, is what I'm saying. Orc doesn't have the drive for it, but you need a drive to optimize it.
I have the drive for it. It's just that's what I love to do. That's the difference. I could improve. there's nothing saying I can't improve. It's
Yes.
just I'm putting the effort in where I see that works the best for me and my players. I'm not doing it for...
It's functional.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I have zero drive when it comes to art. I don't even want to attempt to do art because, quite frankly, I don't even know where to start. And, you know, I have
I
a
can show you.
person like Elle who will just kind of... Actually, that would be kind of neat, maybe, sometime. That could be a fun stream. Like, teach Logan how to draw. That could be a
Easy.
future Elle Talks stream.
Easy.
But, that could be a fun stream, actually. But, anyway, you know, I have virtually no drive to do it. Orc has more drive than me. He will at least do this. And then Eld has the most drive out of all of it, because not only is he doing better art than the two of us, but also he's, you know, so driven that he's worked to even monetize it to some degree.
Yeah, I wouldn't say what I'm doing is monetizable, although I've been told that a lot of people would want hand-drawn on maps, but they are...
But you don't feel like putting in the effort to do that.
Well, it's not even that, it's just...
Actually, this is a functional map.
Yeah,
it's
a functional map.
Yeah, and that's all it really needs to be in his case.
Well, it's not only that. Like, you gotta understand, that map tells a story. There's like that's the visual form of Dungeons and Dragons. You know, like I'm telling a very functional story with that. I'm telling people, okay, this city, why is that like this? How did this build itself? And there's a whole backstory about that city. There's a lot of, like, there's an entire 2-page worth of writing just on the creatures that exist in the city, who else is in the city. You know, they got these where they have their sewers, and they have a little side sewer part of the map that incorporates what the sewers are like. Like, it's a lot of work went into that. Like that's why I say it's a month. Like, that's a month's work. That's some.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Elle? Have you ever heard of the saying "a labor of love"?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that map is. Like, yeah, sure, it's
a labor of
not
love.
good. Yeah, it's not great, like, in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't even consider that good compared to most artists out there. And I could AI draw my own map using Gepetsu or some other stuff. I could get a map made, like, from an AI drawing.
And if I really was determined, I could probably draw better than all three of than all, you know, both of them. If I really wanted to, I just don't have the drive to do so.
Yeah, as a DM, you have to put the writing in. If you don't put the writing in, you're you know, it feels less given. Like, especially because I'm running what's called a legacy game. For those that don't know what that is, that's a game where you keep the story going as long as there's players, and as long as
that's what Mid is saying. You also write a lot as a dungeon master. That's true.
Yep. Yeah, and especially if you're running Legacy. If you're not running Legacy, you really don't have that problem. But it's a pure hobby. That's the whole point. Like, and there's a lot of times, like, my favorite moments in life is when I'm sitting there and I finish this and I'm like, fuck, I want to play in this game. But that's the difference. Like, you like, where you put all those extra efforts in, but you are actually doing art. That what we're trying to say is that, you know, you are putting more effort in because you've done the work.
Yes.
You know,
let me go back to video games, because there's like another example I can give.
Yes.
So like Elle, like, you like Final Fantasy VII, obviously.
Yeah.
That's a 150-hour plus game.
No, it's a 40-hour game.
Hours.
No, it's a 40-hour game.
Well, still, 40 hours. It's a time investment. It's more of a time investment than something like,
it's not work, though.
Say, like Castlevania. It's than something like Castlevania or Super Mario Brothers, which, like, Castlevania is like 8 levels and you're done.
Playing a video game isn't hard work, though.
I would argue it is.
No, it's not.
I would argue. I'm assuming she's never played Ultima.
Well,
I don't like
no,
those.
no. Like the point I'm making though.
I don't like those kinds of computer RPGs. So yeah.
Yeah,
I've
actually,
tried.
that's a good
I've tried
example.
Ultima.
All right,
I don't
all
like
right.
it.
Let's use Ultima. Let's compare it to Ultima. Final Fantasy VII. It's a 40-hour plus game. You don't see it at work because you don't see it as work because you enjoy it. It is work though.
Actually, I don't.
You have to grind. You have to grind to get to a point where you're actually powerful enough to defeat like the final bosses. Otherwise, you just get your ass kicked.
No. It's just,
as opposed to Ultima, where you also put in a lot of work, but in a different way, and it's like more customizable, and it can be rewarding to some people who are really into like the Ultima series. It's not rewarding to you though. You feel that the payoff is not worth it, so it's less rewarding to you.
Nope. See, taking the Final Fantasy VII example, it took me actually a lot longer to beat it than usual because I just decided to grind for Aerith's final limit break, which was totally unnecessary. It was just a vanity on my end.
And that's called going above and beyond. You didn't need to do that.
It was just a vanity on my end because I like to do that.
Yeah, that's going above and beyond.
But that's where we say that's putting effort. That's putting that extra.
That's putting in effort. It's not
putting more effort than you realistically need to. Like
yeah, and it's not.
I beat Persona 4. I beat Persona 4 Golden, and I unlocked almost all of the social links. I think there was the one bonus social link with the with Igor's assistant that was like I didn't even know about it until like I was almost done with the game, and by that point I was just like I don't want to like replay the entire game just to unlock this social link, so I'm not gonna bother.
So normally it would have been hard work to unlock her final limit break, but I used a guide in order to unlock the limit break super fast, and I used the fast forward button on the emulator to make it even easier. So I just I got her limit break
so this
in
was
once.
recent. This wasn't when you played it as a kid then.
No.
Well, here's the thing. But why put that effort in? You put all this extra hard work in, Ellie.
He's
you
a vanity.
Why would you even attempt to?
It's a vanity.
You could have
like
just
the game, right?
No, it's just a vanity.
What?
It's just a vanity. I just wanted to.
Exactly.
Yes, but that's what we're trying to say. That sometimes hard work.
For the principle, exactly.
Putting effort in. That's what we're trying to say.
Why not just buy an action? Why not just buy an action replay for PlayStation and like unlock all the limit breaks that way?
Yeah, you could have done that. Or here's your next bet. If you wanted to think, you just get out a bot. Like my buddy did with his when he wanted to figure out how much
you can download like saves online, and I think right, like you can
download
saves online and just like somebody else who did it.
We're saying like you could have done it smart. You could have just got a save state.
Yeah,
I did.
You can download a save state online.
But I didn't use a save state. Mine.
Yeah, yours. You still put the effort in.
Yeah, you could have put the saves. You could have just gotten someone else's.
But why are you guys insisting that? But why are you guys insisting that playing a video game that I like is hard work for me? That's what I don't get.
No, I'm not saying it's hard.
I'm saying you don't view it as hard work.
So who views it as hard work?
But it is.
So who views it as hard?
Somebody who doesn't like RPGs and doesn't want to put the time and effort.
Then you could just not play the game.
If I was forced to sit down and play like Skyrim and like level up everything, I would view that as a menial chore that's not really worth the time because I'm forced to do it.
If you were forced to play Skyrim and you would do that as a menial chore, that is what I would call hard work. Arigatou da yo.
And really, we can have this argument all day. We just have a fundamentally different view of what hard work is. Is really what it comes down to. And I don't think I'm going to change your mind.
I look at hard work as effort. What effort are you putting in? Like that map I made, that was hard work, but that was rewarding work. That was effort. I didn't consider it hard work according to your terms. I thought that was shit. Like, I had a blast making that, especially because, like, that was one of the few maps where I was in that zone. I was in that gray point where I was like, oh yeah, that's where I'm gonna fucking put the men. Oh yeah, that's exactly where those women are gonna be. Oh yeah, that's where that town shop is. And where I was building that, my brain was just on that level of awesome, where I was just, the energy was there. But
what it comes down to, sorry.
Yeah, and when I showed a buddy of mine, it's like, wow, you put in all that extra hard work, and I was like, yeah, I guess I did. I didn't even.
Okay, here's something I will need to do so that you guys get my point.
Oh, I got your point.
I got your point. We just fundamentally disagree on the concept of work.
No, you don't get it. No, you don't get it. Listen.
Okay.
Listen, look at my model here. It looks pretty good, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the thing. This was not done with hard work. Alright? Because each individual limb was not mapped. The individual strands of hair was not mapped. No, I used deforming. I use a process called deforming in order to deform like the top of my hair over here.
You could have put more effort into it, though, right?
It's all just one big drawing. It's all just one big blob. The top of my hair is just one big blob. Now, somebody who actually puts effort into making a VTuber model would animate every single strand of hair, and it would take maybe a month. It would take maybe a month in order to do this.
It would
and
take
the model would be
a lot better PC hardware, I'd imagine.
No, it wouldn't.
To render all of that in real time, I would think so.
Nope. You see, Live 2D works by animating a 2D drawing and turning it into 3D, basically. So, it doesn't take much CPU power. CPU usage for this one right now is less than 1%. Less than 0%. It's like a 0 point something percent. Point is, somebody who actually puts in the effort to make a detailed VTuber model wouldn't do it like I do. But I do it this way because it works. It works.
Yeah, and that's the amount of effort and work you choose to put into it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and for a layman's guy who could never do that work, someone like me who looks at that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
You don't know
how to I don't know. I know how to open up Photoshop or whatever program.
Yeah. That's fucking magic for someone like me who hand draws his own maps. And I guarantee you, I don't know how you would feel about drawing my maps. Could you sit there and draw the maps and build the story and put that effort in? Could you do the same level that I do?
Yeah. Well,
and still come out the other side with less work.
Well, I'm a writer. Yeah. I probably would. But do I want to? No.
No, well, then you don't want to put the effort in. There's the difference. Like that's what we're trying to. This is what I think we're running into that scenario. Like to someone like us, that's why we don't see it the same way you're seeing it. Like you're looking at it going, well, I really don't put the effort in. I'm like, well, no. To us, we're like, yeah, no, you put a lot of effort in.
That's because
you put more effort into it than I do.
That's because I put in the effort to learn skills. I put in the effort to learn. Yeah, I put in the effort to learn skills.
You put in effort.
No, I
put in effort.
Yes, I put in effort. Everything takes effort. That's not the point here. Don't make it.
Exactly.
Don't straw man.
No, that is the point.
No, don't straw man it. That's a straw man. Anyways.
No. No, I think what we're trying to say is to someone like me that looks at that. I'm like, that looks like that put more effort than I could put into that.
But it doesn't.
More so, it's more effort than I'm willing to put into it.
But it's not hard work.
I'm not as passionate about art as you are.
Yes, but it's not hard work.
I'm not even as passionate as Orc is.
Yes, but it's not hard work. Somebody who knows how to rig a model could teach you how to do this in 10 minutes. And now if you just follow the instructions, you'd know how to do it in 10 minutes.
Okay, so it's... Okay, so... I'll concede it's less hard work than if, you did individually animate each individual strain of her. I get that. But it's still work. It's work that
Everything
you
is
enjoy
work.
doing.
Everything is work. It's not hard. It doesn't have to be hard.
Everything is work, and that's what we've been saying.
But that's self-taught.
Yeah.
That's self-taught work, and that's something I couldn't do. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I
it's self-taught from a
get to that
tutorial.
point if I wanted to. I choose not to.
No, even doing the tutorials. For example, I was screwing around with Blender for years. I've been trying to understand Blender for a long time.
Yeah.
I can't do it. My brain says, no, you're dumb. Stop trying.
Maybe it's not the effort, man. It's the aptitude. Maybe it's not about the effort. It's about aptitude.
I don't have the skill. I don't have the aptitude. I've tried multiple times. It's just something that I can't pick up.
Guys,
I've been trying to build.
Oh yeah, guys, we need to make a distinction here, because we are using an adjective here. Before work.
We have made a distinction. It just fundamentally disagrees with yours.
What is your distinction between hard work and work? You said that everything is effort. So when you said everything is effort...
No. What we were talking about was the value of hard work. And what I'm saying is, I've been saying this all the time, it's situational based on what you think is labor. That's what I've been saying.
And you, even by your own admission, you're saying that if you had put more work into it, it might look better. You're just not willing to do that because it already looks good. It looks good enough. It looks good enough. You don't care. Somebody else would. Somebody else would look at you doing the bare minimum and be like, I want to do it better.
No, among my viewers, no one cares. So,
no one cares.
It works for me. Hey,
there probably are people that want to see your anime girl, your 13-year-old anime girl better, but that's their own prerogative. But
maybe you don't need to cater to those people.
Yeah. I'm more a very simple play. I look at it from a simple standpoint. The main reason I wanted to pop in, we started talking. You guys started talking about you started talking about teachers and stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, I got to get in there like a dirty shirt because that stuff drives me nuts, and I have a very, very heavy thought process for the environment of teaching nowadays. But labor as a whole, hard work is situational. That's what I've been saying, and I'm still kind of staying on that premise that it's what you consider is hard work and what others would consider. And what I've been trying to say is what labor, what some people see my map and go, oh my God, look at all that hard work.
Wait.
And then you tell.
Wait. But you said, you guys said that manual labor entails hard work. Necessarily.
Yes, that's manual labor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This is why I keep saying it's situational.
I say it depends, because manual labor is a very broad concept, but generally, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say is that, it's situational. Like, it's completely situational. The value of hard work is based off that situation. So manual labor, for example, is a situation. That's what I'm trying to say. As for disagreeing or agreeing, I don't know where I sit on the stands. I disagree with the attitude that what you're doing isn't considered labor, wasn't considered hard work, learning a skill and taking the effort in and putting the effort in. I disagree there.
No.
I disagree.
What I'm saying is that you work hard for a single day, or maybe a week or so, and then you work very easily for the rest of your career. Because you put in the effort to learn the skills.
Here's what I see. Just like, to kind of put a bow on this whole thing. I think Elle just has, no offense, just sort of a very narrow-minded...
No, it's called pragmatic.
Yeah, she's being pragmatic. That's okay. Like, I get where she's coming from on this one. But we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna agree because it's just such a.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, like, if you go into a debate expecting to change somebody's mind, it's a fool's errand. But
Oh, we're not. I'm not here to change anyone's mind.
No, same here. I mean, like, at the end of the day, feel how you're gonna feel. It's all just sort of for the fun of it, and just sort of an exchange of ideas.
You
It's
guys
all
just start
good.
talking about going to teachers, and I hate teachers.
It's all good. It's all fun.
Anything like that. No, but like, my thing is ultimately, I don't think Elle, the way that Elle is kind of wired to think, I don't think Elle really worries about the abstract. This kind of goes to like the whole like debate we had a little while ago about the importance of voting.
Exactly.
Like, in your case, you only see it as I'm one person. I'm, in the grand scheme of things, meaningless.
Yep.
But I see it
Exactly.
more as I am one person, but also you are one person, and is one person, and mid-tier guard is one person, and Karumi is one person, and we are all one person, and if you and we all benefit from each other. We live in a society, trademark, and we live in a society and we all sort of benefit off of each other. What you view as a passion project, we benefit from, because I mean, well, in my case, I very literally benefited from it because it send me VTuber avatars. I literally benefit from it. But even the people who are watching your content, they're watching your content for free. They enjoy your drawing stream. They enjoy your gameplay streams. They enjoy you playing RPGs, and they enjoy, whatever the fuck this is.
And I do it because it's fun and relaxing for me.
Exactly. You do it because it's fun and relaxing. We do it because we enjoy content. If you didn't exist, we would have to go to somebody else who's not going to do it exactly the same way you are.
But it's not hard work at all.
And that is our, disagreement. Is that hard work is subjective and work is subjective.
No. I still stand to the subjective, and I believe training is hard work, and then once you've improved,
video games
then you
are
don't
hard work. I disagree with that.
Yeah, it's still being hard work then because you've improved and become something
Yes,
better.
I agree with that.
That's where I'm kind of staying on that. It's just the improvement of teaching and training.
And
My big problem is
yes.
again to the teacher aspect a little bit again. My problem is when when you kept bringing up teachers, that's when I wanted to jump in because it was like, to me, it's like, no, they're not teaching. That's my problem. That there be my issue.
And my view is that's sort of like a gross generalization. I don't have any, teachers. Teachers, yeah, you have good teachers and you have bad teachers, just like you have, good and bad in every profession.
Yeah.
I don't want to like lump people under one umbrella just, because of some.
Oh no, I'm not. I wasn't trying to lump, but I wasn't trying to lump. What I was trying to say is that unfortunately, like I said, there's the system is flawed, and I think we need to improve it in a major way.
I think ultimately my view, just to like kind of like get on that subject, is more to do with just like we need to make the education system. I don't know how it is in Canada, but we need to make the education system in America a lot less quota driven. We need to like get rid of things like standardized testing, and we need to more so and mostly so, instead of teaching like academic things like Common Core, we need to kind of teach people how to actually get into the workforce a little bit better. We need to teach them valuable life skills that they are for certain going to need. That's how it is in Japan. And your argument would be like, oh, the parents are supposed to teach that. Yeah, but they aren't. So.
Well, no, I don't think I think the parents aren't teaching certain life skills because of the babysitter that now exists. The difference is that this babysitter can be useful, but it's also a dangerous thing. The new babysitter.
The babysitter always existed, though.
Like, no, the babysitter.
Before it was iPhones and iPads, it was
Television.
It was computers, it was television, it was
No,
the
it was
Nintendo,
television
it was a
originally.
radio.
Well, I wouldn't say radio. Radio was a different beast, but it was television originally, and then from television you went into the. Oh, okay. What's up?
I think somebody just redeem.
Oh.
Well, and even comes down to is outside influences raise your child just as much as parents do. You can raise your child. You aren't going to petri dish your own child, no matter how hard you try, and you shouldn't try to do that. But like even before television and video games, you had outside influences. You had your group of friends, they acted a certain way. Maybe they were good friends and they helped to set you on the, straight and narrow path. Maybe you had, kind of asshole friends who turned you into a hard ass, and, maybe your upbringing wasn't very good. Maybe your parents didn't feel like being parents because, you came from a broken home or whatever. And maybe you, hypothetically turned into a life of crime. Maybe you didn't, there's no necessarily right or wrong way to raise a kid. No, there's no right way to raise a kid. There's wrong ways. There are many wrong ways.
No, there are many wrong ways. There's ways.
But there's no right way.
Yeah, to me, it's just the aspect of, it's a situational problem, but it's also a problem that I think the teachers are becoming more problematic on that way. Like when you hear the education system where you hear a generation is coming up and they don't have 6th grade reading, and
if they don't have 6th grade reading because teachers are underfunded, in my opinion, and you have a revolving door.
I disagree 100%. I think the unions are running a major are running a major ploy in a lot of countries. Like my teachers are more heavily paid in Canada. They're $100,000 a year is not something to laugh at.
I mean, I have issues with unions, but here in the United States,
I have issues with teacher unions. I don't have issues with unions. I think unions can be a positive
I have issues
thing.
with the concept of a union, generally speaking, but that's neither here nor there. My point is, in America, teachers are typically, especially grade school teachers, are paid like shit.
Well, great, $100,000 a year up here in Canada for some teachers.
Yeah, most teachers are, wishing they made that. They often sometimes have to pay for their own supplies too, and it depends on where you come from too.
Your public school system is something of a. I would honestly say kids in Africa sometimes have better teaching than American students in the way.
It depends on. Elle and I had this conversation a couple of weeks ago too, and we were talking about systemic racism and systemic oppression and things like that, but that's neither here nor there in this case. The point is it depends on the people in, I grew up in I don't want to say wealthy area, but I grew up in an area where a lot of people were more well off than they could have been. So, what that entails is the property tax is higher. It's more expensive to live here than it is in other areas of the country, in other areas of the world. So the more you put into taxes in funding the public school, the more you're going to get out of it. Meanwhile, places like the Bronx or Harlem in New York, where there's a lot of Section 8 housing, obviously those people aren't going to be able to put in the money to better fund these, and as a result their public education is going to suffer. I know, I don't want to say firsthand, but I know secondhand how that is. I used to date somebody who grew up in the Bronx, went to the public school system, it was garbage. They ended up having to get out of it, and thankfully had enough money to get into a Catholic private school where they got a better education. But
but can you blame? Can you like that? That's the thing with stuff like that. Can
what
you
I'm
blame
saying
it?
is like the overall the paradox is you get what you pay into it, but because our education system is so terrible, we have a bunch of people who aren't getting the education that they need in order to make jobs that allow them to, bring in the money necessary to a public school.
See, this is why when America abolished the apprenticeship stuff, when they abolished other systems that exist, when you had places like that, you could still get a laborer job, and a good laborer job that would give you something that you could fundamentally have. Now that doesn't exist in America as much as it did, and that's where
we're also not as much of a, we aren't as much of like a labor economy. We're, very industrialized. We used to be, back before
and that's my argument. I would actually go as far as saying universities are the big issue right now in our country, and it's not for the reasons some people think. It's because universities I was talking to a buddy of mine. He's like, yeah, I need this course, that course, and this course to do the same job my dad did and my grandfather did. Yet for some reason I need all this extra work, even though I fundamentally can still do the job.
Yeah,
I know
because those jobs are in higher demand now, and they need a way to kind of gatekeep other people out. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm saying that's the reason.
Yeah, but that's why I say that this is bullshit in a lot of ways, and that's
yes.
Yeah, you are right. They do.
Yeah, technical. Actually, that's a good point. What? Technical school. I went to a tech school. And yeah, that is, in a sense, sort of like an apprenticeship. Not in like the classical sense of like, Johnny Tremaine, you're literally working on the job training. But like
for my buddy, for example,
a tech school is kind of like that, yeah.
Like for a buddy of mine, my buddy's a good example. My buddy at the time, like he even said, I had to go to extra courses. Again, my dad did this job free and easy. Didn't have to worry about any of this crap. And he was able to just to go do the work. My uncle was a good example. My uncle was a great example of this. He just fucking quit high school and for years worked on road crews and made better money than most people did at the time because he was able to do that for free. Like he's able to just like, oh fuck it, I'm gonna go. They're hiring at X course. Okay, I'm gonna go do X course, and he went and did that job. That is.
Yeah, there are also like small scale differences. Like for example, like there's nurses' aides where like you need to go to medical school, but after medical school you get like an apprenticeship. You can become a nurse's aide and work your way up the ladder that way.
Yeah, but like I said, my uncle's a good example of this. My uncle was a guy who went right in a road crew and, worked the snowplow for years. And they trained him, they put him in the effort, and they gave him the work that he needed. He was bam! And he did it at 16. That's some serious work. Like, and I did construction on and off,
That, I think, is less to do. I don't put necessarily the blame on the universities for that. I put the blame more on the
he'd have to go
hiring.
If he was doing that
people
job
hiring.
Now,
I put the blame more on the people who are hiring, who are like making requirements more stringent, to kind of have like that sort of maximum sort of wealth level in order to succeed.
Yeah. Like there was a time when you could, like I was talking to a friend of mine about this not too long ago, and it was like, there was a time where you could just simply do a job, like, okay, here you go, you're done. And you could do the job, and they wouldn't care. They just hire you on. Like they still do that in Japan. You can still go get a job at, other countries. Like other countries have been doing that and are still doing that. It's just for some reason, like now you need to at least have your grade 12. Now at least you need to have this. Now at least you that wasn't a thing, like.
Yeah,
And
and there's, definitely, again, you can kind of pin that down to our labor forces kind of requiring a higher standard than they used to, and
yeah, but
ultimately
you have
I don't know if that I don't think that
less
necessarily means that they have better workers. I think it just means that there's a way to kind of filter out certain people who don't meet their more rigorous standards, which I disagree with the way that they do that. But I think it's less to do with the universities. I mean, like the universities definitely aren't helping by like enabling the issue. But I think it's more down to like the labor forces kind of requiring, you jump through more hoops in order to even apply for a job.
Yeah, which wasn't like that before. Like when I was a kid, I could go get a job at Canadian Tire at nothing. Now you need a grade 12. Like hell, I used to be able to do volunteer work unless I'm like working for key groups. I used to be able to do volunteer work for nothing. Like, oh yeah, no problem. Now I need a background check. I need all these extra things that costs more money to do volunteer work. Like, because a long time I didn't have actual work. I was doing, wasn't doing odd job stuff, and I was doing, whatever I could get my hands on. Now, funny enough, I could go work for any political party in the country, and that was no issue. But back in the day, I couldn't. It was just like, no, you gotta. Now you need a background check for everything. I can still go work for the political parties. I can go work as a volunteer for any political party in the country. No problem. But if I was to say do work, even if I wasn't doing work with kids, which I think a background check for children, okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
I like if I was to do this as simply cleaning up garbage and doing simple dirt labor. Like just to help out an area or local or getting food for a food bank. I need a background check now.
I agree with what you're saying on that front, but yeah, it definitely, that happens because I guess the people in charge feel that's a necessary evil. I don't necessarily agree with that, but yeah, I don't necessarily put the blame. I definitely don't put the blame on the teachers for that.
Yeah, and what mid-tier actually brought up is, or have your application bound out because someone decided to, best friend. Oh yeah, we're going to hire in this person. Nepotism, that is. Yeah.
Or pseudo nepotism, I suppose.
Well, it's nepotism. It's just a different form. I guess that's not the proper wording, but
it's not the proper definition of nepotism, but still.
Yeah. It's just like I said, I see that a lot, and I'm just kind of surprised that it's allowed at this point. Like, a good example of this is, like I said, and now a lot of people are having this attitude of, oh, you voted for this party, well, we can't hire you now, and I'm like, that mentality. Like,
I think it's less that it's less like you vote. Like, well, political discrimination
that's
is
actually happened. Okay, I'm up in Canada. That's actually happened to me. Like when I was doing
you probably have different laws regarding that than we do, but I think it's less so like you're being discriminated against because you voted a certain way. It's more you're being discriminated against because if we have like a radical left and right wing in the party. It's not like it doesn't all encompass those political parties, but the more fringe radical elements of those parties, if you're going on Facebook and you're like actively promoting like, death to Americans, kill the president, Facebook, like it or not, nothing ever dies on the internet. You have that permanent receipt. You have that permanent receipt of things that you've said and things that you've supported, and a company is really able to see that and be like, "Oh, this guy is unhinged. I'm not going to hire him." I don't think it's less to
Okay,
do with political party. I think it's more to do with
on
if
my
you're just like a
okay.
lunatic.
So what happened? What happened there, mid-tier, was I for extra volunteer work for because they asked for job application. So I've worked in certain skills and I've done certain business stuff and programming stuff, and I've done stuff for a certain party. I'm not going to say which political party, but I put that on my application, being a dumbass. And when someone asked me when I was doing something, and they actually went, "Wait, you work for them? You volunteered for them? Did you like?" And that's what got me in trouble.
Yeah, in that case, it could. Well, in that case, maybe it was like a conflict of interest thing or something like that. I'm not sure.
I have no idea what it was, but I was kind of annoyed because I've done volunteer work for all parties in this country. Because
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah,
I'm a modern. I'm what you call a modern voter. It's like, okay, what does this guy do for my part of the country? Does it work for me?
I always tell people I fight for the party of commons.
Yeah, and that was what happened there. But that's something that I'm hearing more stories happening in America is, and I don't know how truthful this is. I'm not an American, so I don't know. But
yeah,
I'm hearing people talk that talk, and it's getting more interesting. But what I'm saying is, education used to be just a simple value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You gained from it, and it was that. But now they're trying to put more emphasis on said education. That's where my issue becomes.
And to mid-tier's point, just to kind of clarify, your political party is public knowledge.
Yeah.
To mid-tier's point, to clarify, your political party is public knowledge. Like if I knew like your name, I believe you said you're live in America, right? Mid-tier, I think. If I knew your real name, I could look that up and I could be like, oh, you are currently registered as a Democrat, or you're currently registered as a Republican, or you're currently registered as an independent. And I think if I really wanted to, I could probably see like who specifically voted for.
Well, that's actually happening
knowledge.
in the entertainment. That's actually happening in the entertainment sector, where they actually had. Yeah. Someone went on TikTok not too long ago. I know that toxic location is still, but she went on and she's like, "Yeah, I saw this guy. He wanted a job, and I said no because I found out on Facebook what he does." And
I'm
like,
Facebook. There's websites where you can literally type somebody's name in, and it says they are registered as a Democrat.
Hey, Jacob.
Yeah. Hey, Jacob.
Yeah. So
there's websites you can do that. I don't know if that's the case in Canada. There might be like more regulations on like who can and can't see your political party if you don't make that public.
No. I was stupid. I've never used that volunteer work ever again because people. Yeah. I just used that for my volunteer work. But that was a lot of that was.
My overall view of like workplace discrimination is I think that it shouldn't be regulated, mainly because I see it as sort of like. You ever go on like a dating profile and see some girl who just like emits all her red flags like right on the dating profile, and you're like, I'm so glad she did that. I'm so glad she did that so that I didn't have to learn the hard way that she's a walking, talking red flag. That's the same thing with jobs.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be a thing. It should be the most qualified person.
It should be, but people are going to operate the way they operate.
Yeah, but into Ellie's expense of hard work. Well, why do the effort if this is the attitude you get? And back to Ellie's thing about work value. Why would you when that's all it takes is someone just going, well, why am I going to work? Why am I going to put that extra 5 hours in when this is the attitude you get?
There might be .gov sites that do that. I'm not sure, but
I don't know. It's getting silly when it comes to the work labor force, especially in the United States. Which
definitely, yeah, I agree. I mean, like in some cases, I can see that. Like, definitely, if you have a job that like kind of requires you to be around people, and it's kind of like clear, like, oh, you're unhinged and you believe like a lot of these radical positions. We don't really want this to be the face of our brand. I can kind of understand it from that point of view. And I guess even like from like a work like an employee point of view, like if they get the impression that you're going to make the work environment uncomfortable for certain employees, I can understand why like not necessarily discriminating against a political party, but more discriminating against more radical ideas.
My mentality, I don't give a crap. I want the guy who can do the best job. And that should be it. There should be no ifs, ands, or buts, right?
Yeah.
Like,
well, like if you're making the work environment toxic, though, that's going to overall mean that other people aren't going to be able to work to their full potential because they have to worry about this jackass.
Well, who cares? Again, I kind of also look at it like this. Then don't. Like, I never brought up politics when I worked. The only time I ever brought up politics was because, I did stuff for political parties as a volunteer, so I could get...
And I'm not necessarily... I'm not necessarily targeting you. I'm more saying, like, this is
I wasn't saying you were. I wasn't saying anybody was.
No. I'm saying, like, this is more or less kind of the reality, at least in America, where, like, I don't think we're really discriminating. I'm a Democrat. I work with a lot of Republicans, or a lot of definitely more conservative people, I guess I should say. And, like, we talk about it, whatever. Sometimes I make people uncomfortable, which, I don't mean to do, but, it happens. Like, ultimately, like, again, like, at least how it is here, I don't think we're really discriminating as much against people based on their political party as more as we are discriminating against, like, people who raided the Capitol on January 6th, who are literally, like,
we won't get into that. That's pushing it too far. But what I'm saying is, in general...
That's what I'm saying, though, is sort of, like, that's how it sort of is in...
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
reality in America.
None of that should matter. It's the effort. It's what can the guy do, and what's his work. I don't care. Like, if I'm hiring someone, I don't care who you are. Like for example, if I want to,
I agree with that on paper. I agree with that on paper. The reality is that I think it could be a little bit more complicated than that. And if you have a whole bunch of people who are equally qualified, you're gonna, start to cherry pick based off of other things.
Yeah, well, yes, but that's the difference. You have to have people who are equally qualified. If that person isn't equally qualified, I don't care.
I mean, you don't know how qualified other applicants were.
No. Let's say hypothetically. Let's say, okay, I got you and I got Ellie. Now, both of you guys, Ellie is more qualified at this, but you're a little bit more. You agree with me a little bit more on a couple. You agree with me that Evangelion is the best anime out there. Now, my mentality, and Ellie doesn't agree with that. Ellie doesn't think Evangelion's awesome. I'm just using this as a joke example, but my mentality is, well, she's a little bit, Ellie's a little bit more qualified. Sorry if I keep saying the word she. I know Ellie told me not to refer to her from her anime.
I don't think Elle really gives a shit.
Okay, you don't give a shit. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you're like, I'm gonna hire her because she's more qualified. Simply put. That mentality of not doing that. And that's the same thing when people hook up. That goes back to what I'm saying. People who are friends, hiring a friend because it's a friend, I think is a bad policy when,
there's definitely, that definitely kind of comes down to just, like, unfair hiring practices, which, again, like, it kind of comes down to, like, if that's how your workplace is going to operate, then you should kind of see it as, like, okay, well, I just dodged a bullet, I'll work somewhere else.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a job somewhere else. Like, sometimes that's
it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a job somewhere else. Yeah, you're right, but like,
But
ultimately, hopefully, if we kind of
why,
loosen a lot of these anti-discrimination laws, I think a lot of
that's
I think
why
the free
I would
market, it'll be sort of more up to the free market to decide who they want to put their business towards if it comes out that these unfair hiring practices are happening.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to say though. Like when Ellie brought up her point about the, work, why put more effort into a company if that's, this is where this is where I see it. Was that what you were trying to get at, Ellie, or no?
Huh? Anyways.
Okay,
I think
so
Elle just zoned out, and I don't blame him.
You zoned out. I apologize. Anyways, what else? Sorry.
We should probably. We've been on this topic for like 3 hours. We should probably move to something else.
Nah, it's a good topic.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you enjoyed doing the commercials.
Hey! Can I say something first? Ellie's working smart. She has both of us doing her job for her.
Yep.
There you go. See, Elle can tend to his cats.
Yeah. She's just working on doing
There
something
you go.
else.
There you go. That is working smart. Just have other people like whine about problems that you couldn't conceivably care about, and just sit back and watch the stream happen.
Hey, that's exactly what I was doing. Yep. Anyways.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, unintentionally, but still.
No, it was totally intentional. I mean, you guys seem to enjoy talking about different topics, which were just tangentially related to what we were talking about.
That's why I kind of like, having other people on the stream. Like, I think, like, going forward, ideally, I'd like to see, like, you and I be, like, the main hosts of this show, and then we could have, like, kind of a revolving door of guests if other people, do want to volunteer to do it.
Yeah.
Because I think it could be fun to kind of have, like, the different personalities doing that. So, Elle, I don't know if you enjoyed doing the commercials and stuff last week.
Nah,
or like the
I still haven't had my say on this topic at all for like 30 to 40 minutes or so.
I'm sorry. I'll let you
Go ahead.
I'll let you wrap up your overall point.
Arigachudayo. You guys were making things a lot more complicated than it needs to be.
Well, because we went off on like 50 different side tangents, but...
Yeah. I could have called you out, I could have called you out, at any time, but I was like, okay, go ahead and take up the
dig
time.
your own hole, dig your own grave.
So, here is the thing. Hey, Mr. is asking a question. Does hard work make you happy? So, here's the thing. Don't understand. Let me talk for a little bit. So the thing is, I take a more introspective approach than you guys have been doing. You guys care too much about the big implications, the big overall implications of this subject matter, which is hard work. How much does it matter to you? Right? How much does it matter to you? What is the significance of hard work to you as the individual? Not to America, not to the entirety of the world as a whole, not to the entire company as a whole, not to other people. Alright? So the main point is, what is the significance of hard work to you? Now to me, personally, hard work has no real value at all, because I work smart. Alright? For example, let's say, in a video game. Like if I wanted to, learn how to play a video game, like a platformer, for example, what I would do is, I wouldn't put in the hours to actually get good at the game on my own terms. No, I wouldn't try to memorize the level layout and stuff like that. No, what I would do is I would look up a video walkthrough online. That's right. I just look up a video walkthrough online. I look at it stage by stage. I just look at the stage and let's see how this person does it. Sometimes I even put in little examples They put in like a little pieces of text.
Oh my god, I do not like that redeem. I don't know what that redeem is, but I hate it.
But did you actually beat it then? That's the question.
Yes.
Or did you just basically copy somewhere?
Yes, I copied someone else and I beat it using someone else's strategy of beating it. See, that's the thing.
So, if I can answer that question real quick, how much does hard work matter to me? I know that this does not apply to everyone, obviously. So it really kind of comes down to like.
Yes, it's live right now.
Or anything. To me, like I look at it this way. I'm only 25 years old, and I think I've really accomplished everything I need to. Like, there's some things I would like to do that might be nice, but I don't need to do anything else beyond what I've done in my life. So, like, really kind of like this whole sort of like, this sort of like self-serving approach, I don't really subscribe to that because I don't really care that much about my own best interest. That said, you know, obviously people do, and, you know, that's just fundamental how they view the world. To me, I focus more on other people because I more focus in life on what is my impact on the world, as opposed to what is my impact on myself, because I'm going to die out. But, you know, the things that I've done in the world, that's all in the past now. It's
fundamentally.
It's already happened, and yeah, people might forget about it, and you know, people do have more of an impact than others. But you know, like I see it more like that. So I see it to your point about like, oh, I just look up a walkthrough and do it. I mean, me personally, I find that to kind of be missing the entire point of playing a game. Like, I don't like. I will look at a walkthrough if I have to, but I usually like to try and figure things out on my own because I personally feel that's more rewarding.
Ah, but I enjoy being overpowered. Now that is rewarding.
I mean, if you can figure out how to be overpowered on your own, that means that's even more rewarding, I would argue.
That it may be so, but there's no chance that you'd ever figure out how to be overpowered on your own. That's better than an optimized walkthrough.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a lot harder, for sure.
No, there's no chance that you'd actually beat an optimized walkthrough. Unless you put in the hard work to do it.
I guess.
Which I'm not willing to.
And again, like I you know, like it all kind of comes down to like how much work are you willing to put into it. I'm willing to, you know, work into beating Persona 4 with all of the social links, or almost all of the social links. I could just beat the game without social links. I could just worry about like, oh, I can get the bad ending, and that, you know, that'll make the game end quicker, but you know, it's not as fulfilling in my opinion. In Persona 4, yes, there is.
Is there?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
So if
I thought the bad ending was just the teddy bear guy dies or disappears, and that's the end of that equation.
I didn't think that was an ending, but well, no, he becomes human halfway through the game. But no, like there's a bad ending in Persona 4. If you
Really? How, like doesn't
what was
because
it?
the shadows
like
technically don't win one way or another. You technically
no. There's like there's like a part where like it's not a so like it's revealed. Spoiler alerts for people who haven't played the game and want to. The ultimate villain is Adachi, and then even he's, you know, kind of being controlled by a higher power. But
come on,
before Adachi,
you can tell Adachi's the main villain the moment you look at him. Just gotta be
Yeah, but
genre
like
savvy.
initially,
I thought 5 was better.
it was somebody else. I can't remember who it was. And you have the option of just like going in and like kicking the guy's ass and just being like, "Yeah, we did it." But then like the issues kind of still happen, and that's the bad ending.
If we're spoiling this crap, let's spoil this crap. Okay, you have the option of throwing him into the television or not. And if you
that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think it was Adachi though. It was someone else. I can't remember.
But both options ultimately lead to the fact that you still don't throw him in the fucking television. You don't end his life. You have the option of your character making a thought, but you don't technically do it. And
I don't remember. Either way, it's a different
No,
ending.
I just played it
recently.
Yeah, I just beat it recently, and both options aren't. You technically don't throw him in the TV, which at that point, I mean, he killed everyone's favorite Bobette. He hurt what's her face, and it's like you don't hit her, you don't hurt the little kid that game. Go screw yourself. You get like that. That really did make me angry because you build a. Because I like the story for that character. So a lot of the
is it Mitsu? That might be it. No, Mitsu was the gas station attendant, wasn't she?
Yeah, he's the same guy. He's a repairman or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, he.
No, it was one person, and then it was found out to be Adachi, and then it was found out that this gas station attendant, if you like exhaust this one social link, was actually pulling the strings behind Adachi, and you have one final dungeon.
And Steven Universe isn't good.
I agree. Fuck Steven Universe. I had a girlfriend who was super into that.
Has-Been Hotel was far superior.
Yeah, exactly. Adachi was a red herring to another red herring, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I never, but I'm just saying, it's just wanted to bring that up. But back to the strength thing, or the hard work stuff. I look at it from effort. Is it accomplishing something? That's my mentality for hard work.
Does the effort pay off?
Yeah, is the effort paying
I
off?
disagree. I disagree. Look at the term hard work. It's exactly what it means. You work hard. Doesn't matter what the results are. You just work hard. That's it. Why are you guys making this so complicated? Why are you guys making this so complicated?
We have a fundamentally different view on what hard work is. I don't think that's easy for this minds.
Yeah.
that's what we've been saying. Again, I say it's situational. It's whatever effort. If there's no effort in hard work, okay, then I won't do that hard work. But say going into
effort, if there's no payoff in hard work.
Yeah, then why do it? I agree.
Yeah.
If you learn a skill and you learn to do the skill better, then you've improved. Yeah. Therefore, the hard work is not really hard work anymore. You've your goal.
I choose to put in hard work because I feel that the payoff is worth it. Again, like I could even go further. Instead of like playing a walkthrough, like I said, I could just, input some cheats into an emulation device, or buy an action replay for my physical PlayStation or whatever, and I could beat the game that way, and that takes even less effort, but it also feels less rewarding in my opinion.
Like I'm just happy, like I said, when it comes to like that, like if I'm working out and I'm losing the weight, like a good example is this: when you're working out, you're losing the weight. If you're losing the weight and you're eating right, you're doing everything else, that's a payoff. Therefore, that was, even though that was hard work, because it is hard work, you gotta spend an hour.
Not necessarily be, like if like having the ability to just whatever you want is now kind of out of the out the window, and you don't have that anymore. Your goal is to lose weight. You want to be healthier. You want to live longer or whatever. Then if that's your goal, then you put in the effort, the hard work is ultimately going to be worth it to you. But again, it depends on how much effort you're willing to put into a specific task. Really, is how much you see out of it.
Yeah, that's about right.
And how much personal value you put into it. It does hard work have personal value? It depends on the person. Is the short answer to what Elle was saying.
Situational. Like if you ask most bodybuilders, the first thing they're going to go, yeah, you got to put the effort in, you got to put the work in, put the hard, and it's going to be hard work, and it's going to kick your fucking ass. And then when you when they build up, it gets easier the more they work out, because eventually the body says, hey, okay, I'm going to keep doing this. The more you're eating, the more stuff. But again, you have to still keep putting that effort in if you want to have that top tier body. Best way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help, Ellie?
Elle?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, like.
Can I talk
So,
now?
so short answer to your question.
I guess I can't talk
now.
now. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, I was just saying, does hard work have personal value? It does if that's what you value. If not, then no. It's all dependent. Anyway, you can talk now.
Thank you.
On your own screen.
Thank you. So, you guys know what a nunchaku is, right?
A what?
Nunchaku. Nunchucks.
Nunchucks, yes, okay. Yes.
I'll just let the redeem play out first. Anyways. So you guys know what a nunchaku is. Okay. So,
A nunchuck?
if you... Nunchaku. Yes.
Yeah.
Now
It's a
then.
weird growth on your Wiimote, yeah.
No real nunchaku.
Oh, I thought you said nunchuck. Like the...
No. He did. Like the actual weapon, I understand.
Oh, okay.
Alright. So, when you first start out learning, nunchaku, or nunchucks, you'll see, people who don't actually, know how to use them, or, how to do some of those, fancy, tricks with a nunchaku. You'll see a lot of them say, oh, I hit myself in the head. It's the best way to hit yourself in the head. It's the best way to hit yourself in the nuts. You'll see a lot of that. Yeah. Oh, when I was first starting to learn, I hit myself in the head. I got tons of lumps before I could do this and that and this. Right. You'll see lots of that. So, I bought myself, some steel nunchaku, or nunchucks, or whatever you call it. Bought myself a pair of those. And then, I looked up like a 5-minute tutorial online. I tried what it said you should do. And I was good at it right away. Yes, I was instantly good at it. So, I tried some of the fancier stuff, because there were more tutorials. I was also instantly good at it. I could do the,
I will say, definitely, you, for what it's worth, that is something I genuinely am very impressed by, is kind of your ability to kind of quickly learn certain things. Damn well, I'm not like that at all. I definitely need to learn things kind of through trial and error. I can't just watch a video and...
Wouldn't you say, maybe, just maybe, it's because of the mindset I take?
Yeah,
because I don't value hard work at all. I try stuff.
I mean, I don't know if I necessarily... I mean, yeah, maybe that has something to do with it, but more so, I would just like... You're just... We all learn differently. I learn through practice. You learn just, visually. We all have, like, different ways in which we learn certain things.
Well, here's the thing, though. What I've learned is just it's all about getting the fundamentals down. Whatever endeavor it is. That's why I say work smart, not hard. Whatever endeavor it is that you want to learn some degree of competence in, it's all about learning what makes things work. For example, Mid-Tier Guard and his little combos, well, long combos, in Blaze Blue and other fighting games.
They've
Now,
been playing fighting games for years.
I can't do those combos he does. And I'm not willing to
Yeah.
put in the effort that he does. Now here's the thing. I understand how they work and how you're supposed to do them. See, but to Mid-Tier Guard, learning those combos is not hard work. It's just tons of fun to lab those for hours. Because basically what Mid-Tier Guard does is not really grinding and doing hard work, like putting in a great deal of effort or endurance. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, it's about understanding the game's mechanics. Yeah, took him hundreds of hours to learn those games and still get destroyed online. But point is, it's about breaking down the combo. Breaking down which moves actually connect with each other. Or maybe just looking it up online. Just looking up the maps for those combos online. But anyways, as you put in the work to learn those combos and the way the game mechanics work, eventually it becomes like second nature. You know,
Mhm.
and you can express
And that's
yourself.
the payoff.
You can
And that's the payoff in the end.
you can express yourself in those combos. You can express yourself in those combos because you understand how the different moves can connect to each other and how some moves just do not connect with each other ever. Okay, but to be Dear Garda, that's not hard work. No, because he actually learned those combos the smart way.
Mhm.
That is the distinction I want to make. Because
Well, you can, like, good example is you can lift weights all you want. If you don't have some understanding or skill of how to
yes,
move the
exactly.
movers,
Yeah, true.
Or
Like,
you can lift weights all you like. Or another thing, you can lift weights all you like. Your big muscles will not help you against someone who's a natural puncher who is the same weight class as you in a fight. You can lift weights. You can get your muscles all big. Somebody's a natural puncher just has natural
Yeah.
power in their punches. You're gonna get destroyed either way.
I guess my only response to that would be just like, I don't disagree necessarily with what you're saying. It's more so just like,
yeah, but how did they become a
working,
natural?
quote unquote smart is kind of it kind of comes easier
it's
for other people.
It's
than
more like
others.
genetics and body mechanics.
I don't know
No,
if it's
it doesn't-
necessarily
it doesn't-
genetics. It might be.
You can learn how to like punch
Yeah.
properly.
But the elasticity
There's nothing
of the
stopping-
punch really depends on your physique, what you're born with.
Not really. You don't have to be naturally talented at being a good puncher. You can
Yeah.
become a good puncher and kicker through training.
You can, but you're not gonna generate more power than someone with natural elasticity to their physique.
Yes,
can
but someone
always
you can
generate
teach
more
yourself
power.
to do that natural elasticity. That's the whole thing about martial arts. You can become that. It just takes time and some effort. That
Yeah.
like all martial arts is all about that. You can't you can pick up if you were to pick up for example Excrema or if I was to give you 2 joysticks and me and you were to go at it, well, I already have the natural thing, but
So do I.
if you took the time out to learn it, what?
So do I. I know Eskrima. It's called our
Yeah,
niece.
same here. Yeah,
So they're
I
nice
actually
here.
like it. it's a fun martial arts. I gotta get back into it again. I'm buying some sticks later, and I want to get back into it because it's a good training for your.
I have
upper
like
core.
Rattan
Anyway.
and Kamagong sticks.
Yeah, but it's like I said, for someone like me, if you weren't trained and you fought someone who was trained, are you going to win just because you're naturally stronger?
You
No,
could.
you could, but that's still like
You just
it's still
power
better.
through.
There's
just
more technique
power
to
through.
it than that.
Like look at the UFC fighter that's going around beating up all the wushu guys. And all
Because
the
those
Tai
wushu
Chi
guys, those wushu guys don't spar.
Yeah, they don't.
Got
They
destroyed.
don't. That's the thing. Yeah, they get destroyed by this guy from the UFC, but because he actually fights, there's a difference. It's the
I
level
think
of training.
It was from China, I think. Xu Xiaodong.
Yeah, it's from China. Yeah, he's been banned from China. He's been kicked out of China. I found out about that recently. I was
Sad.
surprised by that.
Did he say something against the government or something?
Yes,
No, he's been beating up wushu guys.
And China doesn't like that. China wants Kung Fu to be superior. Our Kung Fu is the best.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
God,
they
China.
want to have that value. They want to have the value of our Kung Fu's the best. But what I'm trying to say is that this is a guy that he learned to be better. Exactly what you've been saying. He learned to do the fighting better than the guys who don't.
Yes.
But that's the thing. Yes, but what I'm saying is that still took effort to do that.
Yes, it did.
And that's
It may not
where
have
I'm
taken
saying-
as much effort as
Yeah, but that's
working hard.
the payoff. That's what I say when I talk about hard work. Hard work, it's the payoff, so you don't have to do the hard stuff later. You become better, and that's the point. Like it's that stepping stone. Once you've gotten to A, once you've done A to B, you don't have to worry about C anymore because you have A to B figured out. That's what I'm trying to say.
So,
Yeah,
your
you work with
definition
people
of
you're
hard
content
work
with.
basically is my definition of working smart. Got it.
Similar, very similar. Yes,
Literally, that is exactly what we've been saying for the past 3 hours.
Well, you could have said that. You could have said it the way I did, like one sentence. Don't go off on a tangent every
Okay,
phrase.
but that would have. Okay, but then we wouldn't have
But
had as much fun yelling at each
that would
other.
have got you 10 viewers. You got 10 viewers because of that.
Yeah,
See?
exactly. You're welcome.
Arigatou.
You are welcome.
We-
I mean, I'm sure
know,
like a lot of those viewers just.
Well, here's the thing. Let me tell you something. Something about myself. I'm used to debating in the Oxford, Oregon style, because I coach college kids in that style of debate. So in that style of debate, you're supposed to stick to the point, stick to the topic at hand. Anytime somebody goes off on a tangent, anytime somebody goes off on a tangent, you call that out immediately. Now, I wasn't calling out you guys, because, you were enjoying yourselves. But I just have that sort of mentality.
Yeah,
We're
we're
just sort
having
of
fun.
having fun. Yeah.
Yeah, like we're just shooting the shit, and I see this
and
became
people
fun.
seem to be enjoying it in chat too, so why stop?
Yeah,
why
that is
stop?
true. No, I'm not saying
Yeah,
you
if
should
you-
stop.
No,
I'm
like,
just
yeah, we're
telling
having
you guys
fun.
I'm just telling you guys how I think.
I get that.
Yeah, we got like I got what you're doing. It's like
Yeah.
no big deal.
I get
Like
to
said,
the
I
point.
was trying to.
I got that. I'm glad someone was doing that, because otherwise we could have gone another 3 hours.
Oh,
Oh, let's see. Mid-tier guard says you still don't know how much you value hard work. Is that for me?
Hmm.
I don't know. I mean, for me, I mean, I value hard work, based off of the reasons I've described, but ultimately, again, it's subjective.
Oh, okay.
I value training. That's the work. The hard work is part of that. That's about it.
Okay.
It's becoming better. It's improving. Work it. That as the Daft Punk says. Work it better. Work it faster. Build it better.
I agree with that mentality. Yes.
It's not a debate, though. It's Elle Talks. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, I've kind of thought before about like changing the name of the series, but obviously it's not my series to say.
Hey, you got a suggestion. I like Elle Talks.
I was thinking like the LDP podcast could be like LELLEDP.
That opens up.
Streamer. I don't know.
That opens up
No,
some
I like
floodgates.
Ellie. I like Ellie Talks. I like Ellie Talks. It reminds me of the old Ricky Lake stuff where they used to have that. Like, you know, all you need is that you gotta improve it a little more with the music. That and you gotta have your character wearing like wearing a power suit. There you go.
Yeah.
Hello, Daddy. He's Gerardo.
Oh, shit.
He always says, Daddy's here every time he comes in, so, hello, Daddy.
Hey, Gerardo.
So, you guys ready to move on to, another topic? I got about an hour.
Yeah, did you want to move to a topic, or, do you
Yes.
wanna...
Check it out.
Okay.
Ah, yes. Now, which one do we tackle? Hey, chat, help us out. I got some,
Do you have, like, a list somewhere?
yes. I'm showing it right now. Hey, chat. What do you think? We got some
Hold on, I need to
topics.
zoom my screen in so I can actually read it.
I'll read it. So, some topics to talk about. Overrated versus underrated. Continues in video games versus starting over from scratch. Sense of accomplishment in video games. And what do you enjoy in video games?
I think we
Yes.
kind of... Oh, I guess we kind of
We kind
sort
of
of-
did all that.
sense of accomplishment. We kind of sort of tackled sense of accomplishment in video games already.
Did we? Okay.
Yep.
Kind of. I just basically said, like, it depends on, like, it all kind of comes down to, like, how much work are you willing to put into it. Like, if, I think, like, well, okay, I guess we could, that might be a good transition point.
Okay.
So, what are your thoughts, Elle? You start.
Sense of accomplishment in video games, huh? I don't care about it. Basically, I do not care. That's about it. See, I think people tend to overvalue the sense of accomplishment in video games. Like for example, what you guys, mentioned, one of you mentioned, let me, get rid of this display capture first. And, put this on.
The Chronos Trigger thing.
Let me, put the,
What about Chrono Trigger?
put the topic back on. Here we go. Sense of accomplishment in video games. Alright. So, this sense of accomplishment thing, I think it's for, specific types of gamers who actually value this stuff. Like, no matter what video game it is, I do not really care about, the sense of accomplishment. I only care about the experience that the game imparts to me, personally. Which is why,
Okay.
the JRPG is my favorite, genre of video games. Because I don't play
Okay.
JRPGs for... Hey! Come on! Let me talk for a little while. Stop interrupting. Anyways. So, sense of accomplishment in video games. Like, that's why the JRPG is my favorite genre of video games. Because, I don't play JRPGs for the sense of accomplishment. I know some people do that. Like, to be able to beat this boss with this particular build, to be able to beat the game in X number of hours, to be able to beat the game, like, with a level 1 challenge, stuff like that. I do not game my JRPGs. I play my JRPGs primarily for the story. Now, if the battle system is rewarding and fun, that's a nice little bonus. But I don't play JRPGs for that. I play it to experience the world and to experience the story from the perspective of the characters presented by the RPG. So yes, sense of accomplishment, like I got pretty good with Tetris. I don't feel any sense of accomplishment in that. If I wanted a sense of accomplishment, I'd play some competitive games, like Mobile Legends, for example, or like in fighting games, actually beating a human opponent, and beating multiple human opponents, going up through the ranks online consistently. That's a sense of accomplishment. That's a type of sense of accomplishment that I value, or that I respect in video games. But for single-player games, for example, I really don't, personally, I really don't see, I really don't feel any sense of accomplishment from beating those. Oh yeah, I was at tournament level in Hisoten Soku, for example, for Toho. It's a fighting game, but I don't really see that as much of an accomplishment. It's just because I was playing the game since it was first released, and I never stopped playing. And I kept playing against fierce competition consistently. So eventually you get good at that stuff. Anyways, I'm done, so go ahead. Whoever wants to speak up.
Okay. So you mentioned why you play video games.
Uh-huh.
I want to ask, so you play video games because of the world that it builds, especially JRPGs.
Experience, yes. Or the experience that it imparts.
So why don't you, why play the video game? Why not just watch it on YouTube? Why not, watch like an anime based off the game, something like that?
Immersion. The immersion is different when you're watching someone else play it than when you are actually playing it.
I guess that makes sense. I would say, I don't go into a video game in order to be like, the next Mitch Flower Power in Mario 3 or whatever, but
you're taking that. Here, Gerardo has a very good point. You're taking that journey with them. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I see it as, yeah, and to me that journey is the accomplishment, I suppose. Like, I could just watch somebody else beat it, or I could beat it myself and feel kind of more of an accomplishment. If I learn how to do something myself versus, reading about it online or, just watching somebody else do it, I feel that as sort of a sense of accomplishment. Now, that doesn't mean that I, try to learn how to speed run a game. Obviously, I'd have to learn how to beat it first, but I can speedrun dying just fine. But I see like accomplishment as sort of, I guess really I don't play video games for the accomplishment, but if I accomplish something in a video game, it is a damn good feeling.
I see. So,
Do you
can
have
you give-
anything really to say to that? Or anyone?
So, can you give an example of this sense of accomplishment that you like in video games? Like a specific example.
Well, like if I like if I'm playing like if I figure out a mechanic on my own in a video game, like for example, like I figure out how to like actually properly time attacks myself, or if I learn how to like if I learn an enemy pattern and I learn it myself as opposed to researching it online, to me, I take more of an accomplishment. I feel more accomplished that way, as opposed to learning it myself. Like again, like you feel more, to me anyway.
Yeah.
I feel more like it's like it's like the proverb: give a man a fish, feed him for a day; teach a man how to fish, feed him for a lifetime. If you learn, if you learn a mechanic, that satisfies you for a day. If you figure out the mechanic yourself, or if you can figure out the mechanic for yourself, that's not always guaranteed, especially in some of the games we play, but not the games we play, but some of the the era of games, like early arcade games, you kind of or like like a lot of like early Nintendo games, you kind of had to buy the strategy guides in order to have any clue, like Zelda, for example. Which I would say it, but what was it? Yeah, like I feel like learning a mechanic myself, or having the ability to learn a mechanic myself, is more rewarding and more accomplishing than looking it up online or looking it up in a strategy guide. And there are people who because like a strategy guide's going to cost money, especially back then. You didn't have the internet. You couldn't just go online, look up Legend of Zelda walkthrough. You had to buy this physical pen and paper thing that cost money. It was cost prohibitive.
Yep.
So some people
get the power, the Nintendo
power,
which also cost money, or you just had a really smart friend who more than likely had Nintendo power. But
I had a cousin.
But there were people who just had infinite time on their hands, and they explored every nook and cranny of the original Legend of Zelda, and they figured it out themselves. And if you are willing to put that much time and effort into a game as, in my opinion, tedious as Zelda,
really, Zelda?
Then,
sorry. To me, Zelda's baby stuff. But anyway, go ahead.
I mean, fair enough. I just find it absolutely tedious, especially the first Zelda game is like.
Really, I don't know. I didn't have a problem with it at all. Even second mission.
Was there a second mission in Zelda?
Yeah, there's second mission, and then there's a third mission if you have the BS system. If you believe in the evils that is in piracy.
Well, you kind of needed a guide in order to know oh, you're supposed to bomb this particular place, and you'd have to I don't know. And you have to Zelda is such a big game, especially for its time.
Okay. For me, I don't see that at all. To me, I'm kind of more in Ellie's camp on this one a little bit, because of the simple fact that my fun was I will buy. Not saying not getting a emulator. Good example of this is the insane game from the Dragon Slayer franchise, Xanadu. or Fox Xanadu. I don't know how the
It's
how
back
the
Xanadu. It's
no,
Famicom
no.
Xanadu.
From what I've been told from a Japanese friend, it's Fox Xanadu. But
I don't know. I mean, it might
Ellie, what
depend
is
on
it?
how they.
Fox Xanadu or Fox Xanadu? What is it?
I have no
you might be
idea.
able to...
I have no
I
idea.
guess you'd
Okay.
have to look at the kanji. You'd have to look at the kanji.
Alright, let's take a look. Let's take a look.
You
But
take a
I
look.
think it's because it's Famicom Xanadu. But I guess it would also depend on how do you pronounce Famicom in Japan. Do you pronounce it Famicom?
Let's just look at the katakana for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah. But anyway,
Fazanadu!
that game.
But
Okay.
Fazanadu. It's Z.
Fazanadu.
Fazanadu.
Okay.
Like this, I put it in
Yeah,
the
because
chat.
it's. I know it's like a portmanteau of Famicom Xanadu.
It's a great game. By the way, amazing game. But it is a game
I do need to play it. It's on the NS. I keep meaning to check it out at some point.
that is a phenomenal game. Definitely worth a playthrough. But I can't deny that it's one of those games where if you don't have a hint guide, you are fucked. With a capital
yeah,
F.
definitely. Like my experience was like I got lost almost immediately in that.
Oh, like there are a couple places that you have to have the special boots. You have to buy them 4 times, and you have to fly to a key area in the heaven to find this one fountain that's in the middle of freaking nowhere. And I don't deny it. It's one of the few games I have beat. But, you know, there's that fun and excitement. Accomplishment for beating a video game, yes and no. There's that yes and no moment. It's when you're playing that game and you get that hard boss that pops up. Like, a good example is, you know, in Chronos Trigger, is the fun that is the mission where you have the queen shows up, and if you can steal 2 of the best items in the game from her. Beating her is such a fun moment, but that's more because I feel accomplished because in the story I kicked her ass. She's responsible for the destruction of the world, and then you fight Lavos, like that big fight when you fight Lavos for the first time. And, you know, you lose Kronos and you get him back. Like that excitement, that like mission where, you know, you beat him and then you're like, then you go and get him back. And watching him sacrifice himself, like that built up. The accomplishment came from the story. The accomplishment came from the value. Like one of the best moments in Breath of Fire 2 from classic video games. But I can go into more modern games, but I think we're losing that in modern games a little bit. Is in Breath of Fire 2, the moment when you defeat when you fight the god, and you have that moment where you watch your characters, you built the storyline of them slowly being murdered in front of you, and your character breaks free and he chases after him, and all the explosions are going off, and you cut the guy's face off, and then he turns into the monster, and then you summon the power of the universe itself to defeat this evil entity. That is exciting. That is energy. That accomplishment, knowing that you're going to kick this thing's ass. And it's going. Hey, when you beat it, you get that smile, especially when you get the good ending.
Yeah.
For that game.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my sense of accomplishment that comes from that. That's the fun of the story. The story brought that to me. That point. I don't give a like a lot, like, and that's the reason I don't have fun with a lot of these games, like League of Legends and stuff. I get bored.
Yeah, because they kind of like hold your hands through it so much.
Yeah, they do.
Because every game has to have a 40-page tutorial baked into it right at the beginning.
Yeah. It's like when I play those games, I get so bored because it's to me, I don't feel like I've accomplished anything by defeating a bunch of human players. Like fighting game and a one-on-one fighting game, I still get that energy. But I don't get that energy from
I'm the opposite. I find fighting games not very accomplishing. Like, even if I master them, like, even if I master a fighting game, it's kind of just like, okay, well, I did that. It's I don't really know how to describe it. It's just more like I don't. It's just not fun to me.
Yeah, like I find fighting games fun when you're playing against a human opponent, but it's not the same thing. Like I get the sense of accomplishment from games like Left 4 Dead.
Yeah.
Left 4 Dead was that you got that sense of accomplishment, and that was because you're playing with the human players. Even in deathmatch, where you're fighting against other people, that is fun. That has energy
True.
to
If
it.
if I were to beat mid-tier guard in a fighting game, I'd have a pretty good damn reason to be accomplished.
Okay, there is a way you can do that, actually. You guys play some dive kick, or, footsies. I mean, it's a 2-button game. You have a dive and a kick button. And,
Oh, well, there you go.
it's a one-hit KO. So,
There
whoever
you go. I
lands
mean,
whoever lands the first hit wins. You take at least one
Also,
round from
why
him,
not-
you
why
win.
not just- why not just count-
Elle was disagreeing with you in chat about League of Legends. League of Legends can kick your ass, apparently.
No, I love League of Legends in a lot of ways, and I enjoy playing it, but I don't get the same sense of accomplishment. Like I got up, I could have easily skyrocketed to like tournament play, but I got bored.
Yeah. I think, personally, like, my favorite kind of video game is something like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and I think Elle's gonna agree with me on this one. I think that, like, a game where, like, at its core, Symphony of the Night is pretty simple, right? You go, you have a map, so you don't have to, like, draw it yourself. And really all you have to worry about in the short term, really, in the basic nitty-gritty of it, is kill enemy, make them go away, get heart. But the game does reward you for going off that beaten path, which,
There is
whether
no...
you're...
Have you forgotten? There is no beaten path.
I mean, there kind of is. There's probably a more
Oh,
efficient
well,
way
there
of
are-
getting
there
to the
are
boss.
Okay, I will disagree with that. In Symphony of the Night, there are a lot of beaten paths.
Yes, there's a way
race through
to
that route.
progress. There's a logical progression to it, but it's not.
Yeah.
No, there is, but you don't have to. Like, for example, a good example of this is the chapel scene. You don't have to go to the chapel at all.
Yeah.
No reason to be there.
I mean, if you
clock
want to get,
tower.
like, the...
There's
you
no
wanna get,
reason
like,
to be in the
the,
clock tower.
Yeah, well, like,
You
if
can
you
like
want to get
kill the
bad
boss
ending,
from
yeah.
the clock, the clock tower. You can kill the clock tower boss from the other side without ever visiting it.
But that's the thing with Symphony of the Night, is it rewards exploration and it rewards finding these secrets. Maybe you'll get, like, another weapon. You'll get some nicer armor. You'll get a better shield.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if you, like, 100%... If you want, like, the real good ending, you have to defeat all of the bosses. You have to go to all of these places, like the clock tower, like
Also,
the chapel.
also map completion, 200+%.
And yeah, map completion and things like that. You have to do that to beat the boss and get the upside down world. And then if you do that, that's a sense of accomplishment. So let me, like, conclude.
Yeah,
Yes.
Castlevania, it's kind of perfect in that way, in that it's not hard. Well, it can be hard. It's not hard
easy.
it's not hard. Yeah, it's easy to figure out. For sure.
Midtier
To figure out.
Guard beat most of that game by using the Basilard. He even used the Basilard on Dracula.
Yeah. Well, you can anyway, but like what I'm saying is like you can, like, for example, that one weapon that I got, the really big sword, where I had to really super grind to get it and like defeat these enemies over and over again.
Crucigrim.
Like, it made the game a lot easier when I did it, but I did need to grind a whole hell of a lot in order to get to it. So it's sort of like, do you want to go through that task to make the game easier, or do you want the game to be harder and can do it that way. But
Play smart.
that's what I like about Castlevania is it realizes that accomplishment is a spectrum. It realizes that some people are just content with beating the game and getting an ending, and some people are content with going off the beaten path, finding these hidden treasure chests and candles and things like that, and doing things like that, and ultimately getting a better ending as a result.
Can I ask a question? If you have that like feeling towards that, why is there no energy towards Zelda in the same light?
Because Zelda isn't straightforward. You kind of need to have a lot of trial and error in order to even progress in the game normally. And also just a lot of the puzzles, even in like later Zelda games, like what you get to like Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time, you kind of need a strategy guide in order to figure out a lot of the puzzles.
Not Link to the Past. I disagree with the Link to the Past. But again, maybe that's just me being,
It could be. It could just be you, like, you play the game for 30 years and you just know it. But
no, it's not even that. It's like when I played the first Legend of Zelda, like at least Link to the Past, I actually was like, "Is that it? Is this is so fucking easy compared to the other games." I remember being like,
I don't know, like to me, like it's just like Zelda games are just so big, and like if you miss one one bush that you actually have to push up, then you can't. You have to hit every bush and bomb every little nook and cranny in the game in order to actually progress in the game. That's kind of why I don't like Zelda.
I've never seen that in the game, so that's why I'm like, what? Like I found Zelda fundamentally very easy as a video game. Like I actually think it's one of the more easier I guess we could call
adventure games.
Like I find it super easy. That's why I'm very surprised when I hear someone go, "Well, I never really could get into it." I'm like, "Well, really? Huh, okay."
It could also, in my case, kind of be down to my vision. I might overlook certain minute details that could give me a hint.
Because
definitely the first game, a lot of people, cited or otherwise, especially younger people, the first Zelda on NES, they kind of needed a strategy guide in order to get anywhere in it, especially in some of the dungeons and.
Okay, Zelda for a NES, yes. If you don't want to waste resources and to spend more time working on stuff, I could see that. But Link to the Past, they simplified.
I think more people tend to get to grips with Link to the Past. I never really could per se. I needed a lot of help online. I will say my favorite Zelda game is actually Zelda 2, and it's because it's kind of the most straightforward Zelda game. It's hard. Don't get me wrong. But
okay, you lost me there completely. Zelda 2 is yikes. Okay, anyway.
It's hard, it's hard, but mostly it's just because you need to grind. It's like Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest or something like that. It's just really grind heavy.
The maze, man. That maze in the middle of that freaking area, man. You need to walk through for that freaking maze.
I admittedly haven't gotten that far in Zelda 2, but for the most part, I thought it was because a lot of it was just side scrolling, and it was just you have random enemy encounters, and you go through dungeons and things like that, and it was. To me, it was a lot. I was able to get a lot further in that than was in the original Zelda, and also I was just more willing to do so because it just seems like a more fun game.
Okay. I don't know, man.
You still have your music on. Did you want that? Because it looks like you're playing a game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's playing Castlevania.
Yeah, fair enough.
Press square.
Um,
Gerard. Press square.
I don't know. What's your thoughts on like Zelda? Am I crazy in that it like kind of requires too steep of a learning curve?
Zelda!
Yeah, what's your thought?
I don't care. I've never played that game.
You've never played any of the Legend of Zelda?
Zeldas?
I mean, I played it, but I never put in any amount of time to actually try to
Fair
beat
enough.
it. So I
Okay,
don't
fair
really
enough.
care about it.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah. So like, I guess that's sort of like my overall thought on like sense of accomplishment. In games is if the game rewards accomplishment, then it's good. If it just feels like a chore, then I don't feel accomplished. Is really kind of the easy way of saying that.
Hey, here's a little thing. Gurthang. 31 damage. Dark Metamorphosis. Gurthang.
Dark Metamorphosis! I
66
still need
damage.
to,
You see that?
I still need to. I downloaded that editing software that
138.
you recommended. I still need to open it so that I can like actually edit some of these sound redeems down.
See,
Because I need
never
a dark
did.
metamorphosis. I need a dark metamorphosis redeem.
So I never did. I never did get into Symphony of the Night. So that's where that's where my like. I got into the other games, like the Game Boy games. I thought the Game Boy games were superior in a lot of ways, but
LCX is behind. LCX is behind his computer, scowling at you for saying that. I hope you realize.
wait, she didn't like the Game Boy game. She didn't like the Game Boy Advance Legend of Zelda. I mean, not Legend of Zelda.
I like all
the
the...
Game Boy Advance one, but he does not like. He has an apt hatred for pre-Metroidvania Castlevania.
The Game Boy
Oh,
Advance
no,
games are
I'm well aware.
Metroidvanias. What you talking about?
Yeah. No, I would.
Yeah, like
I know
Mario
we've had.
Kart was fun, I think.
I've already had that conversation with Ellie over the
Yeah.
reasonings behind her hatred of one of my favorite games, the old Castlevanias back in the day.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest.
I'll say like Elle has definitely like made me realize there are flaws to the games, but I'm more willing to overlook those flaws. I just think the games are fun.
Well, Mega Man's a good example for me. Like, it's very similar to why I like the old school Mega Mans even to this day. Even though
Mega Man is like entirely trial and error. I do not like Mega Man. I've come to realize.
Really?
I do not
I've
like
always
Mega.
liked-
I used to kind of like Mega Man 2 is fun. Mega Man 2 is fun. Really, that's kind of like the only Mega Man I've ever enjoyed. Because, like, well, okay, the first Mega Man game is bullshit hard. Second Mega Man game is relatively fair, barring some things like Heat Man stage or Flash Man stage, which is just total bullshit.
Oh, Mega Man 3, I would have to say, I still say Mega Man 3 is the best of the OG original Mega Mans because you had a...
I would say Mega Man 3, in theory, is pretty good. Mega Man 4, once they introduced the Mega Buster, I always just thought that, like, completely broke the game for me. And they kept that in through, like, all the Mega Man X games and the Mega Man, Mega Man ZX or whatever it's called? Mega Man Zero,
Yeah.
I mean.
I am not a fan of the... I don't know. I have a
Mega Man
weird
9
relationship
got rid of
with
the
Zero.
Mega Man 9 got rid of the Mega Blaster, so that one I should probably try again.
I wasn't a fan of the Zero Saga, and it's more along the lines just because I found it kind of boring. Would be the best way to put it. And I tried YX, and I didn't like YX at all.
I didn't say
really
Mega Man 2 was boring. I just never liked it. I said it's very trial and error.
No, I said Mega Man 2 is boring. Yeah, Mega Man 2
Oh,
is
you did?
absolutely boring. Yeah, Mega Man 2 is absolutely boring, except for the music. The music in Mega Man 2 is next level.
Oh, well, yeah,
When-
obviously.
Yeah. Mega Man 3 introduced the slide. Mega Man 3 introduced probably better music than Mega Man 2. A better story in a lot of ways. A more fun
There could
battle.
be a lot of debate over which Mega Man had the best music.
I'm Mega Man 2 would be well, Mega Man 3 and Mega Man 4 and 6 had the best. 5 was kind of eh. Although 5 had Tomahawk. I think, was it 5 that had Tomahawk, or was that somebody else? I can't remember which one was. Yeah, I can't. I'd have to look at my thing. I could actually. Yeah, hold on. I'll check right now. I got all those games ready to rock on my emulator.
I will say it's funny that I played Mega Man X7 for PS2 because somebody requested it on stream last week, and I will say, for what it's worth, Mega Man works better in 3D than it realistically could have. I don't hate Mega Man X7. I don't know how I feel about like the auto lock-on thing. That might make the game a little bit too by the numbers, perhaps. But
yeah, Mega Man 6. Yeah, Mega Man 6 was the one with Tomahawk Man. That and they had some good ones. There's some real sick music for Mega Man. Oh man, they're some of the best chip tunes. That is the one thing that always upset me about Capcom: the fact that they just kind of, dump the franchise. And
Mega Man X4 was your favorite, Sir Jacob? I've never played it. Maybe I should at some point. I think I do have the
Zero. That's all you gotta remember. Some anime waifu screaming zero nonstop. Zero.
I mean, like, nothing's ever gonna top the Mega Man 8 cutscenes. Dr. Wowie.
Yeah, but for sense of accomplishment in video games, I'm more for the story, but the story brings the accomplishment. That's kind of where I come from. If you're asking Ellie, that's where I go.
All right.
It's like, but if you want to talk more about Mega Man, I'll bring up the fact that like Capcom's forgotten games that they don't want to work on anymore because they don't want money. They want to make 15 15 Street Fighters and a bunch of crap.
Well, I mean, a lot of people are definitely happy to talk about Mega Man in chat.
Yeah.
Lavon is saying he recommends Mega Man 11. I played a little bit of that. Am I gonna lose people if I say like Mega Man 11 just feels a lot like Mighty Number? Am I gonna like get like pitchforks thrown at me if I say that?
Yeah, I don't know. Ellie, are you gonna send the mob after him?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Guess.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. No, that's my thing. What was your next topic you wanted to? Unless you guys want to keep talking about Mega Man, because I can do that for another hour.
Yeah. What was the list of topics? Can you bring that up again?
All right. So, here we go. Shut the... where is it? Let's just do a display capture, maybe.
Well, I think that, well, the one about, like, games with limited continues, I think we can all just kind of agree that's bullshit, right?
Alright, here you go.
All depends if you want to earn the Japanese true power.
So, continues in video games versus starting over from scratch.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that having, like, unlimited continues is, like, the best.
No. It all depends if you want to earn the Japanese honor. And if you're playing games to earn that true honor, to be the true master. Anybody who's ever played a bullet... Hey, anybody who's ever played a bullet hell game knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, one season.
Yeah, the true master is, that's it. Otherwise, if you don't want that challenge, why would you play? Why would you not have unlimited continues, or why not have some sort of save function?
I guess it makes sense in some. I don't know. To me, it just seems cheap. Just like to me, it just seems like an artificial. To me, it just seems like a way of just artificially lengthening the game. Like
it really does,
like
yeah. And
you can just get away with only programming like 6 levels, or less than that, but just make the game hard as shit and make you have to start over. Like, to me, that just seems
Yeah,
cheap.
that's that old school style. I'm in agree. I don't know. Well, what's your thought process, Ellie? Do you agree with
most modern games have unlimited continues, or
Yeah.
well, most modern games have a save feature.
Well,
what's your thought?
Yeah, as for continues, unlimited continues versus what is that again?
Starting over.
Yeah, versus starting over from scratch. I absolutely detest starting over from scratch, and if the game is going to gatekeep you from seeing what happens next, or seeing the next level, the next boss, by making you play it over again, then unless I'm really invested in the video game, I just very soon drop the game immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
that's
nothing to
my thought.
add. I have nothing to add to that.
Yeah,
That's my thought on that.
I'm of the opinion. I'm of the opinion. I am not a Japanese trying to prove my honor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's what every bullet hell game.
I knew we could settle
Every
that one
bullet
really
hell
quickly. I
game.
don't think there's
Every
any disagreements
yeah.
here.
Yeah. Every bullet hell game I've ever played has been that nightmare, and I refuse. This is why I don't like bullet hell games.
I see. Well, you only get the bad ending anyway. If you don't do a 1cc, it's all good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like even Castlevania 1, for as many flaws as that game had, even that had unlimited continues, as mid-tier points out.
Yeah, like it's the reason I won't play Gauntlet unless I'm playing with unless I'm playing a MAME coin op, because as much as I like the Gauntlet music from the original Nintendo, which is some of the best.
I love the Gauntlet music. I have that in my I have that in my intro stream. In my intro music.
Yeah, that metal version that do 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 do. I love that stuff, but no, I refuse to be I don't want to play limit. I want to have at least 5 continues. That's my rule is the 5 continue rule. If you're gonna make your game tough as balls, at least give me 5 continues so I can actually enjoy your game.
I would say unlimited continues are pretty much vital. Like I will. Like, I've tried to, beat Contra before, even with the 30 life code, and I'm just like, no, I don't like the whole 3 continues, and I think we can all agree. It's just, like Elle said, it's gatekeeping, and more to the point, it's just a means of artificially lengthening the game because they couldn't be asked to finish it.
It was a stop quarter month. It was, the era of the old rental stores, which I missed. I will never forget.
Yeah,
anyway,
for example, Ninja Gaiden 3 and Battletoads were purposely made more difficult.
Don't remind me of Ninja Gaiden. Yeah, the evil that is Ninja Gaiden.
The first two games at least had unlimited continues. The third one didn't.
Did I hear someone say "get good"? There, Sir Jacob. Okay, yeah, you beat that.
You want to fight?
Okay, buddy, beat Ninja Gaiden 1 with one life, and I'll maybe considering you good.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Great White North has shown that he can do that before.
Well, Great White North is Canadian and therefore a force that we should not reckon with. At least Elle and I. Or you can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah. No, we Canadians, we know our Ninja Gaiden, or as we like to call it, Ninja Gaiden, because that's what it was referred to as for the longest time in Canada.
It was referred to that here too, unless you've seen The Wizard.
Have I beaten?
No, it's Ninja Gaiden.
Ninja Gaiden 1. Yeah, I have. I mean, you get to continue as much as you want. You'll beat it eventually.
I have beaten it, but I did not. That was one of those games where I was like, I'm done, go fuck yourself, and I never played it again. That was the one that pissed me right off. I remember just being angry after playing that.
I have the Xbox Ninja Gaiden games. I've been meaning to play those on stream for a
They're
while.
different.
Yeah, I
Totally
heard they're
different.
like hack and slash games, and they're also like bullshit hard.
I don't know. I haven't touched them because they kind of they amalgamate it with the they kind of they made it together with that. What's the name of the franchise?
Dead or alive?
Yeah, and I don't agree with that in a lot of ways. I'm like,
They gave the ninjas jiggle physics. I'm trying to be stealthy, but
no,
I'm
no,
dumb
I don't
as
mind. I don't mind them jiggle physics in the anime. I'm not a fan of 16-year-old jiggle physics. Let's just put it that
I'm trying
way.
to be stealthy, but I'm dummy thick, and the clap of my ass cheeks gives me away.
Yeah. After that, though, on the other hand, I'm okay with. Other than that, I'm fine. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know. Just Dead or Alive just never.
Yeah, the 3D one on Xbox mid-tier.
No, you know what I liked? Okay, everyone's gonna hate me for this, but I don't care. I liked the Dead or Alive actual movie. Fight me.
What's
That
key
was the movie,
frames? Is that a video game mid-tier? I've never
No,
heard of that.
keyframes means 2D animation.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it.
I absolutely loved the Dead or Alive movie. That was awesome.
What did you think
That
of
was
it?
so great.
I watched that. I thought it was alright. I watched that
fun.
in a stream a while ago.
Yeah, it's stupidly fun. It's a stupid fun game movie. It doesn't make a lick of sense. They had some gorgeous actresses in it, and I'm all in. Like it was
it's a Dead or Alive movie tie-in. Why would you ever expect that to take itself seriously?
Yeah, and no, I liked it. I liked it so much that it was fun. I liked the fact that it ended with a stupid ending, and it was so good. Like it was just good. I enjoyed that. I wanted more of that, and anything that gives Kevin Nash a job, I'm all for.
Can I like make my controversial video game movie tie-in statements?
Yes.
Mortal Kombat Annihilation, so bad it's good. I genuinely enjoy that, at least on an ironic level.
I enjoyed the actress that played Jade. Damn.
Yeah, fair enough. But it's funny. Mortal Kombat Annihilation is funny. And that's what I like about it. And it doesn't take itself seriously, which, a Mortal Kombat movie probably shouldn't. It's just like a dumb martial arts movie that happens to be ironically hilarious.
As long as no one says they like the movie, that they like the idea of Brie Larson being Samus.
Did they make a? No, they didn't make a Metroid movie. I think they're talking.
No, they were going to give Brie Larson the role, and she ended up not having the role.
I didn't know if that started production yet. I know they're talking about like a.
No. She ended up losing it because of Captain Marvel and the failure that was that movie.
Also the original Mario Brothers movie, the '90s one. I always liked that one. I think it works as its own thing.
Really?
Like it does. It does.
I don't know. I've never been able to get into that one because it's clear the actors
works
are.
As its own thing. You gotta disconnect yourself from it being a Mario movie. It works as its own. If you see it as its own thing, it's just another like dumb kids movie. One that
It's not a kids
kind of
movie.
enjoyable.
It's not a kids movie. It is not.
I think
It
so.
is not.
It is not.
It
No,
is
it's not.
not.
I disagree. I disagree.
I mean,
Okay.
it's, for older kids, but it's like, it's for like the Roger Rabbit
Okay,
demographic.
let's watch a trailer. Let's watch a trailer. His idea.
90s one, remember?
Yes, I know.
Not the
Okay.
not the recent one. The recent one is 100% a kids movie.
Let's watch.
Okay. I would say. Okay, go ahead.
I say it's not. It is not a kids movie at all. Not even a little bit. Anyways,
I agree.
It's a darker kids movie, but kids definitely watched it.
kids watch it
I'll
doesn't
say
mean
Red-
it's for kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe it's okay. I'll say Redwall is a kids thing. I'm actually in agreement with the whole idea that Redwall's is a kid show. But
Hold on.
But like, there's a lot of blood and guts in Redwall. Like they're not like a lot of anthropomorphic animals get violently murdered.
Yeah.
And
I would say, okay, it's
Look at
a
that.
kids movie. It's a
Look
family
at that.
movie.
That's not a kid's movie. That's a dystopian movie.
it is a dystopian movie. Created, yeah,
Kids
I
watch
agree.
it.
Look,
Yeah,
Look
but
at that.
kids should have been watching.
look at that. That's not for
It
kids.
got a PG rating, so like, I think it got a PG rating, so like kids over 9 could watch it.
Yeah,
Still
but
not for kids.
I still don't think it's for kids. Yeah, I agree. It was clear the person who wanted to, like, they got the guy who made Blade Runner to freaking work on that. That was
And it looks like Blade Runner, actually, the world.
it
They
does.
show.
Yes, they got a guy. They got
Really? The guy
who
who did Blade Runner did the Mario
I mean,
movie? I
look,
didn't know
look at
that.
the world they show here. It's like Blade Runner.
Yeah. One of the guys that worked on
It
it
does
was
not look
was
like a
one of the guys
Mario
that Blade
movie.
Runner.
I will give you that. It does not look like a Mario movie.
Look at that. It's got a gun. It's got like a submachine gun.
I mean, like the TMNT movies. I know you say those aren't kids movies, but again, kids watched them. Like they
Yeah.
said "damn" a couple of times, but you know, kids aren't gonna. pick up on that.
Okay. That's where I disagree. The TMNT movies are what you'd say young adult movies. I think they're
Yeah.
anywhere between the ages of
I
12 and
would
13.
say, I would say like young adult is like, you know,
Yeah.
like I would say like when I say kids, I mean like 9 years old.
Okay, I got a question for everybody. The Sylvester Stallone Judge Dredd, was that a kid's movie?
I've
No.
never seen it, but that was I think more of a I think
No.
that was kind
Just
of
no.
more just
No, even though they tried to make it a kids movie, you'd say no. Eh? Okay.
Absolutely
So
not.
then what's your Okay, so what is an action movie that's a kids movie for you? Because
a movie
I'm
that's targeted to kids.
Ah, yes.
okay.
Here.
Yes, but what
This one,
action movie
This one.
is
This.
like
This one.
good?
This one. It's violent, but I'd say still for kids.
Great classic
Yeah.
comes to the screen.
What
Yeah,
is
I think
it, or movie?
Take thy hand.
That's the Ninja Turtles.
Who said I'm fair?
Nope.
No, this is Batman and Robin, isn't it?
To be,
Nope.
No, that's Ninja Turtles, isn't it? I'm looking at Turtles, wasn't I?
to be.
What the hell?
I swear I heard Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Proud to
It
present
is.
the screen's greatest action hero.
What are we watching right now? I don't know. Is my thing off? One sec here. I'll go back in and go back out.
The governor gets here, call me.
This is Last Action Hero.
Exactly.
Oh! I knew
Yeah,
it
that
was
was a
Schwarzenegger. I thought it was Batman and Robin. I was gonna say Batman and Robin was
Yeah.
definitely more
Sorry, my
kid-oriented
bad.
than, like,
Closer to the action.
I was thinking it was Batman and Robin. I've never seen Last Action Hero. I hear kind of mixed things about it.
Kids movie. Kids movie.
Yeah. Okay,
Kinda
can I ask
violent.
a question?
Yeah.
Is Commando a kids movie?
No.
I
I've never
don't-
seen the movie, but no.
I don't think I remember that one. I think I've seen it. Who stars in it?
Schwarzenegger, I know.
Commando trailer.
Commando, I think, is literally just like a war movie, kind of like Rambo, isn't it? Or like the First Blood, sort of.
Okay. I'm gonna be an awful human being, but I believe for kids, my kid-approved movies are as follows: ages 8
I remember this
to
one. I remember this one.
okay.
I'd say
Yeah.
it can qualify as a kids movie, like a PG kids movie.
A PG. Okay. Yeah.
Now,
I mean,
It's
there
like
were
probably a
real,
kid's show, yes.
there were real stakes there, but
somewhere,
Yeah.
somehow,
there is something
Is
about
iCarly
the.
a kids show?
gonna pay.
Yes.
Well, no. If you look at what Jenny McCarthy said about it, probably not.
Oh, fair enough.
So there's something about the
I don't think it was.
presentation.
I don't think it was Jenny McCarthy. That She wasn't on iCarly. It was someone else.
It wasn't Janet McCarthy was the one that was the she was the one that did her my
no,
mother.
Jeanette McCurdy, I think her name was.
Yeah.
Not McCarthy.
Okay, so
I mean, I've never seen Commando, so I can't speak to that. I just never thought it was a kids movie. Doesn't that have like an R rating?
Basically, it's like just one long hostage situation.
Yeah, that does not
okay.
sound like a kids movie.
Yeah, but you're trying to save trying to save his daughter. Okay. Here's a question I gotta ask. Okay, I'm gonna give my age rating
a
here.
kids movie by that logic?
Okay, I'm gonna give a rating here from age. I'm gonna go 8 to 10. Well, sorry, 6 to 9, 9 to 13. What is your range? Like where are your movies on that? If we were to put kids movies, what's your kids movie ratings for that?
Well, I mean, like Super Mario Brothers would definitely be like the 9 to 13 demographic. Although maybe a little bit younger, maybe like 7 to 13.
Okay,
All right.
Ellie, what's yours?
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. What about the movie?
I mean, honestly, like I don't have an issue with just like showing my kids whatever, because like at the end of the day, like you gotta show them some scary shit at some. They'll be traumatized, but at least they'll get toughened up.
I believe in the I'm of the added belief that a child should see Predator by the time he's 9.
Yep, Alien versus Sexual Predator, my favorite movie. Anyway.
No, Aliens is something after 13. Because Aliens
Aliens I think was like a much scarier.
Aliens.
How about Jurassic Park? Would you say that's like 6 to 9 or 9 to 13? Would you say like? I
would say 9 to 13. I'd say Dark Crystal is definitely a 6 to 9.
So
which one was that? Was that a Jurassic World movie?
No, Dark Crystal is a Jim Henson creation where he used puppetry for everything, and it's a really, really good movie.
So it's like Labyrinth even darker?
Yes, it's a little darker than Labyrinth. Labyrinth is David Bowie being
Labyrinth
awesome.
Is a kids movie. Labyrinth is a kids movie.
That's definitely a 6. Yeah, I would say Willow is another one. I would say is a 6 to 9.
I've heard very mixed things about Willow. I like the NES game, and the arcade game is actually really good too. That one's like more of a side scroller, but with kind of like
that one's fun.
Elements.
Yeah, that one's fun. They mostly come out at night. Mostly, yeah. It's definitely one of those things. But Ellie, what's your kids range? Like, what movies would you said if you had kids you had to take care of? What movie lineup are you throwing at them for like age 6 to 9 and 9 to 13?
I don't know. I'd show them a bunch of anime.
Show them hentai.
Oh, come on, that's a cop out.
Yeah, anime can be anything.
Yeah. Like, come on,
I'm gonna show them animation, I'm
gonna show them like for all we know, Ellie means Fist of the North Star. Like,
hell yeah. I don't believe. This is my hot take. I don't believe like we should shelter kids at all. I think kids should be allowed to watch whatever they want. I don't think they would enjoy like a hard R-rated movie, but they could watch it if they wanted to. I don't think there's anything that's
I have a serious
particularly bad about that.
I have a serious answer for that.
Okay.
So I can't think of any particular movie which would encapsulate basically the age range or the type of stuff I would show kids. But you can actually see it in my writings, actually. So, for example, Samantha and the Pieces of a Heart, which LDP has read, I would consider that a children's story. And yet, there is violence. There is blood, there is violence, and it tackles a lot of social and political issues, which would be over the heads of little kids, basically.
You know, Orc was asking if there was an action movie that you could show to young kids. Star Wars, any of the Star Wars movies.
Star Wars.
Except for the new
I
stuff.
suppose.
You can't compare the new stuff.
Well, yeah, you can't. No, nobody needs to see that. But I mean, like the original trilogy, like definitely, like even back in the 70s, 4-year-olds were going into the theater and watching that.
Mm-hmm.
And 4-year-olds are still like obsessed with Star Wars. So
Star Wars, huh? I guess it's okay.
LCX wants to show Akira. I wanted to show Akira when I was doing Eldiner Cinema, but I never got around to it.
Overrated.
Yeah, I want to. I know it has
agree.
I know it has really good animation. I don't know really much beyond that.
Ghost in the Shell, I think, is not overrated, but I would agree with Akira.
Ghost in the
Ghost in
Shell,
the-
I think the TV series was better. Much more fleshed out story.
Was that the one with
Yeah,
was that the one with like the giant Robo Ladybug game?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
I have that
Ikoma.
on my list. The PSP game.
Basically, they're AI-controlled tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways. Where were we? Oh, yeah. We were talking about, what was that? What could we,
We're talking about continues in games, I think.
oh,
Yeah, I think we kind of went. I think we went hit that
I-
top pretty good.
you shall
So, I don't know. This might be like the perfect time. Did you enjoy doing looking at like commercials last time? Because I actually saved a bunch of them that
Oh.
you might enjoy.
Let's go.
Okay. I'm gonna share my screen actually.
Share
Be
your
able to
screen.
show
Wait,
that on stream.
I'm gonna do it right about now. Wait till I figure out how to do that, actually.
Actually, let me pull it up on. I'll give you a little bit of time. I gotta pull it up on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm playing Willow while we're talking.
The
Alright.
arcade
Did you
game.
Yeah, you guys got me playing.
Yeah,
that.
it's a good one, isn't it? It is.
Yeah, it always
Like,
has been. Yeah,
Not a lot of people talk about the arcade game. Not a lot of people talk
Yeah.
about the NES game, which is also really good. Kind of a better Zelda than.
A lot of people don't talk about the new show that pretty much failed.
Yeah, there was
Okay.
a video show.
So,
How did they ever expect off? Nobody bought the original one.
what do you want to show?
Oh, I love the.
Okay.
Bling, bling.
All right, y'all can see my screen.
Not yet.
Wait, no, you can't.
Oh, if we're doing commercials, I'll send a commercial to the main link. I got
Oh.
one for you guys.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you have to click
Okay.
close stream because it exited out of L's one. You should be able to see. You can post your stream. And anybody
No,
who
I'm
wants to
not
post a
gonna
trailer,
throw a stream
feel
on
free to
mine,
do it in YouTube as well.
Yeah,
Big
my
Bill
internet-
Hills. Oh, fuck yeah, let's. You know what?
Yeah, my-
Let's start with Big Bill Hills.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna send you
That was a
the. I'm gonna
classic.
send you. You guys get a good laugh. Cause you guys are doing commercials. I got a commercial for you guys.
Yeah, so Big Bill Hell wasn't like an actual commercial. It was more sort of just like a blooper reel. But
Alright,
this is it. Can you hear it?
Fuck you, Baltimore! If
Yeah,
you're dumb enough to
it's
buy a
loud.
new car this weekend,
Right.
you're a big enough schmuck to come to Big Bill Hell's Cars. Bad deal. Cars that break down. Thieves. If you think you're gonna find
Better?
a bargain at Big Bill, you
Yeah.
can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker. You'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your tray. Bring your title. Bring your wife. We'll fuck her. That's right.
We'll fuck your wife.
Because at Big Bill Hell, you're fucked 6 ways from Sunday.
Oh,
Take a hike to Big Bill Hell. Call home of challenge pissing. That's
Challenge
right,
pissing is my
How does it
favorite.
work? If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, you get no down payment. Don't wait. Don't delay. Don't fuck with us or we'll rip your nuts off. Only at Big Bill Hell. The only dealer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends the minute.
Hurry up, asshole.
Check, and it better not bounce or you're a dead
Dead
motherfucker.
motherfucker.
Go to hell. Big Bill Hell's card. Baltimore's filthiest and exclusive on one of the meanest sons of bitches in the state of Maryland. Guaranteed.
So, like, obviously that wasn't, like, really a commercial. It was more just kind of like a blooper reel, I think was kind of distributed to, like, internal employees. Oh. Yeah. Oh, what should I say? Okay, I'll start with this one, because actually, no, let's start with the one Orc did, because that's in chat now.
Okay.
So we could do the framing anchor or the galvanized nails.
So this was okay. Just give me a little surprise on this one before you start it. They had a thing
Nick
called
Mom making motherhood.
Yeah.
Funny. Okay.
Yeah, this was something they tried to create called Nick Mom, and boy, did it fail.
Nick Mom. Okay, what is this?
So we could do the framing anchor or the galvanized nails.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think it's going to be a lot more work if we use.
Mommy, Daddy, I want pee-pee in the potty.
Get the car. Oh yeah, sweetheart, let's go.
Every night, Nick Mom is making motherhood mother funny.
Sadie, make sure you do the nail, not the whole toe.
Nick Mom, starting October 1st, every night at 10 p.m. on the
So
Nick
this-
Jr. channel. For more LOLs,
This
go to
was an
Nick
actual
First every
channel
night at
that
10
existed
p.m.
for a
on the
while
This
called
was-
Nick Mom.
Was this like a channel block?
Yeah, this was an actual channel, and they had
Hold on.
Nail, not the whole toe.
yeah,
Nick
they had a
Mom,
thing called
starting
Nick
October
Mom,
1st,
and it
every
was
night at
so
10 p.m.
hated
on the Nick
from
Jr.
mothers
channel.
because this
For
was
more
like on their
LOLs,
It's on the
basically
Nick.
their.
It was so it was a program block on the Nick Jr. channel. I didn't even know that was. Oh no, wait, no. Nick
Yeah.
Jr. channel is that's what Noggin is now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I figure you guys would have a good laugh with that. It's
Yeah, like my question is like,
why?
who were they intending? Well, I mean, yeah, they were intending to get moms, but like that just seems like unnecessarily gender specific.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, what
how
made
is
it more fun? Here's more fun. They have this thing called "Hot Guys Tell You Bad Things," like
Oh,
bad
God.
news. It is laughable how funny it is. It is actually
It's
like
just like it sounds just like Nick at Night, but more specifically gendered for some reason.
yeah, it was rather interesting. I only know a little bit because people have been talking about it now. It's kind of like, but mother groups were pissed apparently because they were like this adult. Because they were doing adult women like things.
Yeah, and they
like-
were doing it on the Nick Jr. channel. Like, why?
Yeah,
They're
it
gonna
was
do
kind
that
of
on the Nick Jr. channel.
yeah.
That's just strange.
Yes,
So, like,
it really was its own thing, Midget.
like you could have just incorporated that into Nick at Night or something. Like, I still think that would have been really bad, but it would have made more sense from just like a marketing standpoint. It's just like so. This has officially ceased to exist, right? This is officially a failure.
Yeah, it
Okay.
it doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
They failed
Yeah.
so bad that it hasn't. They really just kind of fail whaled. Like it bombed and then some.
Yeah, like that reminds me of like I'm getting like flashbacks to like CNN Plus. Remember that like last year where like CNN wanted to have like their own subscription service. It was kind of like Disney Plus, and it literally lasted less than a month before they just pulled the plug.
Yep.
I got
Yes.
They really.
People didn't want to pay extra money for fucking CNN.
I got a question. Why is your cursor so huge?
Because I'm blind.
Never mind.
Yeah, that was easy. Let's see. Well, we were talking about Zelda. I got this. This is a classic.
Did you see
Oh, the Zelda rap?
newsletter?
Whoa!
There are multiple Zelda raps, by the way. They tried multiple times to make this work.
Did you see the latest Nintendo newsletter? Whoa, nice graphics. I'd like to get my hands on that game.
For some reason, Nintendo just decided Zelda and rap go together, I guess.
It's the Zelda rap. Yeah, I remember Zelda rap. Yeah, I remember that. Oh.
Yeah. Also, these are just like the most mayo white kids ever, so that kind of like juxtaposes it a bit.
Entertainment system. Your parents help you hook it up. The Legend of Zelda sold separately.
So this was the second attempt of doing it.
Yeah.
Try it again 10 years later.
Thank you for having me on. Yeah, this is the Zelda,
Link's
Link's.
Awakening one.
This was a great. By the way,
Yeah.
this is probably one of the best Zelda games of all time, Link's Awakening. But I want to thank you guys for having me on. I have to leave. I
Bye-bye.
I promise. Yeah, have a good
Bye-bye.
one. I promise.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It was super fun. Especially
Yeah,
like the rare occasions where Elle got to talk. That was really cool.
Yeah, sorry, Al. I'll see you guys.
It's alright.
Yeah.
Alright.
So you ever hear like that you ever hear of like that thing like insanity is trying the same thing over and over and expecting different results?
Yeah?
Well, this is that.
Down with Zelda from the very start. I got the heart, it's Mars to play the part. Down with Zelda.
You can definitely tell this is later because it's like more like 90s kind of G-funk gangsta rap. Honestly, this one kind of slaps.
I'm the man with the plan, 'cause the power's in my head and the power's in my hand. Down with Zelda.
And of course, the Japanese couldn't be left out. Here's Link to the Past. Kind of rap, kind of just weird what the fuckism.
Okay.
Oh, this is rap, actually. Never mind. So we all just agreed that Zelda has to... We all just agreed Zelda has to be associated with rap for some reason, despite not having anything to do with rap. Is it just like nerds like bland, inoffensive rap? Ever see the Beast Wars rap? No, what is that?
I think they are using these rap commercials because they were probably hot stuff. Rap itself was probably hot stuff.
Yeah, I guess, but
Sure,
like Zelda
spring.
specifically, you didn't do that for like Mario or, like Wizards and Warriors.
Well, Mario had the Super Mario Show song.
Oh yeah, wait, no, that's what. Never mind. You're right. They did have the Mario Super Show rap. That's true. Just hide the sun. It's the Mario Brothers. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I gotta go to here we go, because Mid posted a link.
Iggy's Eye.
Funky. See, we wanted to turn it into hair metal. Japan was just like, no, let's just make it funk. Let's just, like, get some George Clinton up in this bitch. I mean, whoever this dude is, he's got flow. They want to make Zelda look more serious? Maybe. I mean, Elle's probably right, and they just wanted to make it look cool. Because I guess a game where you're, like, running around as a little elf isn't going to immediately appeal to, like, the, ultra buff manly men, is it? Oh yeah, true. There was like a huge stigma against fantasy settings back then. True. So you kind of had to like make it more controversial.
The macho gamers.
Hell yeah. They play the same games we do. They just go while playing them. Yeah, like definitely. I guess in that sense, yeah. Oh, here's a classic. I always love showing this one. Here's like the most batshit insane and yet like utterly badass commercial of the 80s, in my opinion.
Hey!
Yes?
You look like a real jerk.
Well, I am a corporate executive.
I am a corporate executive.
Things from happening.
So what you doing?
He prevents fun things.
Stops exciting things from happening.
He stops
So
exciting
what you
things from
doing?
happening.
Well, Muffy, Buffy, Biff Jr. and I are going on our Sunday drive.
Oh no, you're not. You're gonna play pole position.
If this commercial did not directly inspire Top Gun, I don't know what did.
This way, Clarence. Ah, too bad. Having a good time? Atari's pole position. It'll turn your eyeballs into steel-belted radials.
I like that.
Oh, that's good.
That one was really good. That one was really good. I like it.
Oh, there's actually a slightly different one that I didn't know about that particular variant, but it had it'll leave skid marks on your soul. It'll bust your crank and leave skid marks on your soul.
So the main problem with all of these video game commercials so far, where's the video game? There is not enough video game footage.
They did not show the video games back then because the video games, kind of looked like shit.
Meh.
Well, I mean, like, they looked, I guess, fine for the time, but the graphics weren't really there to make them look like...
I think they did
better,
show
if that makes
gameplay for asteroids in the commercial.
Did they? I don't know. It was
Right.
uncommon for sure.
Yeah, I think they showed the actual gameplay, which is what got me excited to play the arcade game, actually.
I don't know if I've ever seen an Asteroids commercial. I'll look that up. If they do ever show gameplay, though, it's usually just like a couple of seconds.
I think they did show it, like, on a TV.
Maybe.
There you go.
Atari 2600
Yeah.
commercial? Maybe.
Let's try that.
You're a starship captain in an asteroid field. Blast the with your lasers or put up your shield.
Oh yeah, they did
Missile
show.
commander defending
They'll show
your city
gameplay
if
for
you're
like a
not
split
quick
second.
enough. They'll show the invaders won't stop us from the skies they drop.
Just keep coming.
3 out-of-this-world games from Atari,
Oh,
the
yeah,
number
that's
one
true,
video
they did.
computer system with more games than any other.
Everyone's gone Atari, the number one video
Your
game.
commercials showed more gameplay. Like
Yeah,
later on,
see?
it kind of became like some of the earlier commercials did show gameplay to a degree.
Who's that?
Oh boy.
Okay, mid
Neptunia.
wanted to show this.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, because like the game, definitely like the later commercials, like if you saw like 5 seconds of gameplay throughout like the span of like a 40-second ad, that was. Is this gonna? I just realized, is this gonna be hentai? Is this gonna get us taken
That
down?
is not hentai.
Okay.
It's a video game.
Oh, what is this?
Hyperdimension Neptunia. I think this is the anime. This is the anime.
Dimension...
Neptunia. Neptuna.
Yeah. Neptuna.
This is the, This is the anime.
What is the game like? Is it a fighting game?
It's an RPG. It's
looks pretty recent.
Yes, I think it came out during the PS3 era, and then it got a remake. It got a remake for PS Vita and PS4.
Alright, any good?
It's okay.
Alright.
Okay, I think you will like, can you pause it for a little bit? So I can hear myself. So,
oh, was it too loud? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I could have turned it down.
So basically, it's all about the console wars. So these girls are personifications of video game consoles. Like, Neptune is supposed to be, the canceled Neptune console by Sega.
Oh, that's really cool, actually. I might actually need to watch that. Like,
the girl with black hair and Twin Tails is PS2 basically, and they have like goddess candidates. So like Neptune has Nepgear.
Hey! Yes?
You look like a real jerk.
I was.
I am a corporate executive.
Yeah, so Neptune has her little sister Nepgear, who is basically the Game Gear. Stuff like
that. That's cool. That's clever. Like a real life console wars doing like anime battles and shit. That's cool.
Yeah, and the main villain in these. Here's the thing. The main villain in these. Her name is R4. So ARFOIRE. R4. You know why she's named like that?
Oh, I get it. Yeah, R4.
R4 Region 4. Piracy.
Is that what that stands for? Region 4?
Yeah. So we have R1, R2, R3, right? There is no Region 4. So Region 4 is for the pirates.
I get it.
That's why it started
I always
R4.
I always knew what an R4 card was.
Yeah, for the DS.
It was for everything.
True.
Okay, here's a commercial. So are you excited for the PlayStation 9? I think Christopher Nolan might be behind this commercial.
PlayStation
I think he might have directed it.
Electronic spores tap straight into your adrenal gland.
Ew.
PS9 has improved retinal scanning. A mind control system. Holographic
It's Street Fighter 5. 6. No, 6. Street Fighter 6.
And telepathic personal music.
It's just as metal as I'd imagine too. I am 100% sold on whatever that was. I'll have to look at the. What was it called?
Hyperdimension Neptunia.
Would you mind typing that in chat so I can screenshot it, or even better, just send it in my Discord, the Discord chat.
Discord chat. Alright. Chat.
Yeah, but like that was.
PlayStation 9. Teleport yours today.
Yeah, so that was an ad for the PS2 where they didn't advertise the PS2. They advertised what a PlayStation 9 ad probably would look like. It was weird. It was like some weird, like, pseudo-meta commentary. I'm not entirely sure.
It looked pretty good, though.
Yeah. I mean, it had, like, good CG for the time, didn't it?
Yep.
Okay.
It looked like what you'd see in a modern superhero movie.
Yeah, right? Like, it does kind of have In a way, that ad was unintentionally kind of forward thinking, wasn't it? So this one isn't video game related. This one is called Mr. Delicious. So the background is there was this restaurant chain in America called Rax. It started, I think, in like the 60s or 70s.
Is it still there?
It kind of had no.
No? I think it's still
and
here.
Many people.
I think it's
RAX.
Oh, RAX. No, it's RACKS.
Yeah, it's RAX.
Right.
And many people blame the ultimate like suicide note for this on this ad campaign.
Right.
Mr. Delicious.
Well, hello, Mr. D again. Our
Yo.
subject, Value Express combos at the Rax drive-thru. These tasty delights are priced in low, even dollar amounts, so there's no change. That's just grand, because Mr. Delicious
You know the
just
funny
has
thing,
some raw
you can still buy fast food for like $2 to $3. Your currency here.
Well, $2 to $3 means a lot more to you than it does to us. So
yeah,
that's.
Like
it's only like 12 episodes. I just realized too. Okay, that's cool.
You can buy like a regular burger meal for like $3 at McDonald's here.
That is insane. I wish we still had that, but.
If there's no change, he doesn't have to squirm so much. There's no change. That's just grand, because Mr. Delicious just had some rather delicate surgery. If there's no change, he doesn't have to squirm so much to put it back in his pocket, now does he? He just grabs his combo and drives ever so slowly over the speed bump. Tickety-dee.
So, they wanted to make it more edgy, kind of like for younger people, because it kind of had like this reputation of like, you know, kind of being like the old folks place. So they instead decided to bring on this guy who talked about his recent divorce and vasectomy for some reason.
It's weird.
And that was supposed to make people want to go to Rax.
First of all, that is totally unappetizing. And it's
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's a
do
restaurant.
you understand why this place may have gone under?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was widely
Mr. D.
considered one of the worst ad campaigns of all time, and I think you can see why. There were radio ads too, and I think those like got even more like fucked up.
Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
It's new Kool-Aid coolers with 20% juice.
20% juice is just like the thing that I always thought was funny. Kool-Aid, 20% juice.
What's the rest of it?
Yeah, what's the other 80%? I
You can ice it, shake it, pop it, cool it, sip it, hip it, pop it, cool it.
I mean, the ad itself is pretty
Juicy, Kool-Aid coolers make it cooler. Pack it, pocket, play it cooler. Sack it, stock it.
like the ad itself is pretty nice and like kind of 80s cheesy, but just like, yeah, it's like 20% juice, 80% sugar, and just like whatever shit they found at the bottom of a DuPont like chemical factory.
Cooler. Ice cream is super juicy with 20% juice. Kool-Aid.
20%, and just like the way they advertise that, like 20% of the thing you actually bought.
I guess the rest is just water and sugar.
Yeah, water and sugar, I guess, but like, I don't know what constitutes as juice. That's actually probably a legal answer to that. Oh, you might have seen this one, but it's a classic.
Sega Genesis is 16 bits, 3DO is 32
Yeah.
bits, the Atari Jaguar is
He's
64
alright.
bits. So with 64 bits and 3D graphics that you can only get with Jaguar, which is more advanced? Clifford! Jaguar!
Would you
It showed
say?
a grand total of like half a second of gameplay.
Would you say she's an effective teacher?
I mean, I'm never gonna forget whatever if I was in that lecture, I would never forget. I would never forget that lecture. I don't know if that would be more like actually taking in what she said, or just more like I would never forget it 40 years from now when I'm on the therapy bench. Like,
He's like me saying, a Tetris sends 4 lines, a T-spin triple sends 6 lines. Which is superior? T-spin triple! There you go.
Do the math. Yeah, that ad was... I mean, you're never going to forget that ad, but also, does it really make you want to buy an Atari Jaguar, especially when, like, you know, just like every other ad, it shows you, like, a grand total of half a second of gameplay?
As a gullible kid, maybe. Because you'd be thinking, oh, it's superior.
Well, true, but also nobody bought the Jaguar, so it didn't work.
Yeah, because it's not the kids who decide.
Yeah, true.
It's the
Fair
parents.
enough. The kids, like, yeah, like the adults, like, look at this and like, no, this looks like shit. Your Super Nintendo can, like, do the math. You have games that just look like Star Fox, that game we just bought you for Super Nintendo.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, if you ever look at, like, Atari Jaguar games. So here's one that's just gluttony.
When is too much too much? To find out, we crammed everything into Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. 60 more levels, massive enemies, huge Yoshi tricks, all
This
served
one
up.
kind of, I think, goes a step beyond, and it's just like the other ones, I'm just like, I don't want to buy this product. This makes me actively want to avoid your product.
It's gross.
This is disgusting.
The latest graphic technology, Morphmation. No more. Sure you don't have room for another little bonus level?
What?
Ew! Super Mario World 2, only on the Super NES.
So how many
Still the
copies
big
of
one.
Mario 2 can I put you down for?
Ew. No light.
All of them? You'll buy the entire stock? Then yeah, you're in the same boat.
Ew.
Yeah.
Just no.
So I mentioned this on the last stream, and that's kind of like what prompted this. But yeah.
Horrible, Edith. Just horrible.
This is an ad for Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, I see it.
Horrible, Edith. Just horrible.
What is it, Harry?
Oh, our healthcare costs have gone up. Kingdom Hearts 2 has screwed us again. High property taxes, overpriced prescription medications. Where was Kingdom Hearts 2 during Hurricane Katrina, eh? I wish there was something we could do about it.
Harry, there is.
Really?
For the cost.
Something we could do about it.
Harry, there is.
Hurricane Katrina, eh? I wish there was something we could do about it.
Harry, there is.
Really?
For the cost of sending an email, we can vote for Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
But that's so much.
Oh, but it's worth it. Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne would never take advantage of our innate gullibility.
Ooh, that's good news. Thank you, Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Now get me my supper, woman. Don't make me use the belt.
I just realized this.
Hey, I like it.
I guess this is an ad for Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
It looks like a parody. Is this a real ad? Can't be.
No, this is a real ad, I think.
You're kidding,
It's just
right?
like, I think this is a real ad. I mean, like, there were definitely ads that were like this at the time.
Are you allowed to do
kind of
this?
just, like,
Are you allowed to do this? Like, put down another game.
oh, yeah, they did that all the time.
Like by name.
I mean, like,
there's a mention of
Genesis does.
There's a mention of Hurricane Katrina here. This is in the 2000s.
Like Hurricane Katrina had, like, just happened. Like, so, like, what so, like, basically, like, Kingdom Hearts 2 is like the George W. Bush. It was kind of like tapping into like how everybody hated this guy because of like, you know, a lot of shit. And then like Shin Megami Tensei, I guess, was what, like John Kerry or Barack Obama or something.
Are you sure this
But
is a
no,
real
we do
ad?
that all the time. Like, have you seen like the ads of just like Sega and just going after Nintendo directly?
Those are older. Those are older times. These are for more recent times.
I mean, like you can't say anything like defamatory, but no, you can go after another product.
You can? Interesting.
Oh yeah, it happens all the time. Like they will. I think that sort of practice is sort of falling out of vogue nowadays, though, because one, it's just not really as effective a means of advertising as it used to be. It just kind of seems like sort of in your face and arrogant and well, just American. And two, you have it just kind of like for example, like Apple, like you'll even see like in their the old Pepsi and Coca-Cola ads, like with Bill Cosby.
I mean, they used to do that. Here in the Philippines, they used to do that, but I think we passed a special law on unfair advertising, which made that illegal.
I mean, you can't just say, like, whatever you want about, like, if it's something that's defamatory, you can't say that, but, like, you couldn't say, like, Kingdom Hearts 2 was responsible for, like, Hurricane Katrina and, like, actually mean that, but...
That's kind of what he said there.
I mean, it's like, it's just like, where was Kingdom Hearts 2 during Katrina? It's just like, that's not really saying it's responsible, it's just, like, kind of non sequitur.
How about just, Kingdom Hearts 2 screwed us again?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it's a pretty wild ad, and, I don't know, I mean, people bought Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, so I guess it didn't hurt it all that much. I played a little bit of Nocturne. It's I haven't played a lot of it though. Like it's definitely
That reminds me,
you know,
Jollibee and McDonald's used to do that. Mostly Jollibee. So over here, the quarter pounders, like the biggest burger in usually in McDonald's, right? No. Not like that. They don't have it anymore.
Okay.
Basically, what they did, that the quarter pounder is the biggest burger in McDonald's usually.
When is too much?
Sorry.
So, so what Jollibee did in their text ads, like in their banners, is that they would advertise their biggest burger, the Champ Burger. So they would advertise it as larger than a quarter pounder, not bland. Right. So it's a jab at
yeah, that happened. Yeah, no, they definitely. Again, it's just sort of like stylistically. I don't think they really do that anymore because it's just like people don't really like it anymore. But you totally can do that. And like definitely like if you get onto like the local ads, there's like an all-out war apparently in like central Pennsylvania over like window cleaning companies or like window repair companies.
I see.
And like they won't like in this case they won't like directly call it out by name, but like you can tell like there's something going on that we don't know about.
Oh. Whoa, it's 5:25. Whoa. AM.
Did you want to? Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go. You wanna show one more ad?
Okay. Okay. How about? No, I've already shown that one, so I want to save it.
That thing is good. It's short.
Oh yeah. So or no. How about this one? So like Nintendo has always kind of had like this reputation of like a squeaky clean company. Even Nintendo wasn't immune to this sort of like dark and edgy
so dark
messaging.
As Nintendo begins to take on new forms, it's important that we can measure how addictive they truly are.
He's a mouse. He's going to go for the Game Boy. I got it. Oh.
Yep.
Alright.
The new Game Boy Micro. Extremely portable. Extremely stylish.
He was playing a Moe Moe Oko Oko game.
Yep. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, so even Nintendo, and then, actually, if I can get away with showing one last ad, I will.
Sure.
For a limited time.
This was an entire ad campaign. There were a bunch of ads that were like this, but, I think that ultimately there was something like 10 or 15 ads in this ad campaign. But,
For a limited time, buy a Nintendo DS and get a free copy of Super Mario 64 DS at participating retailers. So now you can control all your favorite characters just by touching them. Rated everyone.
Never heard about
so
Game
even
Boy
Nintendo,
Micro.
that was the slogan for the DS, touching is good.
Yeah, so you've never heard about Game Boy Micro, Mintyr? It's basically a small Game Boy Advance. It's a Game Boy Advance.
Yeah,
it's small.
Yeah, it was a small GBA SP. It wasn't backwards compatible with the older Game Boy games, and it was kind of I think it was kind of really sort of
nice.
It was fine for what it was. It was definitely the if you want a Game Boy Advance with the best screen, that's the one you go for, but the downside is it doesn't play Game Boy or Game Boy Color games. But the other thing too is like it was obviously small micro, and it kind of I've heard people say it was kind of going after like Apple, kind of like how the iPod Nano was like this kind of small, cute, almost fashion accessory.
It also had sort of Game & Watch aesthetics to it.
Yeah, true. Well, it had removable faceplates actually, which later on the 3DS would kind of do something like that.
Yeah.
But like it had removable faceplates. There was a special limited edition. Yeah, there was a limited edition Famicom 30th anniversary one, which that one looked pretty cool. It just looked like a Famicom controller.
Yeah. Well, anyways, thank you for co-hosting this with me. But
thank you, and thank you to Orc for staying as long as you did.
Yeah. So you guys go watch LDP later. I'll be around if I wake up.
All right.
Alrighty. Thank you very much.
We did not even get around to the thing that you put in the title, so you're gonna have to change it.
It's alright. I'm not gonna change it.
Yeah, and also be sure to incorporate Orc into there as well. Yeah. Anyway.
Alright.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for coming to his TED Talk, I guess. Right. Or my TED Talk, really.
This has been LTX and LDP with Orc Warchief Reviews, and we are out of here. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!
Bye, everyone.
Go to sit delicious in the culture.